The servant enters the emperor carrying his special food, asking him to eat, emphasizing that everyone is worried about his health, and that he hasn't eaten anything at all for a long time. Emperor Agnes watches her and tells her that she is despicable. The servant is shocked by his words and quickly apologizes, telling him that she will remove the food from in front of him right away, and that she didn't know he wouldn't like it. Agnes tells her to calm down, adding that he wasn't talking to her, but rather meant the book he was reading, and that this book is called The Book of Borsmere. He wonders indignantly how such a filthy book entered his library in the palace. The servant is surprised and asks him about the content of this book that caused him all this anger. He answers that it's a book that imagines the fate of the kingdom and his family 100 years from now. He explains that the kingdom had entered into war against the Demon King and his army, but it refused to help the hero, so the kingdom and the ruling family were destroyed with it. Because of this, his family became famous for treachery and cowardice because they betrayed the hero, and the world began to suffer because of them. Agnes gets agitated and says that the bastard author included many details in the book, as if he had witnessed the future himself, then throws the book away and says that bastard doesn't know his strength or his family's strength, and that it's impossible for anyone to destroy his kingdom and family. He adds that this matter isn't important, and that the mistake was his for reading a novel by a failed writer, trying to attract attention by insulting his family. He asks the servant to return to her work, and that he will eat by himself, so she answers fine and leaves him quickly. Emperor Agnes remains thinking about what he read, and he is in a state of anger, telling himself that he achieved great accomplishments because of his unification of the first human kingdom in the face of demons. Even the demons themselves respected him, and he was known as the strongest emperor in the world. But he admits to himself that this was a long time ago, and now he no longer has any goal in his life, having reached everything he wanted, and there isn't a single piece of land on the continent that isn't under his control. Yet he feels extremely bored. He wonders if there's something he can do, as he doesn't want to live this boredom for the rest of his life. Then he decides to sleep and think about it later. Some time passes and the events move to another place. We see one of the guards running away inside the younger prince's palace, and this guard was wronged, saying to himself, "What's happening? Where are the guards and where are the royal forces? There's no one protecting Prince John at all." He adds that Prince Jeon is weak and has lost his right to compete for the throne, but he's also a prince and must be protected, so why has everyone abandoned him? The guard continues his escape, saying that even if this escape leads to his destruction and ruins his life, he must maintain Prince John's safety. He's suddenly surprised by the appearance of two assassins blocking his way. One of them attacks him, saying he should have abandoned the prince like everyone else and taken care of himself. The guard quickly dodges his attacks, but finds the other assassin attacking him trying to hit him, so the guard gathers all his strength to face both attacks together. At that moment, one of the assassins rushes toward Prince Jeon trying to stab him, but the guard quickly moves him away before he gets hurt, telling them they are cowards with no honor. The assassin laughs, saying he should have run away and left Jeon, and now he will die with him. At that moment, more assassins appear behind the guard, preparing to attack him. The guard throws Prince Jeon away from them and asks him to wait, promising he will save him and get rid of these bastards now, swearing by his honor as his personal guard. At that moment, the assassins attack guard Rido, trying to kill him, and he fights off their attacks and asks them about their identity and who gave them orders to target Prince Jeon. One of the assassins answers that both of them will die, and he won't need to know the answer. Then another assassin heads toward Prince Jeon and attacks him, saying he knows Jeon's life was difficult, and no one loved or respected him, so he will free him from this torment and kill him right now. Fredo is shocked and calls to Joan, asking him to dodge the attack and escape quickly, but the assassin attacks him, saying he won't be able to escape, and it's better for him to die here instead of being an obstacle to them. Jeon responds saying, "Shut up, you're not allowed to speak this way." The assassin is surprised when he finds that his sword suddenly stopped and he's no longer able to stab Joan. The chief assassin asks him what he's doing and why he didn't finish him and end the mission. The assassin answers that he's unable to move and his entire body doesn't respond to his commands. At that moment, Jeon wakes up, asking what he's doing here, then gets up and grabs that assassin's sword, asking him if a lowlife like him really wanted to kill him. The assassin asks for help from his colleagues, screaming for them to help him quickly because he can't move. His colleagues rush to attack Jeon, saying they will get rid of him quickly. But Jeon uses his special ability called Falling Black Star, and enormous dark energy emanates from him, hitting all the assassins and killing them in one moment. Fredo was shocked by what happened, so he asks Joan about the truth of what's happening, confirming that it's impossible for this to be the Prince Joan he knows. Jaeon answers him laughing that he's indeed not his previous self, and it becomes clear to us that he's actually Emperor Agnes, who has been embodied inside the novel he hated so much. After 100 years have passed in the future, and before his family's destruction, Agnes kept laughing, saying, "It seems things are over," then remembers that in the novel he read, there were many members of his family who die in the future, including a very weak prince distinguished by unstable magic and a frail body that can't even support itself. And when he failed to prove his strength in the throne struggle, he was completely isolated. Agnes watches Jaeon and says he would never have expected to be embodied in the most failed character and weakest member in the history of the family he belongs to. According to what was mentioned in the novel, Jaeon was supposed to die in the assassin's attack on his palace, but he saved him at the last moment. Agnes adds that fortunately, he didn't transfer only his soul, but some of his previous strength also transferred with him to Jeon's body. Then he explains that his special ability that he retained from his past life is the Falling Black Star ability, and that without this ability, he would have died in Jeon's body due to his greatly weakened strength. Agnes examines his strength in Jeon's body and feels that all his sensations and feelings are completely numb, and realizes there's something different about Jeon's character, and that this boy had been suffering for a long time. Agnes says that if he has indeed been embodied in the novel Hero Baspid, this means the last ambush isn't important, because after 3 years from now, the demons will attack the human world, and the entire kingdom will be destroyed. Because of his family's betrayal of the hero was forced to fight the Demon King's army alone and lost, and the kingdom was destroyed shortly after. Agnes admits he doesn't know exactly what's happening, but he might return to his body in the real world at any time, so he sees that he must save this world first, and he will change everything here. He continues saying that the most important event in the near future will be the first battle between humans and demons after 2 years from now, and he must prevent the division that will happen in the kingdom as a result of family conflicts, so they can face the demons with integrated strength. He notices the problem that his body is very weak currently, and worse than that, the Black Star ability didn't transfer with its full strength, so its current power is much weaker than the original. He wonders how a side character like him can save the world, and finds it difficult to trust anyone here, and there's severe danger as he might die at any moment. Agnes feels his heart beating for the first time from fear, and keeps laughing, saying he remembered this enjoyable feeling. Now he's afraid and feels tension, and sees that he's the weakest here, and there are many who want to kill him, even the demons, and considers this the pleasure he sought throughout his life. Jeon decides he should first clean his surroundings and search for the bastard who tried to assassinate him and deal with him. Jeon leaves his room while checking the surroundings, so Fredo is surprised and asks if he's okay. Joan replies that there's no one on Earth crazy enough to try to assassinate a prince from the royal family except Agnes himself, meaning the person responsible for this incident is extremely powerful, and it's very likely to be one of his brothers or family members, which is why the guards weren't present when the assassins attacked. Jaeon tries to leave the palace, so one of the guards stops him asking about his destination, and he answers that he will go out to walk outside the palace. The guard tells him he can't do this because night has fallen, so John reassures him not to worry, the place is safe and no one can hurt him. But the guard insists, saying they have clear orders not to allow him to leave. Jaeon laughs, and asks if he received an order from a specific person, then attacks and kills him while telling him that knights follow his orders alone, and he doesn't remember ordering any bastard of them to prevent him from leaving. The other guard is afraid, so he clears the way for Jaeon, and confirms he will execute his orders, while Freddy was surprised, and wondering to himself what's going on, pointing out that Jaeon wasn't this violent before. Jaeon goes out and contemplates the moon, finding it a blood moon, and says he's now completely certain he's in the novel's world. After that, all the guards in the palace arrive at Jeon's location, and ask him what he's doing and why he did that. Jeon tells them that the attack wouldn't have happened if all the guards had been in their places, and accordingly, he considers all the guards here traitors, except Fredo, and mentions that the punishment for a traitor is always known, and it's death. The guard captain asks him what's happening, and why he killed one of the guards assigned to protect him. So Jeon answers that it's a stupid question, and he will execute everyone because of their betrayal of the royal blood. At that moment, the guards were surprised and asked Jaeon what he meant by his words. He answered them, saying, this guard was accused of committing several crimes like them, including neglecting his guard duty, insulting his master, and not executing orders, the last of which was fleeing from the palace during the attack, and because of that he had to be punished with death. Then he explained to them that he, as a prince of the kingdom, had judged them all for treason, and their their fate is death now. He asked them if they had any confession or wish before their execution. The guard captain became enraged and said that the prince had discovered their betrayal and participation in the assassination attempt against him, which meant they had no choice but to proceed. He ordered his soldiers to draw their swords and assured them they would eliminate Prince Jeon in accordance with their orders. John was laughing and saying this situation was amusing, since no one in his previous life had ever dared betray him. The guard captain attacked Jeon, saying he would finish him off, but Jeon kept laughing and told him he had asked him to confess his crime before dying, but instead of doing so, he had added another crime on top of it. The captain told him to shut up and die, then attacked him with all his strength, but Jeon easily dodged his attacks and countered with dark magic, saying he would add attempting to assassinate the prince himself to his crimes. He explained that it wouldn't make a difference since he was going to die anyway. The guards and soldiers were amazed when they saw this power, saying it was impossible for the weak Prince John to have easily defeated their strong captain. And Fredo was shocked and couldn't believe what happened, saying this wasn't the prince he knew. Then Jeon addressed the soldiers, saying he could eliminate them all just as he did their captain. But injured dogs are better than new dogs, and they now knew their fate. From this moment on, they would obey no orders except his alone. Fredo and all the soldiers bowed before him, declaring their loyalty, and Jeon was laughing, saying he hadn't felt this fear in his enemies' hearts for a long time. The next day, Jeon began his training in the palace using his special ability, saying that if his calculations were correct, he would soon be able to raise the power of the fallen Black Star to 1 star. At that moment, Fredo came and told him there was a female visitor requesting to meet him. Jeon asked about her identity, and he replied that she was his fiancée, Priscilla. Then Jeon remembered from the novel that Priscilla was an important character known as the Princess of Bad Luck, and he hadn't known before that she was engaged to Jeon in the novel. Jeon went to Priscilla, who met him and apologized, saying she didn't want to waste his time. She explained the reason for her visit and said she came to ask him to break off their engagement, and she realized the timing was bad, but she was forced to do so, noting that if he objected, they could reach an agreement. John told her he wasn't interested and agreed to her request. Priscilla was surprised by his response and asked what he meant by his words, but he left her and departed, repeating his agreement to break off the engagement, promising to send an official letter to her family and the royal family when he had the chance. Priscilla was shocked, wondering what was happening and why he agreed so quickly. When Jeon left, he was surprised by Priscilla's guards lined up in front of him, where one of them stopped him and asked him to go back inside and apologize to Priscilla. Jeon asked what he meant by apologizing, and the guard replied that Priscilla was from distinguished nobility and he shouldn't have treated her that way. Jeon laughed, showed his boldness, and immediately gave his opinion on the guard's demand. Meanwhile, Priscilla was in her room wondering what was happening and why Jeon had abandoned her so coldly, even though he had been begging her family to let him marry her, and she felt that Jeon was the one breaking off the engagement, not her. She decided not to let him reject her like this. If the engagement had to be broken, she would be the one to do it. She left her room to call him and tell him she needed to talk to him, but she was surprised to find that Jeon had defeated her personal guard and overcome him easily, saying in amazement that it was impossible for Jeon to defeat her family's strongest knight Griego without even touching him. Another guard tried to attack Jeon using his magic, but Jeon attacked him and almost killed him, except he changed his mind because he found him too weak to kill, then struck him with a dark aura that severely injured him, then grabbed him and told him he had forgiven him this time, and threw him beside Priscilla with a warning to know his place, and that they were just insects in his path that he would crush whenever he wanted. Priscilla was shocked by everything she saw, and said this wasn't the Jeon she knew. He had been a cowardly weakling. Jeon told her to take her guards and leave the place, noting that he had forgiven them only out of respect for her and her family, but if it happened again, he wouldn't spare their lives. Priscilla ran quickly after Jean and told him to wait, and said she wanted to talk to him, but Jean found her an annoying girl and asked what she needed, confirming that there was nothing to talk about between them anymore, as she was no longer his fiancée. After Priscilla asked Jean to let her stay in his palace for a while under the pretext of attending the procedures for breaking off their engagement, she assured him that her presence wouldn't bother him, and that she was just waiting to finish the official matters. Jeon initially refused, but then reconsidered, wondering to himself what benefit there was in throwing her out at this time, especially since he might use her magical ability to detect hidden enemies within the palace who would be difficult for him to identify. He finally told her she could do what she wanted and stay in his palace, so Priscilla was happy and thanked him, promising herself to investigate more about his new mysterious personality, as he seemed completely different from what she was used to before. 3 days passed, during which Priscilla was extremely annoyed, as she had only seen Jaeon once, despite thinking he would initiate conversation with her since he agreed to let her stay. She began wondering about the reason for his sudden change, and about that strange energy he used to defeat the guards easily. She thought she had to discover his truth today, and not allow him to ignore her anymore. She went to where Jeon was training with his soldiers and called to him, protesting his disappearance from her for 3 days. She asked him why he allowed her to stay when he constantly avoided her. Jeon stopped her, speaking calmly, and asked her to speak to him with respect befitting his status as a prince and her position as a noblewoman, reminding her that she was the one who asked to stay in the palace, and he wasn't even obligated to talk to her. Priscilla was surprised by his words and promised not to bother him again, then left silently. As for Jaeon, he completely ignored her and asked his guards to increase nighttime security measures for a full week, in addition to providing them with strong armor in preparation for any emergency. Another 3 days passed, until a group of assassins began attacking Jaeon's palace again. Jaeon was sitting waiting for their arrival to confront them. While the assassin leaders sensed the difficulty of infiltrating the palace, and noticed the intense security, unlike what had been rumored before, suspicions arose among them that they were walking into a tight trap. Suddenly, one of the assassins was attacked and killed without them knowing how it happened. Then the rest of the assassins began falling in the darkness one after another, leaving only the leader who felt extreme fear and asked the attacker to reveal his identity. Jaeon appeared, announcing that he was the one who killed his companions, and that his fate wouldn't be different from theirs. The assassin was stunned, as he believed Prince John had hidden his strength in the succession battles, and began trying to escape to inform whoever sent him, but Jaeon surprised him with a Dark Eagle attack and killed him, telling him he had initially intended to let one of them escape to inform their senders, but unfortunately for him, he decided not to be that dog. Jaeon continued inspecting the palace, certain that there were other assassins hiding within the walls. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of magical explosions, so he wondered what was happening, remembering that among the assassins were sorcerers, especially since Priscilla was staying in the palace, and she was also a sorceress. Indeed, Priscilla was facing one of the assassins with her magical attack, wondering about his identity and how he dared attack a royal palace. Priscilla used wind magic to defend herself, but the assassins managed to repel the attack quickly and expressed their amazement because they hadn't expected a sorceress protecting John in the palace. One of the assassins tried to kill Priscilla using slicing magic and attacked her, saying he would finish her off immediately. Priscilla tried to defend herself with shield magic, but the assassin's dagger broke her shield easily, which shocked her and made her fear death. So she began screaming and asking for help. When the assassin was about to kill her, he was surprised to find his body stopped moving without knowing why, and while he was in shock, Jaeon appeared attacking him with dark magic and killed him. One assassin remained watching what was happening, overcome by terror, as all their old information about Jaeon was wrong. He was thought to be weak, while today he appeared strong with a terrifying aura. Jaeon noticed this assassin's presence and asked if he intended to attack or flee, so he chose the latter and ran away quickly, saying he wanted to stay alive. Jaeon expected this behavior and found it smart. Priscilla approached Jaeon and asked why he allowed this assassin to escape, and he answered that he had planted dark magic in his body to be able to track him to their base later, and he would now be able to reach them easily. Jaeon said threateningly, "Whoever chose to bother me should be patient a little, for I will visit him soon in a deadly visit in revenge for what he did." The next day, Jaeon began his day normally, thinking about the recent assassin incident, saying to himself that after that attack, his Black Star ability had reached the power of 1 star, making him much stronger than before. However, he was suffering from a serious problem, which was the weakness of Jaeon's body that was damaged by internal magical forces, and he realized he needed to strengthen his body better than that. A little later, Jaeon moved to the guest room to meet his half-sister Evelyn Agnes, who had arrived to talk with him. John describes Evelyn as one of the strongest candidates for the position of emperor like himself, and that her power was so great that some compared it to the hero's power in the novel. Among all his siblings, she was actually the closest to taking over the rule, as she was the only one who supported the hero in his battle against the Demon King and his army, while the rest of the siblings used that against her. Evelyn began talking with Joan, expressing her happiness at meeting him again, and that a long time had passed without them having a friendly session. She asked about his condition, but he seemed reserved, and asked what she meant by her words, so she told him she had heard about him being subjected to 2 assassination attempts in his palace during the past week. Joan replied, confirming that he was being watched by everyone, and that those who attacked him were a group of amateur idiots like the ones she sent, and that he got rid of them quickly. Evelyn was surprised by his manner and said that Jeon had never treated her like this before, expressing her sadness and confirming that the recent incident had affected him and damaged his psyche until he no longer trusted anyone, even at the family level. She apologized to him, saying what happened was her mistake and it was her duty to ensure his safety more, suggesting sending a complete squad of her knights to guard him in the palace so he wouldn't worry about another attack, and she promised to pursue whoever wronged him to the end. But Jeon interrupted her, reassuring that he didn't need her soldiers, surprising her by saying he was capable of protecting himself and that he had personally chosen a group of knights to begin training them to protect the palace. Then he asked about the real motive for her coming, mentioning that he didn't believe she came only out of concern for him. Evelyn answered him that she indeed came to check on him after hearing the news, despite being very busy, confirming that he was her younger brother, even if they were from different mothers. She pointed to a problem awaiting him, and he had reached the legal age for the royal family, which would force him to participate in the succession ceremonies soon. She asked him to please withdraw from those ceremonies and everything related to succession for his safety. Joan was puzzled by her request and asked about the reason, so she explained that her motives were fear and love, saying she wouldn't deceive him if he participated in the ceremonies. She was confident he would fail and might even die, and if he succeeded, enemies would multiply around him, and he wouldn't be able to withstand the tests given his weak skills compared to his siblings. She pointed out that even if he achieved a miracle and succeeded, his life would move to the one-star palace, with siblings whose only concern was the crown and throne, and she thought his stay there would be short anyway. Evelyn unleashed part of her power and threatened John with her special stars ability, confirming that even if he passed the tests, he wouldn't survive more than a day. Joan examined the energies emanating from her and identified them as celestial sea stars, the ability that distinguishes children of the royal family, and the power of legitimate heirs to the throne destined to rule. John laughed, commenting admiringly on Evelyn's power, acknowledging that she indeed deserved to rule, but he added that she had only one problem. Then he unleashed his power before her, revealing the falling black star ability, and asked her, "What fool told you I was weak, or that I wouldn't be able to rule them all?" The events then shifted to Evelyn returning to her palace surrounded by guards who greeted her at the entrance. The guard captain asked why she returned with all the soldiers who had accompanied her, so she told him that her brother Jeon refused to receive them all, which surprised him. Evelyn confirmed she didn't know the reasons, but she was convinced of one thing, that her little brother had changed so much that she no longer recognized him, and she began wondering if he had been like this from the beginning. She also mentioned the strange and mysterious power that Jeon had displayed, confirming it wasn't the type of celestial sea ability specific to family members, and that it was completely different from all the powers she had seen before. She asked the guard captain to increase the number of guards around the castle and plant a spy to continuously monitor Jeon, as she wanted to know everything happening around him at all times. After that, the head butler went to Jeon, telling him with a smile that Evelyn loved him so much that she was sending him such a gift to care for and protect him. John was amazed when he saw the gift that arrived from his sister, saying, "This is a ghoul's heart, and anyone who absorbs it will gain the power of a 1,000-year-old ghoul." Jeon realized he could greatly increase his power through this heart, and felt happy that he hadn't entered into conflict with his sister Evelyn, and that her admiration for him had reached the point where she supported him with such a precious gift. Then he remembered Evelyn's celestial sea star, saying it was very powerful and closely resembled the black star he possessed, and wondered to himself whether his family had also inherited the black star or not, while thinking that no one else could use this ability, even if they were from his family, noting that this world didn't operate by logic, and that he had to maintain his relationship with Evelyn as she might benefit him in the future. The servant arrived at that moment to inform Jeon that Priscilla had come requesting to meet him, so he granted her permission to enter. Priscilla entered angrily and asked him why he summoned her after humiliating her in front of everyone and treating her as if she were his servant. Jeon answered that she had lived in his palace for a while, and it was time for her to pay for her stay there, and that she wouldn't live with him for free. Priscilla was surprised and asked what he meant, confirming that he was a prince and didn't need money from her. He told her he needed something more important than money from her, and gave her a manuscript, asking her to estimate the time needed to activate it. Priscilla took the manuscript and examined it, and before understanding its content, she was shocked and said it was an extremely powerful magic circle, asking him who had drawn it. He told her he had drawn it himself. She didn't believe his words, because the circle was drawn with magical symbols and letters she didn't recognize, and that such a spell could only be drawn by the strongest magic masters in the world. Jian answered that he didn't want her opinion on the matter, and that he had asked her about the activation time. She said if she started feeding it with her magic from now, it would be ready tomorrow. Then she added in amazement that she didn't know Jian was gifted in magic to this degree, and considered from her analysis that the circle was a detection spell aimed at forcing something to appear. She promised she would start implementing the circle, but wanted to know his purpose for it, describing the magic as strange. Jian told her he intended to use it for hunting, and that he had people he needed to get rid of. The next day, Jian gathered all the servants and guards in an emergency meeting in the palace training yard. The maid Lenny asked the head butler San about the reason for the meeting, and he answered that he didn't know, and that Prince John had changed to the point where he now feared him and preferred to carry out his orders without question for fear of death. The maid confirmed to him that she also felt afraid of him, as it had been a long time since she last felt this way, and that news of Jian was spreading throughout the entire kingdom because of his actions. Jian addressed everyone and asked them not to move from their places, and asked Priscilla to begin activating the magic circle immediately. Priscilla agreed and began pouring her magical energy into it, so the magic began to spread and affect all those present, servants and guards alike. Lenny noticed a strange change in her body due to the magical light, and didn't understand exactly what they were doing to them, but she realized they were in danger. She tried to ask the head butler Sion, who seemed tense and unable to answer due to the magic that filled the place. In the next moment, Priscilla cut her finger and dropped a drop of her blood into the heart of the circle, so the second part began to activate, and Sion was shocked and screamed, demanding to stop what was happening. But he lost control of his body and began to completely transform into a terrible monster. Joan watched the situation and said, "This circle is called the Enemy Detection Circle, and it emits powerful detection magic that reveals any disguise within its range." Priscilla was surprised and asked him about the identity of the monster that appeared, and he simply answered that this was their enemy in its true form. Then he explained to her that the enemies of humans and the kingdom in the novel were monsters who served the Demon King and helped him return, and he had learned that these monsters had infiltrated the kingdom disguised as humans to serve their interests. At that moment, the monster attacked Priscilla, trying to eliminate her, and she called out to him, asking why it was attacking her and not Jian, who had exposed it. The guards intervened to protect her and announced they would fight the monster. Jean said it was natural for the monster to attack Priscilla, known by the title The Unlucky Princess, as her family's blood was described as evil blood, and monsters preferred it greatly. He pointed out that according to the novel's events, the monsters would capture Priscilla in the future and take her as a blood source in their kingdom, to remain tortured between life and death for her entire life, which is why she was known by the title The Unlucky Princess. The guards tried to confront the monster, but to no avail. Even the weakest types of monsters easily surpass 6 ordinary men in strength, and facing them is nearly impossible for any human without special abilities. Jeon kept watching and telling himself he would have to intervene personally, as he didn't want troubles or chaos currently in his palace. Jeon moved to the confrontation area, facing the monster himself. Priscilla was shocked and asked him why he was risking his life, and that he was a prince and wasn't supposed to endanger himself. At this moment, the monster attacked Jeon with all its strength while laughing and threatening to eliminate him. Jeon didn't hesitate, but gathered his black energy, grabbed the monster, and examined it carefully, saying he had never dealt with monsters like this before. It had 2 hearts. While the monster tried to hit him and push him away, Jeon attacked it again, provoking it with mockery, and asked if it was afraid. The monster screamed, "Shut up! What kind of magic is this? And how did you force me to appear? This is a strange power I've never seen in my entire life, even among monsters. Then, who are you really?" And it swore it knew Prince Jeon well, and that this young man was definitely not him. Jeon smiled with contempt and said, "My identity isn't important. What matters is that you're my enemy, and you're going to die now." The monster screamed that it hated deceivers, and swore that if it defeated him, it would take him to its kingdom to interrogate him, then threatened him, saying he would regret this insult. Jeon answered mockingly that it was just a trivial monster compared to him. He gathered the Black Star energy and used shadow magic to easily repel the monster's attacks, which amazed the latter. Then Jeon expressed his mockery, saying it wasn't strong, and he personally warned them from the beginning. Then he launched the Shadow Spear, which inflicted fatal injuries on the monster and eliminated it completely. Jeon was thinking that if his ability hadn't developed to 1 star, he wouldn't have succeeded in the confrontation, as he needed to restore his full powers and continue strengthening his body. He also thought that ordinary human bodies might not be able to withstand the Black Star at its full energy. He also noticed that he had destroyed both hearts and the monster's magical center, so it was no longer able to send information to its companions before its death. At that moment, a large number of panicked knights entered the palace courtyard, and a knight named Alex stepped forward and introduced himself as being from the White Lion squad and had come to protect Joan. He asked what had happened, so Joan learned from them that these were the guards Evelyn wanted to plant in the palace. Joan told them that nothing had happened that deserved their concern, and that he himself had eliminated the enemy that appeared and hadn't called anyone and wasn't in need of help, then drew their attention to the fact that they shouldn't storm his palace again without his permission. Alex explained that they moved when they heard a big commotion while noticing the absence of guards, so they came to ensure his safety. John repeated that he had control of the situation, and that his enemy wasn't even worth exerting his full power in confronting, and confirmed that no one needed to worry. Jian thought he had to hide his true power so that his enemies, whether human or monster, wouldn't know anything about it until he was ready to hunt them all once he recovered a larger part of his energy. In another scene, we encounter one of Jaeon's brothers, one of the senior princes. His assistant reached him and told him there was a problem at Jaeon's palace. The prince was surprised and asked for details, because the assassins he had sent there failed despite John's weakness. His assistant answered that there was news of another incident unrelated to the assassins, and spies close to the palace detected the appearance of massive black magic inside it, and they made efforts to understand what happened. But all their spies in the palace were eliminated. Even the servants became afraid to speak any information. The prince said the matter didn't matter much, but he ordered sending more spies to monitor the palace, because something strange was happening, and he emphasized that he should watch everything. Before the assistant left, he told him about a circulating rumor. John had changed a lot in a week and became violent, and anyone who wronged him was killed immediately, and he had developed tremendous unknown powers that no one knew the secret of. The prince commented dismissively that Jian had been a failure since birth and was a disgrace to the family, comparing him to an angry worm that wouldn't be able to hurt anyone in the end. The assistant told the prince that there was a rumor saying that Jian had decided to participate in the succession struggle and considered this unexpected. The prince confidently replied that there was no need to worry, describing his brother as stupid and saying he no longer needed to try to assassinate him because Jian would perish on his own through the succession ceremonies. He asked his assistant to make sure whether they had influence over this year's ceremony tests. The assistant confirmed they could indeed intervene, so the prince asked what he needed. Laughing, he replied that he wanted to make Jian's coronation ceremony a fun party and would make sure Jian never came out of it alive. At this time, Jian was wandering around the city, contemplating. He told himself that only 1 week remained before the coronation ceremonies began, and he had to solve some problems before then. He searched the city for a specific place described in the novel, until he reached an old building he identified. This is the headquarters of the secret Moonlight organization, but it's just a front. The truth is, this is a branch of the famous Moon Eye Intelligence Organization. He noted that the whole city knew this place, and entry was allowed for certain people, but that was just cover. Jean entered the disguised restaurant, and a waiter quickly came to ask for his order. He answered with the password, Moonlight Soup. The waiter was surprised, then asked Jaeon to follow him downstairs to the building's secret entrance. There, the waiter brought him into the branch manager's office. She was surprised that he was the first actual client to request service from this location, telling him it was a rare case. Joan verified that she was really the manager and told her he wanted to request information, but the manager insisted he identify himself first, saying the branch itself had opened recently, and hardly anyone knew about it except a select few, and it wasn't even in the information of other branches. Therefore, she insisted he tell her how he found them. Jian dodged the question, saying they usually didn't need the client's identity, so if she didn't desperately need his money, there was no need for the deal. When he tried to leave, the manager ordered the guards to stop him. They attacked him, but he surprised them and completely froze their bodies using dark power. They stood shocked, wondering why their bodies had stopped moving. Jian told them sarcastically that they were skilled but rude, and this way he probably wouldn't deal with idiots like them. He used his power and easily defeated everyone, threatening to destroy the entire branch but then pardoned them, settling for punishing them for raising weapons against him. Jaeon easily eliminated all the assassins who attacked him, then approached the manager and said, "Are you still worried about my identity? I think I've proven it well enough. All you need to know is that I'm strong, and you're obligated to fulfill my request without additional questions." He concluded by asking if she objected. She fearfully replied that she didn't, and that they would fulfill everything he wanted, and provide it free as an apology for what happened. Jeon told them his requests and left, informing the manager that she would contact him when the information was ready. The manager, Irene, remained stunned by what happened, saying his quick defeat of the organization's best assassins was unbelievable. She found his request simple. He wanted wanted information about the Black Forest and requested a forged identity. The waiter came and discussed with her the danger this mysterious royal client represented, again suggesting caution in dealing with him. Irene agreed and ordered that their best spies be assigned to watch him, as they were now involved with someone from the imperial royal family, Agnes. She examined his distinctive gray hair during the fight. She commented that they couldn't afford to be enemies with a man of such power, but needed to know his intentions, especially why he left the royal palace in disguise. She also recommended gathering all the information he wanted about the Black Forest, and emphasized the need for extreme caution, because just becoming his adversary would mean their end would be near and swift. The waiter agreed to Irene's orders and said he would immediately start gathering all necessary information, and send spies to monitor Jaeon and discover his identity. Irene sat thinking about Jaeon, trying to analyze his unique strength, personality, and overwhelming presence. She began to strongly suspect he was one of the imperial family members, and perhaps even one of the throne candidates, but she wanted to confirm this herself. We then moved to Priscilla, who was angrily wandering the palace, feeling Jaeon's continuous neglect since her arrival. She blamed him for only using her to activate the black magic circle and expose the disguised monster, then completely ignoring her without explaining any details, despite her effective help. She guessed the main royal palace might indeed have information about what happened, but didn't want to risk contacting them. She went directly to Jaeon's room to request a meeting and get explanations. The guards at Jeon's room confronted her and prevented her from entering. She protested that she had the right as his fiancé, but Alfredo told her that his master, Jaeon, had forbidden anyone from entering and was currently busy communicating with the great families about the incident, which was a lie, completely prohibiting any information about the monster from leaking outside the palace. Priscilla insisted, considering herself not a stranger or mere guest, but his fiancé. However, Alfredo confronted her by asking if she really was, making her confused as she remembered she herself had requested to break off the engagement. Then Alfredo delivered Jaeon's message. He no longer needed her in the palace, and if she didn't want anything, she should return home. Priscilla was shocked by his attitude and became extremely angry. In the same context, Joan had left the capital and was now traveling on a magic train heading to another magical palace. He was amazed that there were actually magic trains, wondering if his kingdom would really develop like this after 100 years, as the novel said, vowing not to let his descendants surpass his achievements in technological development. He activated his surveillance ability and discovered that Moonlight Organization spies were indeed following him. He had expected this and deliberately left his gray hair visible to scare them into taking him seriously and quickly fulfilling his requests, as his goal from the beginning was to control them and benefit from the organization. He recalled details from the novel. The Moonlight Organization would later transform into a secret guild supporting the hero against the monster army, making huge sacrifices for the hero after everyone abandoned him, including his family and kingdom, without compensation. That's why he came to them personally to verify the events himself and have influence over their course. The train attendant announced to everyone that they were approaching Rowan City, so Jeon prepared to get off. When he got off the train, he thought about needing a new assistant, finding that the Royal Knights didn't have sufficient talents and training them would take too long. He decided to use his future knowledge and the novel to choose a worthy assistant, knowing that person would be here in Rowan City. Jeon entered the city and observed it carefully with extreme alertness. He was certain he was in exactly the right place and time. He knew from the novel that every month there was a harsh religious purification event for the city's residents, and this particular month, the city would be destroyed after the purification incident, with the destruction starting from the Black Forest, which alone held the secrets of the residents' true identities. He wanted to enter the Black Forest, which was only possible with permission from Baron Rowan, the influential figure in the area, something extremely difficult. Joan went to the security station, where he used shadow energy to summon the spy watching him, threatening her to come out immediately or be killed. The spy appeared, collapsed with fear, and surprised by his complete discovery of her. Jaeon told her he didn't want to interfere with the Moonlight Organization's original mission, but had a special and urgent task for her now. The girl looked at Jeon with amazement and shock, genuine surprise marks drawn on her face, and asked him in a hoarse voice, having noticed his absolute insistence. "How did you know I belonged to the organization? I left no trace behind me and no one saw me at all. Who are you, for heaven's sake?" But Jaeon remained stone-faced, looking at her with a cold stare carrying no hesitation or softness, cutting her off with a commanding and firm tone. "Be quiet now. I only care that you focus on my request. What I'm asking of you is much more important than your loyalty to that small organization of yours. Gather every possible piece of information about the mercenary recruitment competition that will take place at Baron Rowan's palace. Also, I want to know everything about those people in the city who bear a lion head tattoo containing 6 stars. All the details, names, locations, even their old secrets. The girl's eyes widened further, and she stammered back in a tone filled with concern. Sir, I don't exactly understand what you're talking about. Information, this precise. What about the tattoo? Why these people specifically? I have no idea about the meaning of what you're asking me. But Joan didn't care about her justifications or attempts to understand, cutting her off again as he turned his back to leave. You don't need to understand. I'm the one who determines the mission objectives, not you. Just execute the order as I requested. Don't argue and don't waste your time. You're a spy, supposedly among the best intelligence organization in the kingdom, so secret work doesn't need many questions, and this mission should be simple and clear for you, no matter how mysterious the details. The girl remained standing in place for moments, unable to move from the shock's impact. The events shifted to Baron Rowan's palace, where Ryan entered to see her father, carrying strong determination and resolve in her eyes. Her father, the Baron, stood from his seat and asked her in a calm voice suggesting paternal concern, "Ryan, are you really sure about what you want to do?" Ryan replied with unprecedented fervor, confirming firmly, "Yes, this is our only chance for survival. This is my chance to free this people from the grip of those scoundrels who call themselves the Purifiers." The Baron, his concern increasing, asked her, "But how will you get rid of them when they're the ones who possess the power that has maintained the city's balance for years?" Ryan interrupted her father, showing extreme anger. "Enough talk about ancestors. All you do is sing about past heroics and forget your people's suffering today. If you really care about our history, why do you let the Purifiers control us like this? How many times have they made us suffer?" Then she left him while extremely angry, talking to herself. Always the same talk about ancestors who saved the kingdom from evil. But he forgets that the Purifiers doubled the people's suffering compared to what they saved them from. How long will we live under their mercy? Ryan headed to the training field, and her colleagues' gazes followed her in silence, having noticed her tension. One of her colleagues approached, looking curious, and asked in a low voice, "Ryan, why are you so agitated today?" Her other colleague, Ragno, immediately intervened mockingly. Obviously, she fought with the stupid old man again. When will she give up her stubbornness and listen to some wisdom? Honestly, I don't listen to anything that comes from him. Lien, one of their friends, intervened, trying to calm the situation. Ragno, speak respectfully. You're talking about Baron Rowan, the owner of the land we're standing on. Whatever your disagreement, you must respect him, Ragno replied stubbornly. He still puts his family's interests above everyone else's welfare. That's the real reason for our problems. Lien tried to control the discussion. Enough arguing, both of you. That won't help us with anything. Ryan tried to change the subject and asked them about the mercenary recruitment situation. Have you found someone strong who deserves to join our ranks? Ragno answered mockingly. You can watch the applicants yourself. Most of them are just pathetic scoundrels who deserve pity. Their presence in any battle is completely worthless. Lien confirmed what Ragno said. He's right. We're wasting our time with these pitiful numbers. None of them has caught attention so far. Ryan felt disappointed and didn't think everyone would be at this level, but she turned to Hart and asked for his opinion. He answered confidently, "Actually, there's only one person I think isn't like the other mercenaries. Since he entered the arena, I felt he was special. I suggest you watch the arena. He's there now." And so all eyes turned to the arena, where the mysterious mercenary, Jaeon, was disguised so no one would recognize him because of his hair color. All the mercenaries gathered inside the arena, while everyone watched Ryan and her group with amazement, and some whispered to others, "This group is dangerous. They're some of the strongest hunters in the northern region. What brought them here?" As for Jaeon himself, he was watching the place with his sharp gaze and spoke to himself. The purification ceremony is about to begin. If I don't move quickly, the city might end up destroyed, just like in the original novel. But he finally noticed Ryan's presence and said with contained happiness, "I finally found her. This legendary girl who will one day be one of the hero's most important helpers. She's the owner of the rare talent that only appears once every 1,000 years. In the future, she'll be known as the strongest spear user ever and the owner of the heavenly spear. But she hasn't matured yet. The Great War hasn't started. I need to take advantage of her appearance during this period for my benefit and make her join under my banner." The referee suddenly announced on the field, "You, get ready. Your match will start right now." Joan stood up and prepared with calm steps and entered the arena amid looks of surprise and whispers among the audience. At this moment, Jaeon's opponent appeared, called Rio, a famous criminal who was extremely terrifying. His name known to all the city's residents and neighboring cities, but none of the security forces dared to arrest him because of his tyranny and savage strength. Rio stood defiantly and looked at Jaeon and said mockingly, "You're a weird one. Listen carefully. In this trial combat, we're allowed to eliminate each other, so you'll remain the first victim today, and I'll make sure you have an unhappy ending. But Joan didn't bother to respond to the challenge and said indifferently, "Won't you stop chattering and finally start fighting? This duel is very boring." Rio got angry and said sharply, "You should have withdrawn before it was too late, but you'll pay the price for your stubbornness. You'll regret it." And he launched a violent attack using his spear, shouting, "I'll make you an example for anyone who thinks of opposing me." But Jaeon watched the situation with inner calm and said to himself, "Any physical attack in this world always carries points of strength and points of weakness. If I use the strong points, I can stop him simply, and by understanding his weak points, I'll avoid damage. Unfortunately, Rio's strength is too weak for me to even need to use my special ability Black Star against him." Then Jaeon began dodging Rio's attacks with unexpected agility, avoiding all strikes with amazing ease, and signs of surprise rose on his opponent's face and the audience's. Jaeon dodged Yeon's attacks with amazing speed and incredible agility, watching his movements with calm eyes and a mocking smile on his face, then muttered to himself in a tone that mixed boredom and confidence, "Very weak. Attacks like these aren't even suitable for training. Impossible for them to hit me or bring me down." Jaeon's movements weren't just simple dodging, but were closer to a harmonious dance, as if he was reading Yeon's thoughts before he decided to attack, to the point that Yeon himself suddenly stopped for a moment, his eyes widening from intense shock, so he asked in confused amazement, "How? How did you do that? How could you dodge my attack so easily?" Jaeon didn't give him a chance to comprehend the situation, as he launched a lightning-fast counterattack, concentrating great force in one powerful and precise strike, which knocked Yeon down and threw him far from the fighting arena, to crash to the ground with force that stirred up dust around him amid everyone's shock. Jeon then stood over the arena with calm confidence, saying to himself in an audible voice that was almost mocking, "Really, this is a waste of time. I expected a little entertainment, but it seems they overestimated my opponent." All the spectators' eyes were fixed on him, and murmurs and astonishment began to spread among the mercenaries and viewers. One of them shouted in amazement, "Impossible! He defeated him with just one strike." And in the viewing corner, Hart was watching Jaeon with great interest. So he turned to Ryan and asked her, as his eyes gleamed with real admiration, "What do you think of this man? I've never seen anyone with this style. He's truly impressive, and stranger still is that he maintains minimum effort in executing the finishing move. This is the mark of a real fighter." He continued his analysis. "Despite that, I think his body is weak. It's clear that it doesn't suit the power contained within him. Maybe that's why he chooses precision and speed instead of relying on direct confrontation all the time." Ryan nodded in agreement and answered him, "True, his strength is apparent, but I think he's hiding much more than he shows. There's something mysterious about this man." Meanwhile, Ragnar was angry and completely unimpressed. He frowned and said mockingly, "I don't understand why all this admiration for that scoundrel. In my opinion, he's so weak that if I hit him by accident, he wouldn't come out of here alive. I don't see anything special in him, just a fragile body that might suit wizards or those who use magic from a distance only. But he's not a match for real fighters." Ryan sighed and said tensely, "Maybe you guys have some point. Yes, his physical strength is weak, and this is something I wasn't expecting after all the preparations and searching for mercenaries. I spent all this time dreaming of attracting great talent to our ranks, and in the end, even the mercenaries here don't offer anything worth mentioning." She confided to herself sadly, "The purification operation is about to begin, and it seems we have to rely on ourselves to survive without anyone's help." But before she could finish her words, Ryan and everyone present were shocked by the sudden appearance of a strange person on the arena. He seemed as if shadows had swallowed him for moments while he laughed with sarcasm and pride. His eyes were gleaming with an evil look, and a strange tattoo clearly appeared on his foot, a six-pointed star lion's head. Ryan gasped and stepped back, screaming in shock, "Impossible! This is the symbol of the secret purification organization members." The audience was shocked, and whispers of fear spread, as everyone knows that the purification organization is nothing but a cover for a secret network, serving the demons and monsters sealed in the depths of the Black Forest. They're the ones who release plagues and bring monsters, and try to break the seals of ancient evil. No human or country has been safe from them. They're struck by endless curses wherever they go. The strange person spoke loudly while laughing, "You fools! You won't be able to stop us. When our masters return to this world, they won't find anyone to disturb their plans, for there's no protection for you, and no power will remain to prevent us. You're the first to disappear today." The mercenaries rushed to pounce on him, their voices rising. "Who is this scoundrel? Who allowed him to enter? Let us finish him off immediately." At that moment, the person began to transform, abandoning his human form, and released evil energy that terrified all the leaders and fighters in the place. Ryan, having regained her composure amid the panic, stepped forward and shouted, "There's no place for evil here. and she launched toward the enemy with all her strength, using her speed and weapon, and unleashed a devastating attack that completely annihilated him before everyone's eyes in an amazing moment. The rest of Ryan's group members rushed to her, worried about her. They asked her quickly, "Are you okay? Did anything bad happen to you?" She shook her head and said tiredly, "I got rid of him, but no one knows if he has hidden companions. Check the place quickly. Be careful, as there might be more." She had barely finished her sentence when another shadow appeared. It was a monster disguised among the rubble, laughing mockingly, his eyes glowing with evil. He addressed Ryan saying, "You're right, don't you understand yet? This was all a trap. We wanted to gather you all here, so we could finish all the defending forces in one simple strike. With explosion magic." Hearts shrank and Ryan immediately screamed, "Everyone get ready immediately. This was a trap to annihilate us all. He's going to blow up the arena now." The audience gathered their forces to respond, but the villain immediately began activating explosion magic, and his body glowed with catastrophic energies, and suddenly, the place exploded with a terrible sound that almost deafened ears. Chaos prevailed for moments, but when the smoke cleared, everyone was surprised that the explosion hadn't harmed them at all, and the villain had already been eliminated. Amazement spread among them, and soon some wondered in whispers, "What happened? What power was this that neutralized him like this?" Ragno and Leanne approached Ryan and said, "We always knew you were strong, but we never imagined you could neutralize an explosion like this. What level of power have you reached?" Hart in turn said supportively, "That's right, even facing the Purification Organization, I think you won't need us after today." Ryan smiled and denied it, saying, "You're all wrong. I wasn't the one who stopped the monster's attack or the evil energy. Didn't you notice? Just before the explosion, the strange mercenary Jian, he disappeared for moments, and appeared behind the monster suddenly, and then amid the destruction he brought out strange magical energy, as if everything had stopped for moments. Jian succeeded at the crucial moment in stopping the massive explosion, and using his unique power, he was able to protect everyone in the training field from destruction. The moment froze amid everyone's astonishment, and as the blast's effects faded away, the field looked as if nothing had happened at all. Jian was watching the situation with sharp eyes, a small smile forming on his face. He spoke quietly to himself. "Thanks to my knowledge of the novel, I can predict most events and avoid disasters even before they happen. If I hadn't been aware of the fate that awaited everyone in this place, a major catastrophe would have occurred now, and most of those in the arena would have been killed by the explosion." My defeat of the other mercenaries wasn't enough to attract Ryan's attention, but after preventing this attack and saving them all, I think I'm finally under her radar. Events moved quickly, and after a day had passed since that incident, Ryan gathered all the people who had passed the mercenary elimination test, and stood before them with a serious look, saying, "Starting today, you will be one team with me. We're going to face a dangerous raid, and we need solidarity. Our next goal is to subdue the Black Forest and eliminate the demoness threatening our city, so I want you to get to know each other now. You are my teammates from this moment on." Jian kept watching with interest everyone who was chosen for Ryan's group, realizing that all her core team members were already present, along with the girl Kira and her companion Nomeni, who had come to the test in secret and were also famous northern mercenaries. His attention was also drawn to another girl named Siri, as she was the only one who stood out with clear strength and was officially chosen from the mercenary gathering. He looked at her and examined her carefully, noticing that she hid real power behind her calm features. Ryan asked everyone to focus with her, then began explaining the main plan briefly and quickly. "There's a huge forest separating our city from the western side of the Salus mountain range. Everything in that forest is dark and black, the soil, the trees, and even the air, and that's why it's called the Black Forest. Since ancient times, anyone who enters the forest never returns, so passage through it has been completely banned." Siri interrupted her curiously. "I've heard a lot about the Black Forest, and I know some stories about it, but what I want is the truth. Why specifically now do you want to carry out the raid on it? What makes this time particularly dangerous?" Ryan answered with a sad look. "Long ago, it was rumored that my great-grandfather, the city's founder, faced the greatest evil when he came here. It was said that he covered his body with dragon blood, gained their power, and was able to defeat evil and eliminate the source of corruption, then founded the city of Rowan. But the truth isn't as they tell it. The reality is that my great-grandfather couldn't defeat that evil, but instead used dragon blood and sealed the demoness inside the heart of the Black Forest. Since then, our city has suffered because it pays the price for keeping this demoness sealed," she added, and breaking the seal. Here Jian intervened and said with interest, "So you're talking about the Purification Festival? It's the annual ritual where they offer sacrifice to the demoness to ensure she never breaks free." Ryan confirmed, "Exactly. After each purification festival, the purification bow process takes place, meaning they bring the criminals who were arrested in the city and throw them to the demoness in the Black Forest as a periodic sacrifice. The goal isn't just to get rid of criminals, but it's a religious ritual passed down through generations. It goes back to trying to protect the city from greater evil. Hart took the floor and asked her, "I understand now. If you're mentioning the purification bow, do you mean that all the convicted criminals in the city are actually sacrificed this way?" Ryan answered with a hint of pain. "Yes, not just prominent convicts. Sometimes they even choose those wrongly accused or those whose crimes haven't been proven. For the sake of the demoness and for the sake of tradition, they sacrifice any number they reach. They used to tell children not to approach the square. And I remember when I was little, how I watched some innocent people being driven forcibly to the bow and sacrificed without mercy, just to keep the demoness's seal in place and make everyone feel false security." Ragno laughed sarcastically and said, "Now I understand your point in all this. At least now our participation in the raid has meaning, and we can feel that our goal is truly humanitarian and noble." Then Ryan added, "The demoness inside the forest, her powers weaken because the magic barrier has lasted thousands of years. But for that very reason, very few of the strong can enter the forest, and from here our only hope of ending this nightmare is your success as a team." Here Kira intervened and said to Ryan decisively, "I'm convinced by your words and ready to fight, but there's one question that bothers me. Why did you choose this man Jian with us? At first glance he seems far from useful, suspicious and weak compared to the mercenaries." Ragno agreed with her and laughed. "I agree with Kira too. I was surprised that you included him with us in the raid when he's honestly far from strength or distinction. No matter how much he tries to prove himself, I don't see anything in him that would help us in the mission." Here Jaeon smiled mockingly and said to himself, "Northern mercenaries are arrogant as usual, confident in their strength to the point of blindness. Yet I know through my knowledge of the future that they will be strong allies for me if I try to guide them well. My presence among them today will change a lot tomorrow." Although the number of northern mercenaries participating in this mission was only 5 out of the original 7, their prestige remained the same, as they are considered by all to be a striking force. Their mere presence in any squad makes any competing team recalculate hundreds of times. No one dared underestimate them. Even the strongest or bravest mercenaries feared the name Northern Mercenaries and expected their survival chances against them to be very slim. Ryan stepped forward with confident and steady steps, her eyes contemplating the faces gathered around her. "I have great certainty that he'll be an influential element in this raid. His presence with us isn't a coincidence, and I hope you trust my choices even if you don't see the same vision I do right now." Ryan's words had a strange impact on the group, especially Ragno. "Ryan, have you completely lost your mind? Since when do we include in the squad someone who showed no skills? As for John," he was thinking, "it's clear that Ryan is still hesitant like the rest of the members. She actually saw a glimpse of my power, but she's not convinced enough. More importantly, she hasn't revealed anything about my power to them yet, so she definitely hasn't fully trusted the northern guys yet, and I think she also realizes that what happened with the attempted breach of the palace training field wasn't a coincidence at all, and that there's a traitor in the group who helped the organization's group from within. Actually, I know who that person is, but I won't expose him right now. It's important that I let Ryan learn and rely on her own cleverness and intelligence to discover him herself. This will benefit her and make her stronger later." Ryan interrupted his train of thought and called out in a firm voice to all present, "Come on everyone, calm down a bit and focus on our main goal." The tension remained on Kira's face. Her eyes never turned away from Joan, and it was obvious that his presence annoyed her increasingly, almost making her lose her usual composure. As time passed, each member of the group began preparing themselves, each dealing with the mission's tension in a different way. Jion preferred isolation and went to train alone on his dark magic. That heavy black aura spread around him as if it would swallow the place. Tree leaves trembled under the influence of his magical waves. Even the soil seemed like it wanted to escape from him. After feeling that the entire area had become saturated with his power, he suddenly withdrew everything, and the magic disappeared in one moment, as if it had never been there. He whispered to himself in a voice barely audible, "Only 1 star. That's what's suppressing my power, and always keeping me weak, unable to unleash what I actually have. The technique I'm thinking of is very powerful, but the trade-off is that my body will almost collapse if I use it against one of the 7 brother mercenaries. And the real problem is, they're no longer my most dangerous enemies in the novel. There are stronger and fiercer opponents coming after them, so I need to quickly reach the 2nd star. When I'm more free, I'll be able to use techniques stronger than what I used in my previous life." Suddenly, while lost in his thoughts, a strange girl appeared before him. He hadn't noticed her approach amid the black aura, but she stepped toward him confidently and said while looking at what remained of his power's trace, "What's this? Your energy is very strange. I haven't seen anyone in years who could manipulate dark magic with this mastery. How do you control it and release it for yourself? I really want to know all the secrets of your power." Jeon was amazed by her sudden presence and looked at her cautiously. "It's clear you're not an ordinary person. Important question. How did you get out of the seal?" I was sure the seal hadn't been broken yet. A wide smile formed on the girl's lips, and her tone filled with sarcasm. "You really discovered my identity this quickly. You're a special person as I expected. But listen to my advice. If you really want to stay alive, don't enter the Black Forest with Ryan and her team." Joan asked her with genuine surprise as curiosity began to overtake him. "And why? I'm surprised that you're here suddenly. Why specifically are you warning me?" She laughed and said to him in a calm tone but full of threat. "The answer is simpler than simple. I'm not going to repeat myself again. If you enter the forest and go against my advice, I'll finish you all off myself." She quickly disappeared as she had appeared without any trace, and Jaeon remained smiling calmly, the smile never leaving his face. "The she-devil herself came out to threaten me. I couldn't waste an opportunity like this. It's clear that my moves are making the story's events change more than I thought. But it doesn't matter. I never liked this story anyway, and I decided to change all the events my own way." After a few minutes while wandering around, Jaeon sent signals at night to the Moon Eye spy, so she appeared hiding above the tree. She jumped in front of him, panting with surprise. "Really? How do you know my location every time? You're really scary." Jaeon asked her, "Did you prepare what I asked you for?" She replied while digging in her pocket and pulling it out for him. "The rare thing you want, a storage stone of the highest level, exactly as you described to me. I got it for you with great difficulty." He took the stone from her and looked at it with a meaningful smile and said, "Surrender." She looked at him with confusion filling her face. "Surrender? What are you talking about? Even when you're making me work hard, you don't explain a single word." Joan left her without giving any more details, and just said to her calmly and briefly, "You'll understand soon." The spy hesitated, trying to explain his behavior to herself. "Every time, he treats me like I'm a servant, and doesn't even tell me or say how he'll act. I can only say that I have to report to the manager." Jeon went to join the rest of the group, and they all set off walking carefully as they prepared to enter the Black Forest. Everyone entered together into the depths of the forest, and with every step they took, the darkness grew thicker. The trees became blacker until the trunks and leaves seemed to absorb the sunlight completely. Even the air became heavy laden with the smell of old dust and frightening magic. Hart kept looking around suspiciously. "What is this place we're in? The whole forest looks cursed. This is impossible. The kingdom itself should have come and sent the strongest knights and wizards to save us from what's happening here." While the group delved deeper into the Black Forest, tension began to show on some faces. Jeon was watching everyone from behind with a sharp eye. He looked at Keela specifically and said to himself, "I'm almost sure that someone like Keela is the most suspicious person of me here. Her eye is on me all the time as if she expects me to attack her, and she has no intention of believing or trusting Ryan about me." Ryan reached the middle of the forest at those moments, felt that the atmosphere had become heavier, and that the dark demonic energy had become suffocating. She quickly turned to the team and announced, "Get ready well. The demonic energy here is very strong. I think we're getting close to the she-devil herself." Here Lion questioned the plan, feeling scared. "Are we really going to enter directly like this without any prior plan or preparation for battle?" Ryan replied with rare confidence, "Exactly. No traditional plan can work here. The only solution is overwhelming force for direct attack. All logical solutions end in this place." She drew her famous spear, Lightning Spear, and waved it, adding, "But so we can maintain our dignity as knights and nobles, we must warn the forest inhabitants before we enter upon them." In one moment, Ryan struck the lightning spear forcefully forward, and it destroyed the entire area. Everything in front of her turned to ash. Trees exploded, and all the air turned into bright lightning flashes. Then she let out a confident laugh and said, "Like this, when we see the monsters and devils in the forest, our presence won't surprise them, and the direction of battle is completely clear." John, who was amazed by the scene, looked at her with astonishment and said to himself, "Can she be this reckless? Attacking the entire place as a declaration of war. Smart, but also crazy." Ryan then screamed, "Come on, move quickly. Our goal is to eliminate every trace of dark power here." Then she ran quickly to the depths, urging the rest of her group to chase after her. Ragnar was watching her advance, and smiled with satisfaction mixed with caution, then said to Lion, "See? As usual, the first one to rush. Do you have a plan we can use if everything gets out of control?" Lion shook his head negatively. "Unfortunately, no." Ragnar didn't wait any longer, but rushed after Ryan quickly, and said with feigned surprise, "So simply, if things go to hell, There's no one here to control matters. Then it's better we avoid problems and focus more. Ryan, at that moment, was moving quickly between the dark trees, but she suddenly stopped at the sound of rustling and several red eyes in the darkness. Suddenly, huge savage wolves appeared in front of her. Their number exceeded 10, and they began to surround her team with terrifying calm. Ryan stood and tightened her grip on the spear and said in a serious voice, "These are savage wolves. I've heard a lot about their strength, and they're really the reason for all the attacks we've experienced recently on the city." She hadn't finished her sentence when all the wolves jumped toward her with terrifying speed. Ryan showed some confusion for a moment and said, "I think I rushed more than necessary." But Ragno didn't leave her in trouble. He used his special ability and activated his explosive hand, moved in a flash in front of Ryan, hit the wolves with one blow that shook the entire ground, and destroyed most of them immediately. Then he turned to Ryan, smiling, and said to her, "Didn't I tell you not to be reckless? I'm always known to be in the front, and I'll keep protecting everyone no matter what happens." Hart didn't delay. He used his assassination and quick teleportation skills, jumped between the wolves and strangled them one after another with precise quick movements, then addressed Ryan while fighting. "You focus ahead, and I'll handle covering your back and getting rid of any beast that chases us. Let's finish them quickly and regain strength." With each round, whenever they finished a number of wolves, a larger and fiercer number appeared, until the team began to feel exhausted. Keela was watching the situation closely, and said loudly, "Their number is unnatural, as if they're endless. We need to change our approach." Ragno began to feel the pressure and said, "Does anyone have an alternative plan or group magic that gathers all the monsters? We won't be able to continue with the same pace and effort." Keela raised her hand and announced, "Listen to me. I have a plan, but all of you retreat immediately away from me. I just need space." Everyone began to retreat, and Keela, with great concentration, began summoning her energy. A blue fire aura appeared around her. Then she released her destructive wave toward the wolves. Everyone touched by the blue flame burned completely until they disappeared. The ground itself became like an ember, and the main wolves' attack ended. Nomi approached Keela and said quickly, "Be careful. Go back, I'll cover you now." Not much time passed before other new monsters appeared and began arriving by the hundreds. Joan remained watching everyone from behind and said to himself, "Really amazing. There's great cohesion between team members. It's clear they trained together since childhood and memorized each other's movements literally. Even their movements are coordinated as if they're one mind." Joan continued his thinking, "This is the perfect time to move to the next step of my plan. There are increasing numbers of monsters in all directions, and they've started to besiege the entire place." Suddenly, a huge savage bat appeared above Jaeon's head and swooped down on him with lightning speed. Jaeon smiled and said, "Great, here comes the right bastard to test something I was preparing." At this moment, Siri screamed warning, "Joan, get away immediately. His attack is deadly." Jaeon moved gracefully and avoided the bat's attack easily, and turned to Siri and said in a confident and calm tone, "Just watch. I don't need anyone to worry about me." He released his special dark magic. Black energies wrapped around his arm, and in one moment, he brought down the huge bat to the ground and finished it completely. Keela and the rest of the team remained looking at Jaeon with complete amazement, and their view of him changed, and they began watching him with great interest and great suspicion, especially after he showed power that no one expected him to possess. Thus, the intensity of the confrontation increased. Only seconds passed before Keela advanced with quick and sharp steps. "Who exactly are you?" Jaeon remained silent, satisfied with a cold look and a slight smile, and Keela raised her voice and got angry. "Are you going to answer my question or not? If you keep acting like this, I'll consider you an enemy and attack you myself." The forest shook with great force, and a huge savage bear appeared between the trees, and the remaining sun rays suddenly disappeared. Ryan immediately shouted, "Everyone, enough trivial conflicts. Get ready quickly and return to battle formation. This monster is much bigger and stronger than what we encountered." Her voice turned into a clear military order. "Focus. If we lose our concentration for one moment, we'll all be gone." At that moment, Jaeon kept laughing a quiet laugh, between satisfaction and sarcasm, as if he had been waiting for this monster's rise specifically. It finally began. "This moment was all I was waiting for. This is really the time for fun." With frightening slowness, the trees themselves around the group began to close on them and form thick natural barriers that almost prevented any movement or exit. Rajno shouted at the group, "Nobody lose focus. Keep formation and follow the instructions like we agreed. This bear is dangerous, but we can handle this fight." The wild bear suddenly jumped with tremendous force toward Ryan and Rajno, but with amazing agility they managed to get away at the last moment, and one of the trees was destroyed from the impact of the strike. Hart was trying to join the rest of the group, but the trees suddenly closed in on him and isolated him from everyone, and he found himself trapped with John in a dark circle that closed around them, and the ground itself seemed to change shape and began moving them away from the main battle location. Hart tried to move quickly and whispered, "This isn't natural. The trees are breathing around us and moving us. Why am I the only one who got separated and ended up here with you?" Joan laughed and said calmly without any confusion, "The answer is simple. I brought you here on purpose, because I'm not planning to give you a chance to kill Ryan like you're plotting. I'm sure of your intentions, and I know your plan completely." Hart's eyes widened in surprise, and he started breathing rapidly, then laughed nervously. "What are you talking about? Are you hallucinating or threatening me? You're weird and talking nonsense." Joan answered confidently, "Enough lies, Hart. I know you're the son of the noble Samuel family, rulers of the north, just like the Rewound family rules the regions. And I know that despite your good reputation as a nobleman and strong mercenary of the Seven, the truth that nobody knows is that you're also a member of the secret purification cult. Not just any member, but someone with a high rank in it. You serve the demoness and manipulate everyone for your personal benefit." Hart began stepping back, shocked, and said in a hoarse voice, "How did you find out? And does anyone else besides you know this truth?" John laughed more and said in a sharp tone, "What would make me tell anyone else? This is between you and me, and I'm the one who needs you to know who's standing in front of you." Hart smiled sarcastically and said, having regained his confidence, "You're either stupid or overconfident, because now, the easiest thing I can do is kill you here before anyone finds out anything about me. This way my secret disappears with you forever, and I continue my plan and get rid of Ryan comfortably." Jian replied, "You're overconfident, but unfortunately, all your plans will be wasted here." Hart suddenly used his special cutting sword skill and drew his sword with terrifying speed. "You'll see my strongest techniques, and you won't even have time to think about escaping." Hart attacked with amazing speed and smiled roughly while shouting, "My speed makes my enemies not even see my sword. Only one hero in all my battles managed to avoid it. You're not one of them. Prepare to die." But the surprise was that Hart's attack didn't hit John at all. Rather, time stopped for a second, and Hart found himself screaming in pain. John entered his attack circle and cut off the hand holding the sword with amazing skill before he could react. Hart fell to his knees screaming in pain, while saying in shock, "How? How did this happen? Why didn't my fastest strike hit you? I didn't even see a glimpse of your attack." John stood in front of him in deadly calm and said, "You made two big mistakes. First, you thought you were stronger than me, and that's not true. Second, you didn't attack me with all your strength from the beginning. You had your only chance to finish me in the first moment, but your arrogance made you play and show off. Now, your chance is over." Joan unleashed his Black Star powers at that moment, and a dark aura appeared around him as if swallowing the light from the air. Hart was terrified, but madness took over him, and he screamed and released his final special ability, rushing with all his remaining strength toward John, in a desperate attempt to attack. Hart rushed with his attack using his special ability Moon Cutter, and shouted in a voice filled with pride and confidence, "I'm attacking you with my special ability Moon Cutter, and no matter how strong you are." He was laughing sarcastically and asking Jaeon, "What will you do now? You'll meet your death today without doubt." But Jaeon was facing the situation with calm and steadiness. He looked at him with eyes full of sarcasm and said, "You're repeating the same mistakes I told you about, and it seems you don't learn." And he launched his Black Star ability. His magical energy spread everywhere around him, and he countered Hart's attacks easily, then added, "I asked you not to underestimate my power, but you're really stupid." Hart was amazed by the scene and said with his mouth half open, "This is impossible. My attack can't be handled by anyone." In a flash, Jaeon moved in front of Hart and approached him and said in a cold, focused tone, "You should have realized there's a huge difference between our powers, and then you should have taken the opportunity and fled." Jaeon's magical energy launched at that moment with full intensity and attacked him, and he managed to deliver a fatal blow. Hart was shocked, and death signs began showing on him as he said in a weak voice, "Even if you finish me off, you won't be able to stop our plan because the execution has already begun, and I'm not the only one here." Jaeon replied with calm confidence, "Don't worry. I know everything about them, and about the hidden members like you, and the moment they move, I'll finish them off one by one, just like you." Hart said in shock, "This is impossible. Who are you?" And Jaeon finished him off at that moment, and said, "Information like the truth doesn't deserve you. You're too weak, and if you knew the truth it would only waste my time." Jaeon then moved through the forest, his voice calm as he talked to himself. Ryan and her group should be in the middle of the forest now. I need to finish my mission here quickly and catch up with them. And while he was moving through the dark forest passages, he soon found a great stone tablet in one of the dark corners. He muttered, "I was confident I'd find this tablet here. This is a sacred tablet, and it was previously used to seal the demon in this forest throughout the past years. I don't know why they left it here. It would have been better to keep it in the middle of the forest for its power to be greater. But it's not important now. I don't have time to think about these details. I must use the tablet for my plan immediately." But as soon as Jaeon approached the tablet, he was surprised by giant hands appearing behind him. He said, "It seems there are powerful spirits that were sealed in this tablet, and here they've started appearing as soon as I approached it." Those giant hands attacked him quickly, but Jaeon was at maximum concentration, so he repelled all their attacks skillfully using his magic. He muttered to himself, "Getting rid of those hands won't solve the problem. I need to find the main spirit controlling them all." He didn't hesitate, but moved directly to the spirit hiding among the forest shadows, and said, "This is the spirit I'm looking for." He attacked it with all his strength, and finally managed to destroy it, then added, "And thus, the existence of the hands and other attacking spirits will disappear automatically." And indeed, those spirits began disappearing one by one with the disappearance of the main spirit. Jean approached the sacred tablet again, his eyes full of seriousness and challenging feelings. According to the story, the hero team is supposed to use this tablet in the future to seal the demoness known for evil. But, of course, if I let them do what they want, the seal will be very weak, and that's why I must intervene myself now. He began merging his magic and ancient magic circles with the tablet, while saying, "And this way I'll make the seal much stronger." Then he used the storage stone to transfer the sacred spirit in it to use against the demoness. But suddenly a strange energy appeared coming from the depths of the forest. So Jaeon said, "It seems the event I was waiting for has finally begun." He quickly rushed to where Ryan and her group were advancing in the forest, and heard their tense argument. Rajno was asking them, "Are we still going to advance more? We should have rescued Hart before coming here since we're spending all this time." Keela replied firmly, "Stop the worthless talk now and continue your mission. We have many monsters ahead and we must deal with them." Ryan told them, "We need to move to a deeper point in the forest. I'm sure that's where we'll find the demoness and her sealing stone." Ryan was tense, wondering to herself about the power of the demoness they would face, but she didn't know any real information about that power. But Siri suddenly intervened and stopped in front of them, and told them in a cautious tone, "It's better if you don't continue your path. There's great danger ahead of you." Ryan asked her, "What do you mean?" Siri told her, "I sense huge demonic energy ahead, and I assure you that you'll all die if you advance any further." And suddenly the forest began closing in on them, and the trees closed all the passages. Ryan was shocked and asked her, "What's happening? And why is the forest surrounding us like this?" And at that moment, the demoness suddenly appeared before them, an entity wrapped in darkness and terror, and approached them and said, "I've been waiting for you for so long. You wasted a lot of time." Ryan was terrified and whispered, "The evil has finally appeared." But the demoness was surprised by Ryan's words and asked her, "Do you mean me by the evil one? I really hate that title." She approached them and added, "Why do you call me evil? I was just achieving my goals, just like each of you has their own goals they strive for." Ryan shouted to her team, "Get ready, we'll fight her now. She's still recently freed from the seal, so no doubt her power hasn't been completed yet." And Rajnal was amazed, as he said, "I can't believe this is the powerful demoness that was imprisoned in the forest." And Ryan replied, "I was sure it was her, the sealed demoness. I was able to feel her presence, but she's very weak now, because the seal hasn't completely disappeared yet." Then she asked everyone to attack the demoness immediately, saying, "Come on, we must attack her now and destroy her." However, she was surprised by Rajnal falling in front of her after being fatally injured, and he fell to the ground beside her and died immediately. Ryan was shocked and asked him while in shock, "What's happening? Who attacked him now?" The demoness didn't even move from her place. Wano, they would have another. She began checking her group members, only to discover they had all been killed by Lion himself. And Keela was shocked and asked Lion, "What did you do? Why are you attacking your friends? Have you lost your mind?" And Ryan was stunned and said, "This is impossible." And Lion was laughing and moving away from them, saying, "You're so stupid. I don't have friends at all, and my only loyalty is to the beast that rules this forest." Then he approached the demoness and revealed his tattoo, saying to her, "I came to your place as I promised you, and I must fulfill my promise to serve you and free you from this place." Ryan was shocked and said, "Impossible! Lion belongs to the purification cult? How is that? I don't understand." As for Lion, he said to the demoness, "I punished the bastards who invaded your forest intending to harm you, and I also brought you Ryan, granddaughter of the hero who sealed you in the forest so you can finally get revenge." And shock appeared on Ryan and she asked him, "What are you talking about? We're friends." We should be more than family. We grew up together since we were 3 years old." Lion ignored her and said to the demoness, "The hero's granddaughter is now at your mercy, and you'll be able to take revenge on her for what you suffered from the injustice of being sealed in the forest by her grandfather." The demoness spoke, saying to Lion, "You're right, I don't like this girl. She seems stupid and doesn't realize her true power. But, despite that, why did you kill my prey? I don't like sharing my meal with anyone." Lion was surprised by her question and said, "What do you mean? I got rid of them to protect you. That's my duty." But the demoness attacked him with her magic and killed him immediately, saying to him, "I hate stupid followers like you." Then she turned to Ryan and asked her, "What do you think? Do you think you came to my forest as a hunter or as prey?" At that moment, we shift to Siri, who appeared before John as he was heading toward the demon's location. Siri looked scared and asked John to flee with her immediately, saying, "Lian has betrayed us. He killed all the group members. The demon that appeared has terrifying power, so much so that no human can defeat her or even touch her." Jaeon was surprised and asked her, "Did you leave your group and run away?" Siri seemed disturbed and asked him in return, "What are you thinking? We need to get out of here right now. We don't have time. The demon will find us soon and kill us. We need to ask for help to save Ryan." But Jaeon was laughing and said to Siri, "And why would we ask for help? This is the perfect opportunity for Ryan to become stronger. This has been my goal from the beginning." Then we learn the truth about the demon. She had been just an ordinary human who was born and lived her childhood normally. But as days passed, her desire to shed blood increased, and she couldn't explain what was happening inside her, until she met a fortune teller who told her that her fate had already been determined, and that she would become a known demon and enemy of humanity. At that point, the girl didn't doubt the fortune teller's words, because she realized that her destiny had been drawn for her, and she wouldn't be able to change it. In fact, she didn't want to change her fate at all. She didn't want to escape from a destiny that was enjoyable for her, because this way she could feel the pleasure of killing without blaming herself. She knew that the consequence of her actions would be getting sealed because of becoming the enemy of the whole world, but she didn't care, and continued on her path of blood, as this path was her only way to feel ecstasy. We return to the demon standing before Ryan, speaking to her mockingly and asking, "Are you really the granddaughter of the hero Denier? I never thought that strong bastard would produce such weak offspring. Even bringing you to me was entertaining, and he was extremely weak to me, but he succeeded in finding a way to seal me. But you don't seem entertaining. Even getting rid of you won't be fun for me." And finally she asks her, "Do you know that I will attack the city of Rowan and destroy it completely after I get rid of you first?" Ryan was suddenly found in a state of shock and amazement when she heard the demon's threat toward the city of Rowan. She immediately began gathering all her strength, determined not to let evil extend to her people. The demon spoke to her mockingly, saying, "I've suppressed my desire to feed on humans for a long time because of the seal, and I was only allowed 5 people per month. But now I'm free, and my hunger is so great that one city won't be enough for it." Anger was raging across Ryan's features, so she released her power and said decisively, "I will never let you do that." The demon looked at her with surprise and asked, "Have you finally decided to resist? I thought you would surrender or try to escape." But Ryan tightened her fist, summoned her spear with lightning power, and answered, "I can't let you mess around as you please. I'll get rid of you now and protect my city." She charged forward and stabbed the demon with the lightning spear, asking her sharply, "How many humans will you need now to satisfy your savage hunger? You've killed many innocents from my people, and I'll end your life along with this hunger of yours." Here the demon laughed loudly and said, "Finally, you've come to your senses and decided to fight me. I thought you were boring and I wouldn't enjoy eating you, as I hate feeding on desperate people because my pleasure becomes weak. I love devouring them at the peak of their courage." Ryan felt confused and wronged and said to herself, How is she still alive? I attacked her with all my strength." The demon laughed and answered, "This power won't even affect me." And suddenly she released several savage wolves from her body and said, "I really like the glimmer of despair in your eyes. You've finally abandoned your courage and decided to surrender." Ryan felt terror and replied, "I'll die if these beasts hit me." And with extreme speed she dodged the savage wolves' attacks and moved away from them, then shouted, "I'll get rid of you now," approached the demon again. But at that moment another savage wolf appeared and swallowed her spear before it could touch the demon. Ryan was shocked and screamed, "Impossible! My spear made of black metal broke like this." And immediately the demon brought out a large number of beasts and said to Ryan, "You should use all your power now. My pleasure is starting to fade." Ryan was at the peak of amazement and whispered, "I never imagined the difference between our powers would be this huge." The beasts rushed toward her, and she tried to attack but was forced to dodge them and quickly exit their vicinity, while the demon kept laughing and saying to her, "You must use all your power now. You'll be killed by my wolves, as if you never fought me at all." Ryan moved quickly upward and gathered lightning magic, summoned the lightning lightning spear in her hands and said, I must destroy this demon with just one strike. She's extremely powerful now, and if her power is completely freed from the seal, she'll become a danger to the whole world. She sent all the mana and magical energy into the lightning spear and said to herself, I'll lose all my energy after this strike, but I have no other choice. And she launched with a violent attack, exploding the ground and completely destroying the place with the power of the lightning spear. Ryan collapsed on the ground, exhausted by pain as she suffered from losing all her energy and magic, groaning, I haven't exhausted my power and magic like this in a long time. My body will suffer for a long time after using my secret technique, but I had no other solution. The demon must have been severely injured by this attack of mine. I need to make sure I've destroyed her before she recovers her full energy. But the surprise was the demon appearing before her, laughing mockingly and wondering, did you really think an attack like that would actually destroy me? Your attack was strong, and if I was really weak because of the seal as you imagine, I would have died now. But you're wrong. The seal broke a long time ago. It's just that I didn't move or attack you because I was recovering my strength and health, and now I'm at the peak of my power. After that, she summoned a huge number of demonic snakes and was about to attack. So Ryan said, this is impossible. This means she's been at full strength for a long time. The demon kept laughing and said, exactly. You never had any chance of beating me from the beginning. I was just giving you hope so I could destroy you at the peak of your despair. And she sent her snakes to attack Ryan and said, what do you think now? Do you still believe you can defeat me? Ryan's strength failed and she stammered with a broken voice. This is impossible. No one can defeat her. We never had any chance at all. The snakes attacked Ryan. She wasn't able to move. She mumbled in pain. I have no chance to escape or win. Everything that happened was my fault. My friends were killed, and my city will be destroyed because of me. I was foolish and deserved to die before them. The snakes surrounded her and were about to finish her off. Then Jaeon appeared at that moment, using dark magic to confront the snakes, which completely shocked Ryan. Where did this magic come from? And great surprise appeared on her face when she saw Jaeon directly in front of her. She asked him, stammering, what are you doing here? But she quickly lost consciousness. Jaeon kept watching her and muttering to himself. It seems she was severely shocked by what she faced. The power difference between them was enormous, so much that it destroyed the courage that was driving her to fight. And the demon was still laughing and asking Joan, I didn't expect you to show up here. I already told you I would destroy you if you came to my place. Joan smiled and asked her, should I call you by your demonic name, or by the name Lucina when you were human? The demon froze in place and looked at him with surprise. I never expected you to know my identity. Then she began gathering her magic while asking, do you know my other titles too? Are you stupid enough to come here when you realize my true power? And Joan smiled calmly and said to her, absolutely, I know all your titles. You are the enemy of humanity, and the fiercest creature that killed humans in their history, and the most famous number the world knows you by is your title, the Demonic Blood Witch. Lucina replied to him calmly and confidently, I know you're not stupid, and what you saw now should have been enough to warn you to run away from me, Jaeon said with a confident smile. And why would I run? She answered, because I'll kill you if you don't run from here, and the answer is clear. Jaeon laughed and replied to her, unfortunately, I don't intend to die today, especially at your hands. Lucina seemed surprised and asked him, what do you mean? What's the reason for your coming here in the first place? Joan said, simply, I came here to make you submit to me, and from now on you'll be my follower. Then he added, directing his words to her confidently, since the moment I arrived in this world, you've always been one of my main targets to turn you into one of my followers to achieve my goal. At first I was planning to add Ryan to my team, but I decided to give up on her because she hasn't matured yet, and she's supposed to be part of the hero's team. I don't want to affect his path because he'll be a help to me in the future. Lucina laughed loudly and said, are you saying now that you'll turn me into your follower? You must be a real fool. But I like entertaining enemies. I'll give you a chance to prove your ability to do this. She unleashed her power, releasing an army of demonic beasts, and directed them toward Jaeon, saying, show me your ability now, and face me with everything you have. Jaeon took out his storage stone and summoned the sacred seal spirit from it, threw it in front of her and activated it in the place, then began activating seal magic on Lucina. Lucina was surprised and asked him, what are you doing? Jaeon said firmly, I'm sealing you. I told you from the beginning that you'll be my follower. And in a moment both of them moved inside a magical world created by the sacred tablet. Joan said, this magical world was made with the magic in the sacred tablet, and the tablet's function is that it harms the spirit and beast that tries to serve it. Here, we'll be trapped in a magical world, and the stronger spirit will seal the weaker one. And the wizard who created this tablet is known for soul destruction magic. He continued while smiling cunningly, I was prepared for battle from the beginning. That's why I searched for the tablet first, then kept it in the storage stone I took from the spy. The sacred tablet has several parts, but I can't store them all, so I only use the main part. True, the magic will be weaker, but it will serve the purpose. Lucina laughed again and said, "Do you think that by doing this old trick you'll be able to seal me again with ancient magic? There's one problem with your plan," she added confidently. "I knew what you would do, and I've been watching you and your team since the moment you entered the forest. Do you think I allowed you to take the sacred tablet like that without purpose? I knew you would use it against me," she said coldly. "The answer is simple. It won't help you against me. Soul destruction magic isn't seal magic as you think, but rather an ancient art that consumes the stronger soul to destroy the weaker soul. That's why I tell you that you'll fail, because the seal spirit is much weaker than me." Then she continued saying, "Danir the bastard used many tricks to succeed in sealing me in my moment of weakness, but luck doesn't repeat twice. I spent centuries in the forest sealed, and strengthened my soul with demonic magic and huge sacrifices. It's impossible for you to win now." The magic around her grew stronger, and she asked Joan, "What do you think? Does he think he can defeat me despite the strength of my soul? I offered you a chance to escape, and wanted to have mercy on you, but you're a fool, and trapped yourself in magic that only one soul survives. This way, you'll lose your life," Gion said calmly. "I don't know myself which soul is stronger. We'll find out now. We won't lose anything." He continued, "I've always wondered, is the soul inside me really that of the strongest emperor in the world, or is it just Gion's soul carrying memories and part of the power? I'll test my theory now." He went on explaining, "Soul destruction magic compares two souls, then the stronger soul destroys the weaker one. If my original soul is still inside me, I'll lose this battle now." Lucina laughed loudly and asked, "Did you really come here to test your soul and power? You couldn't even defeat 7 of the strongest mercenaries together, so how do you think you'll beat me?" She continued threateningly, "I was thinking of leaving you alive because your power deserves life, but you provoked me, so I've decided your life has no value anymore." She said this, then unleashed her power in the next moment and began summoning a large number of demonic serpents. "Do you know how many souls I've stored in my body?" she asked Gion, then merged those serpents into a giant demonic snake, saying, "This is my special ability, Sangaria's Dream, which will absorb and destroy your soul." Lucina attacked Gion with the giant snake, laughing mockingly as she said, "It's over for you now. You'll become part of my power and my soul will crush you." But Gion unleashed dark magic in the blink of an eye and destroyed the snake in seconds, even cutting off Lucina's hand at the same moment. Lucina stood stunned, looking at her severed hand in disbelief, and said in shock, "What's happening? Why was my hand cut off? I'm sure you didn't use a special attack, so why did my ability vanish with my hand?" Gion answered her calmly, "The answer is simple. Snakes can't devour prey much larger than themselves. Because of my power and thanks to your soul and our entry into soul destruction magic, I can release a large part of my power without fear of my body breaking. That's why I can now use part of my old power. And when the Black Star's power is fully unleashed, there's no enemy that can face it." Lucina was healing herself while asking nervously, "What did you do?" He answered her, "I think you already know. You're weaker than me now." Lucina got angry and unleashed her magic, shouting, "How dare you end this like that? I'll finish you off now." Gion said coldly, "You talk too much. You're a waste of time." Then he attacked her with all his strength, throwing her into the wall until the spirit world shook and a crack appeared in the magic, while Lucina remained stunned. "What is this power? What's happening?" Gion moved quickly in front of her and said, "You know the truth, or you're dumber than I thought," she said while stunned. "This is impossible. No human is stronger than me." Gion didn't give her a chance, pounced on her quickly and destroyed her head, saying, "I came here to prove your theory wrong. Your power doesn't compare to mine. I'm the strongest." As soon as she was about to collapse, he asked her, "Will you surrender now? Resistance won't do any good." Lucina quickly regenerated her head and retreated far away, screaming and cursing at him. "How dare you? I'm the strongest demoness who terrorized humanity. I've been too lenient with you, but now you'll realize why humans feared me. I'll make you suffer and wish for death from me before I end your life." But Gion moved to her and attacked her with his prayer magic and finished her off again, saying, "You talk too much. I told you the power gap between us is so huge that you won't even be able to scratch me." Lucina continued regenerating her body with the power of demonic blood magic, but Gion kept finishing her off every time. And with each regeneration attempt, Lucina was more stunned and wondered, "What's happening? Why can't I escape from him? His power is overwhelming, and my body gets destroyed every time he touches me." She began to suffer and scream, "No, this is impossible. No human can do this to me. For the first time in my life as a demonic sorceress, I feel humiliation and shame. And worse, I'm starting to feel fear. Since when did my heart start beating with fear? I think it was the moment he stopped my strongest abilities and cut off my hand without me even seeing his attack. No, it was when he told me he came to test his power on me. I didn't understand his words then, and didn't suspect he wasn't an ordinary human. I thought I controlled him since he entered the forest, and allowed him to take the sacred tablet, thinking he wouldn't be able to use it against me. I imagined I would control him in the end, but I was wrong the whole time. He deceived me from the beginning, made me think he lost control when he was the one weaving the threads of his plan to control me. Lucina's looks became filled with terror as she whispered, "What will I do now? I never thought I might die even against the heroes themselves. Is it possible that the first time I feared death would be because of a human?" At that moment, Gion used the Black Star's ability on her and asked her, "Do you feel fear of death now? Have you finally started to understand your situation?" Lucina screamed, "Shut up, I'll never be afraid and won't die. No one like you can finish me off." But Gion ended it immediately and finished her off without mercy, and continued finishing her off every time she regenerated herself. He asked her mockingly, "Are you sure you're not afraid of death? If we hadn't entered the soul magic world, you would have run from me now, wouldn't you?" Lucina kept screaming, complaining, and asking him to stop, but Gion was laughing. "You're asking me to stop? Don't worry, I know there are many souls in your body mixed with your basic soul, so you won't die now." He continued his attack, burning her with the Black Star's power, and said, "Your special ability, Sangaria's Dream, allows you to drain the life and lifespan of those you kill, and use them for your power. That's why you have many souls inside you and don't die easily." Lucina was shocked. "How did you know about my special ability and about the souls? This is impossible," Gion said briefly. "Shut up." He continued tearing her apart every time she regenerated, and added, "There are many magical obedience contracts, but the strongest contract is one that directly seals and binds the soul. This is extremely rare, as no one can easily reach another person's soul. But because of our presence inside soul destruction magic, I can now easily imprint the obedience I want on your soul." He kept laughing loudly and saying, "I'll teach you obedience myself, and you'll know that I'm your master, and you'll serve me for what remains of your life." Gion said while smiling, "The Black Star's ability is to plant fear in any creature's soul, and I'll use this power to turn you into my servant." He kept laughing and added, addressing Lucina, "All you did was lose only a part of the souls you possess, and I haven't even reached a quarter of those souls. I'll keep finishing you off time after time until I reach half the souls. Then we'll talk together." Moments of violent fighting passed inside the soul destruction magic world, and when the battle finally ended, Gion emerged victorious from the magic, finding himself in the same place he entered from, saying while observing things around him, "It seems not much time has passed since I entered the spirit world. Ryan is still sleeping on the ground. I think I only stayed there for 5 minutes." He looked toward Lucina, who was still suffering from what he did to her in the spirit world. He said to himself, "I've planted the obedience contract directly on her soul. It's not the perfect contract I was hoping for, but it serves the purpose. I intended to establish obedience deeper in her soul, but the soul destruction magic couldn't withstand the Black Star's ability and broke quickly. What matters is that I managed to do it. If I hadn't intervened and defeated Lucina, she would have exploded her power as a demonic chaos sorceress and spread destruction in the world, causing many disasters for the kingdom and the hero. Now I'm changing the future again." Lucina finally woke up, watching Gion in amazement and muttering, "This is impossible. I've been defeated. For the first time in my life, I felt such fear before a human. And worse than that, he planted an obedience contract on my soul itself. Where did this bastard get such overwhelming power? I've never faced a human with this power before." Despite her bitterness, she began to laugh and told him, "I'm now obligated to obey you thanks to the contract. But I promise you the day will come when I'll lift this restraint from my soul and my full power will return, and then I'll finish you off in the worst possible way. I promise you that as the strongest demonic sorceress on Earth." Gion smiled, saying, "Well, if you can hurt me someday, I'll welcome any attempt from you when you're free from your contract." He added, "And by the way, from now on you'll call me." Lucina stopped and looked stunned and told him, "All right, I acknowledge that you're my master." Then she stood before him and said, "Since you're my master now, I have a question." Gion was surprised and told her, "What do you want? We need to leave here. I have many things to do." She answered, "Actually, I just wanted to let you know that I love killing. This is my nature and destiny. I can't go against it, even if I try. My menu includes all living and non-living creatures, and I prefer the strongest among them." Then she looked at him directly and asked, "Since you're my master now, how much will you allow me to kill? You have to provide me with victims to satisfy me." Gion laughed and said reassuringly, "Don't worry. As long as you're with me, you'll be provided with a number of victims you never imagined in your entire life." Days passed, and one day Baron Ryan came to Ryan, who had returned to her castle. He asked her with concern, "Will you continue like this for long?" Ryan didn't answer and was very angry, so he told her, "3 days have passed since we found you outside the Black Forest unconscious. We examined the forest and found traces of a huge battle, and didn't find any of your friends who entered the forest with you. Since you left there, you haven't spoken to anyone and refused to tell us about the demoness's fate or your team." Ryan left her and said, "Rest or eat something at least. Your health is important and you must recover it." Ryan remained sad, repeating to herself, "Everything that happened was because of me. I entered the forest with my friends despite my weakness and didn't assess the situation well, so they all died because of me. I can't believe that those I lived with my entire life ended this way because of my recklessness and desire to eliminate a power that far exceeded us." Then she spoke to herself with determination. "No, I won't let their sacrifice go in vain. I must become stronger and won't be defeated again, no matter who my opponent is." She added, "I'm sure the demonic blood sorceress is still alive. I felt a connection between us when she attacked me, and this connection still exists, which means she's still living. I promise her that I'll become stronger and I'll find her and avenge her for everything she did, because everything that happened was my fault." She suddenly wondered, "And what about Gion? I don't know anything about him since I left the forest. Is he still alive, or did the sorceress kill him before me? No. I saw his power myself, and I'm sure he's still alive. It's impossible for him to die at the hands of that demonic sorceress. I really hope to see him again, but I must first be much stronger so I won't be a burden on others." Meanwhile, we move to Elena, director of the Moon's Eye organization branch, who was receiving a report from her followers about the events in Rion province and what happened with Gion there. Elena asked her assistant, "Is this news true?" He answered her, "Yes. Our best spies watched the strange person who appeared recently and gathered this report." Elena listened, then said amazed, "According to the report, the Black Forest disappeared with the evil that inhabited it, and all the monsters were exterminated, and the forest is now completely natural. No one knows what happened there. Does this mean the demoness was killed and that's why the forest was purified and we controlled it?" The assistant replied, "The spies couldn't enter the forest behind Ryan's team, as they feared they wouldn't come out of it. But from the behavior of those who survived, it's believed the demoness was actually eliminated." Elena said slowly, "But if the demoness who inhabited the forest was the demonic blood sorceress, how could she be defeated so easily?" She interrupted herself and added, "The defeat of the demonic blood sorceress shouldn't be ignored, no matter what the reason. I must investigate the matter and know who defeated her and how he won against her. Did the royal family intervene themselves and send one of their children with special abilities? There's no other human who could face the demonic blood sorceress, even if the only explanation is the royal family's intervention." Elena said that her organization had been monitoring the royal family for a long time, especially the children, and discovered that each of these children possesses terrifying power that even surpasses human understanding, and they alone are capable of easily confronting the Blood Witch. She added that her biggest suspicion revolved around the person they had been watching, who entered the forest with the raiding group, and she asked him about that person's identity. He answered that according to what they knew, he was Prince Joan. After that, we moved to the Royal Army Sorcerer, commander of the 4th Division Bingham, who was talking with the head guard Frito, asking him if he would continue wasting his time this way, and that he needed to see Prince Joan immediately, and that he wouldn't leave until he met him. Frito asked him about the reason for his desire to meet the prince, reminding him that the princes were busy and didn't meet with ordinary people like him, and that it would be better to schedule an appointment and return at another time to meet the royal family. Here Bingham asked him if he was stupid, explaining that he came with direct orders from the royal family and needed Jaeon's signature on this paper immediately. Frito told him that Prince Joan had left on his trip about a week ago and wondered why he hadn't returned yet, pointing out that he couldn't stall with the royal family and their followers any longer, and wondered if something had happened to Prince Joan, especially since he was very strong and supposedly no one could hurt him, but he still felt worried. Bingham asked Frito again about the reason for his stalling, confirming to him that he had already told him that Jaeon must sign the papers to participate in the succession ceremony, and that this was his last chance or he would be permanently excluded from the succession. He asked him to deliver the papers to Jaeon immediately, or else he would return and inform the royal family that he had withdrawn from the ceremony. Frito asked him about the reason for this delegation's existence, confirming that it had never happened before that a prince would sign papers to participate, and that Jaeon had already told them he would participate in the ceremony like his other brothers, so why insist on the signature? Bingham continued laughing while saying he was sure Jaeon didn't want to participate, and added that he had been waiting to meet Jaeon for 3 days, and every day the guard would tell him that Jaeon was busy or sick, or give any other excuse to prevent him from meeting him. He was sure that Jaeon was in the palace, but he was deliberately avoiding him, or maybe had actually fled from the palace, as his other brothers were present in the main palace while he was the only one in the exile palace, because he was expelled from the main palace due to his weakness. He explained that if John tried to leave his palace, he should inform the royal family first, so either he was avoiding him or had actually fled, and he continued laughing, confirming that he would prove to the royal family that Jian was either avoiding his responsibilities or had left the palace without permission, and thus would provide a great service to the third prince and get a huge reward in return. Then he asked Frito to tell them Jaeon's location immediately for his own benefit. Frito told him that Jian was sick and therefore resting in his room and wouldn't be able to meet him, and that he was supposed to return tomorrow. But Bingham ignored him and rushed toward Jaeon's room, shouting at him to shut up, and that he had to meet him today, while Frito was warning him to act respectfully, because what he was doing was a major crime in the prince's palace. As for Bingham, he kept laughing, saying that Jian wouldn't be a prince after today, and therefore it wouldn't be a crime to enter his room then. Frito panicked and described the situation as a real mess, wondering where Jaeon was. Bingham stormed into the prince's room and apologized for entering without permission, but said he needed to meet him immediately, and was surprised when he found Jaeon sitting inside his room. Jian told him that what he did represented great disrespect for his position, and that he had made a grave mistake. Panic appeared on Bingham, and he wondered how Jian was here, as he thought he was either avoiding meeting him or outside the palace altogether. Jian said he had asked a question and hadn't received an answer. Bingham stammered and apologized for his mistake, confirming that he came to deliver necessary papers for his benefit. Then he stood watching him amazed while wondering to himself what was going on, trying to understand if the rumors he had heard about Jaeon were wrong, or if the prince had actually changed, as he now saw him with an imposing gaze and strong aura and power, and could be compared to his terrifying brothers. Then Jian asked him for the papers. Bingham was shocked and asked him, "What papers?" Jian answered, "The papers you tore up and want me to sign." Bingham was surprised and said to him, "That's right." Then he went to hand him the paper, apologizing for wasting his time, and explained to him that the signature was necessary. Jian actually signed the papers, then said to Bingham warningly, "I've warned you and whoever sent you to me that I don't like rudeness in dealing with me, and this will be the last warning for you, otherwise you'll face the consequences." After that, Frito asked Joan, "Where were you? I was dying of worry about you. The royal palace was looking for you all last week just to sign these papers." Jaeon answered while smiling, "I was indeed late, and I was going to miss the succession ceremony, but that's not important." Then he wondered to himself if Lucina had completed the orders he had given her in the capital, and confirmed to himself that she was supposed to return before the ceremony began. Then Jian asked Frito, "Did you prepare what I asked you for before I left on my trip?" Frito said, "If you mean the ghoul's heart that you received as a gift from Princess Evelyn, it's already been prepared the way you requested." Jaeon answered, "Now is the right time to absorb the power of the ghoul's heart. I had to wait for a while because the process I explained to them was difficult, but the wait was worth it. With absorbing the heart, I'll greatly increase this weak body's strength, as well as my mana energy. This way I'll be able to reach 2 levels of Black Star power before the succession ceremony. This is very important for executing my plan easily." Meanwhile, we moved to the headquarters of the assassins who had been attacking Joan in his palace, and the leader of the assassins was talking to his group, saying that the person who hired them to assassinate Jaeon was very angry about their failure, especially after they failed twice in a row to eliminate him, and this was natural because he paid a lot of money hoping for their success. His assistant said, "According to the account of one of the assassins who managed to escape from Jaeon's palace, there's a very strong person protecting Jaeon from any attacks." The assassin who heard the conversation was puzzled and said, "Why would anyone sacrifice to protect an outcast from his family? Even his family abandoned him, so what's the benefit of defending him?" The leader replied, "I don't know and I don't care about that. We have a mission to complete. We need to find a solution to deal with that mysterious protector. Prepare yourselves. We'll attack tonight. If we don't accomplish the mission, we won't get our dues and will become hunted." They replied, "All right, we'll prepare all our followers and head toward Joan's palace in 2 hours. We'll use all our power this time." The leader said, "Get ready now. Everything you need is available, and we'll attack immediately after finishing preparations." One of his followers asked, "I heard that Jian will participate in the coronation ceremony. Doesn't that mean the royal palace will protect him?" The leader answered confidently, "Don't worry. The person who hired us will provide us with help as usual, and will open a direct path to Jian for us, without interference from the royal guard." Another follower asked, "Who is this person who hired us? If he's this powerful, why didn't he accomplish the mission himself?" The leader attacked this follower with his dagger and killed him, screaming, "Shut up! You're not one of us to ask that question." Here, Lucina appeared, who had taken control of the killed assassin, and kept laughing and said to the leader, "You're really smart. You quickly understood that your assistant had fallen under someone else's control. This is expected from an old assassin like you. You have very strong observations." She started watching the corpse, then said, "But there's a problem. This assassin was my meal tonight, and I hate for anyone to share my meal with me. So, I'll feed on all of you." The rest of the assassins surrounded her and asked her, "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" She answered them provocatively, "And why do you want to know that? Anyway, you'll die soon." The assassins attacked her, saying she was too arrogant, but that didn't matter as long as they would eliminate her now. Lucina kept laughing, saying, "I never thought my master would provide my first meal this quickly. I was very hungry, and you bastards are strong and suitable to be my dinner tonight." One of the assassins tried to hit Lucina, saying, "I'll eliminate you now." But Lucina's special snake appeared, and another assassin pounced on her quickly and jumped over the snake, trying to attack her while saying, "I'll avenge what you did to my friend." Lucina said to him, "If you're sad about him, don't worry, you'll join him right away." Then she attacked him with the blood blade and eliminated him and said, "This way you two are reunited again with one purpose, increasing my power." At that moment, two assassins attacked her using stealth power and managed to hit her and pin her in place and said, "We finally caught you." The leader of the assassins advanced and attacked her forcefully, screaming, "It's time for you to die. I'm a monster and I won't show you any mercy," and managed to cut off her head. All his followers gathered around Lucina's head and said, "What is this rose? Where did it come from?" The leader said confidently, "I don't care who she is or who sent her. I just want to know who sent her to us." He asked his followers to execute the mission first and then investigate the girl's matter. But Lucina's head started talking, saying, "What monster are you talking about?" The assassins were surprised and said, "What's happening here?" Lucina began regenerating her body again and didn't stop laughing while asking them mockingly. The assassins felt wronged, and one of them shouted, "This is impossible." Lucina continued regenerating herself completely in moments, and released through her ability a large number of snakes, and turned toward them, saying, "You only cost me one soul out of thousands of souls I possess, and you must compensate for that by being my meals now." The assassins retreated away from her as terror took control of them, and some wondered what was happening, while the leader of the assassins asked them in a trembling voice, "Who are you? You're not human, and your power surpasses even the power of monsters." At that moment, Lucina attacked them mercilessly and began devouring them while laughing, thanking them for her meal. "I was very hungry, and my master provided this feast for me on my first mission, and now I'll head directly to join him at the succession ceremony." Then we learn the details of the succession ceremonies, which are held as a test for members of the royal family when they reach legal age, from which crown princes are chosen as candidates to inherit the throne. Naturally, not all children are required to participate, as the strong ones among them are nominated by the emperor himself without needing to take the exam. It's not only the official members of the royal family who have the right to enter the ceremonies, but also children of branch families and the emperor's children from concubines. Although children of branch families and concubines cannot become crown princes even if they pass the test, their participation aims to prove their strength and gives them a chance to enter the main royal palace, which is usually forbidden to them, and this opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. At that moment, the scene shifts to the palace where the succession ceremonies will be held. There, two children from branch families are talking together, a girl speaking to her relative or brother saying, "I didn't expect you would participate in the ceremonies." We learn that the boy's name is Vile Eunice, so he replies, "And I also didn't expect to see you participating here, Lynat." Lynat tells him, "I'm someone who likes to take advantage of opportunities, so I have no choice but to participate," and it becomes clear to us that her full name is Lynat Eunice. Lynat says, "I couldn't believe that the coronation ceremonies would be held this year. I thought they would cancel them." Vile said, "They could have been cancelled, but because of the exiled prince's participation, they decided to hold them." Lynat laughed and said, "I never expected that the worst prince in the history of the Agnes family, who brings shame to his house, would participate in the ceremonies." Vile said, "If the rumors about his failure are true, then what makes him participate in the first place? I really don't understand anything." Lynat told him, "By participating like this, it's as if he's sentencing himself to death almost. I think either he was forced to participate or someone pressured him so they could get rid of him." She added, "The emperor must possess special qualities beyond other people. to be extremely intelligent, distinguish truth from lies, have a strategy for the kingdom to flourish, and of course overwhelming power over allies and enemies. King Agnes I established the succession test so that only those who deserve it would compete for the throne. I heard that no prince died during coronation ceremonies because the royal family usually intervenes and protects them, but I think Jaeon will be their first victim, and this is very suitable for us to gain fame at his expense. Vile said, he now lives like a mouse, even though everyone knows him. Lynette said mockingly, he's very late. It's clear he won't participate. This will be the first succession ceremony without any legitimate prince present. The rest of the participants were laughing, saying they would finally get fame without a prince stealing it from them, while the exam supervisor told everyone, get ready, we'll start right away in Prince Joan's absence. But at that moment, Jaeon entered and said, I'm here to participate. Everyone was surprised and asked, who is this? Lynette watched him and said, this is impossible. He's completely different from the rumors I heard about him. I won't believe any rumor after today. This man isn't weak, but extremely dangerous. Jaeon apologized to the supervisor for being late and asked him to start immediately, so the latter said amazed, since Prince Joan has arrived, I'll explain the test to you and we'll start right away. This year's succession ceremony test will be held in the Palace of Qualifications. Jaeon looked around and said to himself, I'm really late. They were going to exclude me from the ceremonies, and thus my entire plan would have collapsed. To be able to reach 2 stars with the Black Star's power, I had to strengthen my body greatly, as a weak body cannot withstand the Black Star's overwhelming mana power. So I absorbed the Ghoul Heart power that my sister Evelyn gave me as a gift. As soon as his physical strength increased after absorbing the Ghoul Heart, he was easily able to upgrade the Black Star to 2 stars. After that, Jaeon began contemplating what kind of test awaited him, and mentioned that the novel he read actually begins after Jaeon's death, at the hands of the assassins who attacked him in his palace, and for this reason the royal family cancelled the succession ceremonies for a period of time. Jaeon watched all the participants in the test, and he was able to read their emotions, finding that most of them either doubted him or mocked him, while some pitied him thinking he would die in this test, and that there wasn't a single person who believed in his strength. He told himself he expected this from them, because they all knew the rumors of the weakest imprisoned prince, and he intended to prove them all wrong, though some of them had already seen a moment of his true strength. While Supervisor Henry was speaking to everyone at that moment, he explained to them that their test was very simple. The palace consists of several floors, and only the first 3 to reach the top floor would succeed in the succession ceremonies. He explained that there were supervisors on each floor monitoring and ensuring participants' safety if needed. He asked them to start immediately, and wished them luck, emphasizing caution in this challenge because it wouldn't be easy for most of them, then left telling them to choose the gate leading to the upper floors carefully, pointing out that luck was also an important element. Each floor differed according to the person who entered it. Jaeon noticed this, and said to himself that he was confident the supervisor would never explain the details of the test's nature, and he also expected that there were plans being made behind the scenes. We then move to Henry, as he climbs to the floor he will supervise, where he was puzzled by the radical change in Jaeon. He had met him a month ago, and he was a completely different person, weak and scared to the point that he wouldn't look anyone in the eyes, but kept his head down to the ground even in front of guards, and during training, he would fall to the ground just from someone touching him or showing intent to fight. He had no sword fighting ability or any magical ability befitting members of the royal family. Henry kept repeating to himself that he couldn't believe he had changed with such strength in a short period, as he now radiated an overwhelming and powerful aura, and his body had improved greatly, and was no longer weak as he used to be. He wondered about the secret of this sudden transformation, and whether his power appeared late or if something else was happening. But he confirmed that all of this wasn't important, as the entire succession was just a trap to execute Jaeon by order of the royal family itself, and there were many princes and followers who wanted his death because his existence was a disgrace to them, even though his weakness posed no danger. Thus, everyone decided that Joan would die during these ceremonies, no matter how strong he became, and even if he expected the test format, he wouldn't be able to overcome it. And he explained that many participants from branch families would also be killed, so that no one would suspect what really happened, as these were the orders everyone received. The scene returned to John, watching all the participants rushing toward the gates to ascend to the upper floors, while repeating that they must hurry, because only the first 3 would succeed, and there were 3 gates with only 1 winner per gate. Lynette ran toward the gates with them, determined determined to win, but she suddenly stopped watching Jaeon with amazement as he hadn't moved from his place, so she asked herself about the reason for his not moving. Then Vile called her and asked about the reason for her stopping, confirming he would enter and beat her if she didn't move immediately, and insisting he would be among the winners, then ran and entered the gate in front of him, so Linat caught up with him quickly, saying she would enter with him, and had no choice but to win too. Meanwhile, Jaeon waited until the others chose their gates, and when the hall was empty, he chose one of the doors and entered, saying to himself that rushing in tests like these was often a mistake, even if you were confident in your strength. Jaeon advanced in the place, contemplating the possible tests prepared by the organizers, wondering about their purpose in testing the new emperor's qualities and strength, and feeling there was something in the matter he hadn't understood yet. He reached a strange door, and as soon as he crossed it, the door closed behind him. At that moment, he sensed the surrounding place and heard a sound like flowing water, but it wasn't running water, but rather strange noise. He examined the ground to be shocked by the presence of a huge number of flesh-eating insects heading toward him to attack him. Jaeon kept wondering what was happening, and said to himself, "This isn't a test. Any normal person would die as soon as these insects touch him." Then he wondered if they had changed the exam for the rest of the participants, or if they had invented a way for them to get past the insects. And he confirmed to himself that he was capable of getting past the insects easily, using his intelligence and movements. But he didn't intend to do so by ordinary methods, especially since he now possessed 2 powers of the Black Star, and needed to test his new strength and show it off to everyone. At that moment, he began using his special Black Star ability, and said, "Possessing 1 star made me a strong person, but now possessing 2 stars represents a huge difference in power." He immediately used his ability, Sea of Darkness, covering the entire ground with his darkness, and destroying the insects that attacked him. He added, "The presence of my darkness cancels any other existence, and I am the only one who doesn't perish within it." He kept advancing until he reached the other end of the hall. He wondered aloud if the supervisors were watching him, and confirmed confidently that they were now in great confusion and didn't understand what was happening. He told himself he could imagine their situation now. They were certainly trying to inform the royal palace to clarify what kind of power he was using, but they would never understand the truth, no matter how hard they tried. Jaeon continued his advance until he reached the next floor, and was surprised that the second test was a huge maze, and initially thought the matter was easy, and he would enter through the maze door and start immediately, but suddenly he noticed someone approaching him quickly. Jaeon immediately knew that the test wasn't just a maze only. That person attacked him, and Jaeon dodged his attack quickly and expertly, then watched him to realize he was a Death Knight. He was amazed. Since when does the royal family use zombies in succession ceremonies? Either they've lost their minds, or they don't want anyone to succeed this year. The knight attacked him quickly, trying to hit him, and Jaeon was dodging the strikes with agility, then used his special ability, Darkness Vision, to be able to see the zombie's heart and energy source, and said while focusing, "I finally found it." The zombie's body moved in front of Jaeon suddenly, so Jaeon stopped the knight's movement with his ability and darkness magic, then attacked him and destroyed his body completely, saying, "You're strong, but you're no match for me." But it didn't end there. A large number of shadow knights appeared before him, preparing to attack him. Jaeon laughed and said, "I was sure there was something wrong here." He released more shadow magic, and told them, "If you want to catch me this badly, you shouldn't reveal your intentions with such naivety." And he confirmed they were stupid because they revealed all their cards one after another. Jaeon kept watching them destroy everything around them, thinking that his brothers were indeed planning something against him, and that's why Evelyn told him not to participate. But he never expected they would execute an assassination plan like this, as the matter was just betrayal against a royal prince. The Death Knights began surrounding Jaeon from all sides, preparing to attack, and Jaeon thought, "My brothers are trying to reduce the number of candidates for the throne as much as possible, and I'm the only one who can compete in the succession war in these ceremonies. So they're looking for a quick opportunity to get rid of me. They used insects, then Death Knights, so no witness would remain to my death." He continued while laughing. "It's a reckless and clever plan at the same time, but the only mistake is they think I'm weak to this degree." He unleashed his power and said, "I'll deal with you now after succeeding in the test. I'll play your game at first, but in the end, you'll bear all the consequences." The Death Knights advanced cautiously, surrounding him, and quickly began their fierce attack. Jaeon released his power and called them to attack, saying, "Come all of you, you won't take more than minutes from me." And the Death Knights rushed at him with all their strength. One of them tried to strike him with a sword, but Jaeon skillfully dodged the attack using shadow energy, and said to himself, "The power of these knights exceeds even ordinary Death Knights." The bastards prepared with all the dirty tricks, but this doesn't matter to me. In another part of the maze, Lynette was running away and being attacked by a death knight chasing her. She was terrified and wondering, I've studied all the previous succession ceremonies, but I've never heard of a test like this. As soon as we entered, we faced tens of thousands of flesh-eating insects that posed a terrifying danger, especially with a royal prince among us. If I hadn't used my special ability and hidden in the wall, those insects would have killed me like the other participants. They didn't even leave the bodies. They devoured everyone immediately. She added, after I got through the second door, I immediately found myself face to face with an extremely powerful Death Knight, even though summoning Death Knights is forbidden here in the first place. So how are they using it in the exam? Lynette kept running from the Death Knight while panting. I need to get out of here, then file an official complaint with the royal family. This isn't a normal test. Having a Death Knight here is a crime to begin with. At that moment, the Death Knight attacked her using its powerful aura, but she managed to dodge its attacks at the last moment before it could hit her. She remained terrified, wondering, what's happening? These knights aren't normal. They're even stronger than those used in wars. This isn't a test but a massacre. She continued running while muttering to herself, the royal family needs to take responsibility. This way they're killing the children of participating families, and even their own son, Prince John, and this is a great shame on them. While she was running, she finally reached the end of the maze, and suddenly a huge wall appeared, separating her from the Death Knight. She stood amazed and said, I escaped from him at the last moment. I couldn't have run any further than this. Suddenly, she was surprised to find Jion beside her, fighting a large number of Death Knights. She was stunned and wondered what was happening and why there were so many knights around Prince Jion. She said to herself, I barely escaped from just one knight by luck, so how will he face all of these alone? At that moment, one of the Death Knights attacked Jion, but he managed to dodge the attack quickly. Lynette was amazed and said, how does he handle this speed? All the Death Knights rushed toward Jion to attack him with their full strength, but he was able to dodge all their attacks easily thanks to dark magic, which amazed Lynette more and more. She said, he's not just dealing with their attacks, but he's controlling the battle and winning too. She watched him in amazement while muttering, his movements aren't the movements of someone terrified, but he's playing with them as if he's dancing. I've never seen such movements in my life. What's happening here? She remembered the rumors she had heard. I heard that the royal family treats John like a worthless animal. So why is he this strong? How did his power increase this quickly? It's impossible to learn all this in just a few months. It seems he was hiding his strength from everyone, even from his family. Is this a plan to seize the throne? Or does he have a much more dangerous goal that makes him deceive his entire family and make them despise him and conspire to assassinate him? How does he have this audacity and courage to hide such overwhelming power and allow them to treat him with such contempt for the sake of his plan? We returned to Jion, who continued fighting the Death Knights and said to himself, simple attacks don't work against enemies like these. I need to use my magic, as they have strong physical enhancement. He started using Dark Storm, attacking the remaining knights and hitting them. Then he watched the effect of the storm, saying, Dark Storm is a curse strike, and now I've removed their physical enhancement and magical defense, so I can eliminate them easily. After that, he enhanced his body with magic, and pounced on one of the knights with his hand, quickly killing him and saying, this is the fastest way to deal with them. At that moment, one of the other knights tried to attack John with his sword, but John noticed the attack and easily dodged it, then moved away, and used dark magic to attack the knight and destroy him. He said to himself, it's been a long time since I trained against real monsters, and this is suitable training to improve my physical strength. But unfortunately, I don't have enough time. Then he attacked the knight with dark magic and completely destroyed him, adding, they're strong, but they're no match for my power. Another Death Knight suddenly appeared behind Joan trying to attack him, so Joan said, it seems they haven't learned their lesson. Attacking from blind spots doesn't work on me. He used his magic again and completely destroyed him, saying, no matter how powerful zombies are, their intelligence rate is very low, and that's why they're easily defeated. Then he added, there's only one monster left, and it's obvious he'll use the same stupid strategy. Indeed, a new Death Knight appeared and tried to attack Jion from behind. Lynette was terrified and called out to him, watch out, he'll hit you if you don't pay attention. But Jion responded with dark magic and killed him before he could get close, then muttered, my brothers should have planned to assassinate me with something stronger than this, or they'll definitely fail. Lynette watched what happened from behind the wall with great fear, and quickly hid away. As for Jion, he said, the participants this year are unlucky. They participated in a massacre, not a test, but I will avenge them. He left Lynette and departed from the place, continuing to himself, I won't avenge them out of sympathy for them, but because these bastards increased the difficulty of the exam and affected the honor of the succession ceremony that I created, and I will punish them for that. John began observing his surroundings and sensed the power of other people in the place, then muttered, it's time to move. Meanwhile, the test supervisors were watching the events in shock. Henry couldn't believe what he was seeing, muttering, "What's happening here? I never knew that Gion Agnes possessed this amount of terrifying power. All I knew about him was that he was just a weak failure. Is it possible that the king's blood suddenly awakened in him days before the test? But this is impossible!" His way of fighting with Death Knights shows that he's used to facing them. Now whoever assigned me the task will blame me for everything that happened. Henry hurried to ask everyone, "Where is Jaeon? We need to locate him in the palace quickly so we can get rid of him." But no one answered him, so he got angry and asked his assistant Cardo, "You fool! Where exactly is Jaeon's location?" Suddenly Jaeon himself appeared, directing his words to Henry's assistant's head, saying sarcastically, "I don't think your assistant will be able to give you an answer now." Henry's face turned pale with terror from the scene. The scene shifts to the third Prince Enoch talking with his assistant to inquire, "Is what they say about the disappearance of our Night Assassins organization true?" The assistant answered, "Yes, they disappeared without leaving any trace. We searched everywhere, and didn't even find their bodies, just traces of a big battle but not a single drop of blood." Enoch said, "If there was no blood, this means a sorcerer from the Blood Tower attacked them. There's no other explanation." His assistant said, "So far no one has identified the perpetrator, but we're searching for whoever carried out the attack and will reach him soon." Enoch sighed, "I didn't expect to lose an important card like the Night Assassins. They were responsible for all our dirty operations until now. Things started getting out of control since our attempt to get rid of Joan. If Jeon succeeds in the succession ceremony, it will be a big crisis, because his mother will strongly support him to become the next emperor. Is it possible that he's this lucky, or was he hiding his power from the beginning and playing with all of us? Now I hate him not because he's a disgrace or weak as I used to, but because I don't understand him and he's a danger to all of us." Then he said to his assistant, "Use all our connections with the test supervisors. You must make sure that John won't come out of this test alive, even if it requires killing him with our own hands here." We return to the present. Jaeon storms the supervisor's secret room, and everyone stood amazed, wondering, how did he appear here? This is a secret room? Henry asked them, "What are you doing? Attack him quickly. We mustn't allow him to stay alive." Henry was terrified, muttering to himself, "I don't understand how he discovered the secret room, but now we need to get rid of him before anyone witnesses anything. I'll summon the third prince's power to save us." But Jaeon didn't give them time, attacking one of the supervisors next to Henry with dark magic and killing him instantly, then grabbed another and said to him, "You have now declared your crime, attempting to assassinate a royal prince and manipulating the succession ceremony, and both crimes are punishable by death." Then he grabbed him harshly and killed him. He turned to Henry saying, "You chose the worst person to play with. You will die now without mercy, because I don't have any to begin with." The supervisors were struck with terror, and everyone wondered, where did he get all this power from? One of the supervisors rushed to attack Jaeon, asking his colleagues to focus on him because he was a great danger. Jaeon easily dodged the attack and said to him, "You should have surrendered and blamed Henry for everything. That's better than dying like this." The supervisor was amazed at how Jaeon escaped his attack, so Jaeon continued his attack with dark magic on him and killed him immediately, muttering, "Their stupidity is deadly for them, unfortunately." Then he turned to the others saying, "You will die whether you resist or surrender yourselves, because I don't spare my enemies, but you have a choice." One of the supervisors tried to attack Jaeon with his magic, attempting to hit him, so Jaeon dodged his attack quickly and said, "He seems eager to die first. I won't mind your choice. A quick death is better for you." The sorcerer froze in place from the shock and asked himself, how did he predict the path of fire magic? He tried to retreat and create a barrier of fire around himself, threatening that just touching the flames would turn Jaeon's body to ash. But Jaeon penetrated the sorcerer's fire with his darkness and moved directly in front of him and said, "Do you think such trivial fire can stop my darkness?" Then he killed him immediately. Henry watched all of this in disbelief, saying, "Impossible. I thought he showed all his power only against the Dark Knights, but he was hiding most of it." Jaeon pounced on the rest of the supervisors, one after another, while they begged him for mercy, but he showed them no compassion and killed them in front of Henry. Henry completely broke down from terror and screamed, "Impossible. We can't even touch this creature. He's not human like us. He's a monster." Jaeon said to them, "I know you were carrying out orders from one of my brothers to assassinate me, but you were stupid. You should have feared me rather than fearing his brothers, because I am the real terror in this world." Henry trembled and fell to the ground, pleading, "Please, I understand my mistake. I'll tell you everything about the prince who ordered us to assassinate you." Jaeon smiled coldly and said, "I don't need your information." Henry was shocked and screamed, "Why?" So Jaeon pounced on him and killed him with his darkness while saying, "I already know who attacked me. No need to hear from you." Jaeon examined the place after killing everyone, and when he noticed that one of the supervisors was still pretending to be dead, he said to him coldly, "How long will you pretend to be dead? I don't have time to play with you." The supervisor was surprised by this. then suddenly transformed into a demonic and huge monster, and said to Jeon, "I'm really amazed that you managed to uncover my identity. I've lived in this castle, and no one could detect me, not even the strongest princes. It seems you truly hid your power from everyone." Jeon said he felt demonic energy from this supervisor when he destroyed his heart, and knew then that he was a disguised monster, and also realized that this demon was stronger than the last monster he fought. The demonic demon started laughing and asked Jeon, "Aren't you surprised by the appearance of a disguised demon in the royal palace? It seems you were aware that we infiltrated the place." And he added that he was planning to escape quietly, but changed his mind, so he decided to ask him many questions. Jeon released his power and said, "You're wrong. No one makes decisions in my presence. As long as I'm here, the decision is always mine alone. You'll understand this well now." At that moment, we shift to Lynette as she searches for Jeon in the place, wondering, where did he disappear? He left at the same moment I ran away from him. I must find Jeon. He's the only one capable of saving me from this terrifying test. Why did he disappear after killing the Death Knights? Why didn't he talk to me? I'm sure he saw me. Suddenly, someone appears in the place and Lynette is terrified, so she attacks him quickly, but he dodges her attack smoothly, and it becomes clear that it's Vale. Vale said to her, "You shouldn't attack anyone you meet like this, especially if you're not sure they're an enemy." Lynette was surprised and said, "I thought you died during the test." He answered her, "And I also thought you lost your life on the first floor." Then he asked her if she had seen Jeon anywhere, so she told him she was sure he was still alive, and that this test was strange and terrifying, and that their rescue was linked only to Jeon. Vale said, "What do you mean? Have you finally lost your mind? It's impossible for Jeon to be the strongest." Lynette insisted, "Jeon is the strongest person I've seen in my life, and we must find him to help us." Vale wondered in amazement if she really meant what she was saying. We returned to Jeon, who had defeated the demon and injured him easily. The demon asked him loudly, "How could you touch me like this? We are above you, worthless, valueless humans." Jeon watched him and said to himself, "This monster is stronger than the one I killed in my palace, but it's much weaker than the medium-strength monster mentioned in the novel. Also, its regeneration ability is very weak compared to Lucina, although the comparison isn't fair." He thought he was planning to prolong the fight a little to learn more about their abilities, but decided to hurry the end because the guards were about to reach the place, and he didn't want to reveal details about his power now. The monster noticed this, so he gathered all his strength and said, "You fool, giving me a chance to recover my strength," and rushed to attack Jeon violently, screaming, "You should never be careless before a demon." But Jeon watched him coldly and said, "Do you really think you pose a threat to me?" The monster reached its peak and said, "You will see now, and I will destroy even your corpse." He pounced on the place and destroyed the ground with huge force, then asked for Jeon's opinion, expecting to have injured him, but he was shocked when he discovered that Jeon had completely avoided his attack, and all that hit was just the ground. So Jeon appeared behind him and said, "I told you before, the power difference between us is huge. You're stupid as usual." Then he attacked the demon with dark magic and hit him directly, and said he would kill him now, then search for the rest of the demons disguised in the palace, because they were definitely present. The demon began groaning and writhing on the ground, cursed Jeon, and said, "This is why I hate your family. You are a cursed family. Your cursed power prevented us from invading your kingdom all this time. I just wanted to make sure your power won't prevent us from invading you forever. We are preparing a plan to eliminate you soon." Jeon replied, "I know everything about your plan and your method of attacking the kingdom, and if it weren't for a new variable, your attack would have succeeded, and that variable is me. I am the one who will eliminate you all." Then he destroyed the demon's mana crystal so it couldn't communicate with other demons or regenerate again, and added, "This way I've finished my mission here, and it's time to leave the palace." At this moment, Vale arrived with Lynette at the place, so Vale stood amazed at the scene and asked Jeon, "What's happening here? How does a demonic monster appear in the royal palace? This is impossible." Jeon looked at Vale and Lynette and said to them dismissively, "Is this how you talk to a prince? Besides, I didn't allow you to enter in the first place." Both were terrified and quickly bowed before him, apologizing. Vale said in panic, "You've made a massacre here. You killed all the supervisors along with that demonic monster. What kind of power do you possess to be able to do all this?" Jeon ignored them for a moment, then turned to Lynette saying, "I announce that you are number 2 inches the test." Then he looked at Vale and said, "And you are number 3 inches this test." He left them and went on his way, congratulating them on their success in the royal succession ceremony, assuring them that they were strong and deserved the positions they obtained. Each of them was terrified, but they thanked him nervously. Jeon suddenly stopped and said in a warning tone, "By the way, there's something you need to know. Everything that happened here regarding the supervisors and the demonic monster, and eliminating them remains a secret between us. I expect you both to keep it, and that's for your own good." They replied in fear, "Absolutely. We won't tell anyone, and we didn't know anything. We actually came after all the events ended." Jian left the place heading toward the main royal palace, and while walking he said to himself, "My old clothes were more comfortable anyway, but Fredo insisted I wear formal clothes." He was very happy and said he would be reassured now and could rest. Jian knew that the royal family had heard about the manipulation in the succession ceremony and started a huge investigation about it, to the extent that they ignored the matter of the demon that appeared in the palace, as the betrayal had a greater impact on them. He took out the magical protection bracelet and contemplated it a little and said, "This bracelet is a gift from Priscilla. She said our engagement hasn't been officially broken yet, so she had to give the fiancé a gift on the occasion of his success in the succession ceremony." He was puzzled by her behavior and asked her about the reason, so she replied that she knew she was annoying, but if this was an attempt to stay in the palace, he wouldn't allow her. He confirmed that she was indeed annoying and was no longer engaged to him. Jian muttered, "Speaking of annoying people, there's someone more annoying who's been following me these days." Evelyn appeared before him and he asked her in surprise, "What are you doing here? I can enter the palace by myself." She smiled, asking, "Did you see the real succession ceremony yourself? Did you witness what happened to the supervisors or the demon?" Jian claimed innocence and said, "When I reached the end of the test, I found the supervisors and the demon already dead. I think the demon was disguised among the supervisors, and they killed each other." Evelyn said, "I felt the energy of a powerful demon calling for help in the qualifications palace during the succession ceremony. Then I saw the same energy in the palace after the assassination attempt on you." Jian pretended ignorance. "I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're mistaken." She smiled and said, "Anyway, I warn you about the White Star Palace where you'll live with us. It's a real hell. In it are brothers who only care about power and authority, and are ready to do anything for the throne. Are you ready to live in such a place? I may be strong, but staying there is dangerous for me, and I'm worried about you. You really changed a lot and became stronger than before. You're no longer the Jian who always waited for my help, but I can't risk my life just for a trivial throne." Jian laughed and answered her reassuringly, "Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt me. Even if everyone gangs up against me, I'll devour them all, and anyone who blocks my path will be crushed." Evelyn was amazed by his words. The two arrived at the royal palace, so Evelyn said, "I'm not allowed to enter the main royal palace now. I'll leave you to meet our father alone, and I'll wait for you when you return to the subsidiary palace. Take good care of yourself. If you need me, contact me anytime, and I'll help you with all my strength." She left him and went. Joan watched her while thinking, "Despite all this power my sister possesses, she's still very kind to me." At that moment, a knight named Ronier arrives to welcome him, saying, "I'll be your guide in the White Star Palace." Joan entered with him, examining the palace and remembering the shape of his original palace. "This palace hasn't changed from the palace I built. They only changed the colors. Other than that, it's exactly the same. I wonder, are the secret places I made still there? Or did the novel only care about the known design and ignore the secrets?" At that moment, Ronier arrived with Jaeon at the king's room. Ronier stopped in front of the king's room door and said to Joan, "I'm not allowed to go beyond this point. You can continue alone." Joan thanked him for accompanying him on the way. Then the guards at the door welcomed him and told him the king was waiting for him inside to meet him. Joan entered his father's room and found him extremely sick, so he was amazed as he watched the condition of Emperor Ardis Agnes, the last of the kings before the kingdom's fall. He noticed that his appearance was extremely weak compared to all the frightening titles he gave himself, and he even seemed certain that his father wouldn't last 2 months before dying from the disease. The king woke up from his sleep, looked at Jian, and asked in amazement, "Who are you? You're not my son, Jian." At that moment, we shift to Oshina, who had arrived at the gates of the royal palaces in the capital. She began contemplating the place and telling herself that she had never imagined she would enter a royal palace someday, especially in this kingdom. As she tried to enter, she thought, "Jian was honest when he said he was a prince. I didn't think he looked like a prince, but there's no doubt he's a scary person. Anyway, as long as he fulfills my desire to kill, I'll serve him." The guard stopped her at the gate and asked her to show her identification and introduce herself and the reason for her visit. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow her to enter the royal areas, as these areas were forbidden to commoners. Oshina said, "I don't have identification with me right now, and I can't prove the reason for my visit. I'm here by invitation from a certain person." The guard replied, "If you don't have an invitation or proof of identity, we can't allow you in. This area is restricted to the public." Oshina got angry and said, "You can't stop me. My master asked me to come quickly, and if I don't arrive, he'll punish me." The guard said, "Who is your master? If you serve a prince or one of the palace followers, give me his name and I'll contact him immediately." Oshina said, "Unfortunately, I forgot his name, but he looks thin, his body is very weak, and his eyes are scary like a beast's eyes before it eats its prey." She began imitating Jian's way of speaking in front of people, saying, "You'll definitely recognize him this way. He's the only one who talks like this." The guard looked at her in confusion and said, "This girl is crazy." He and the second guard kicked her out, saying, "We can't let a crazy girl enter the palace. When your master calls personally, we'll let you in." Oshina got angry and said, "I tried to solve this peacefully, but since you're going to delay me and cause me problems with my master, then I'll eliminate you. You brought this on yourselves." We returned to the king with Jion, and the king was looking at him and wondering, "Who are you? You're not my son. I'm sure there's a big difference." Jion laughed and said, "Truly a king, even while dying, he still has the power of observation and intelligence." He realized immediately that I'm not the same person. The king said, "Even though you're in my son's body, I know the authority and power that each member of this family is born with. This authority never changes, but the power I see in you has completely changed. You've become a different person. Your eyes and special powers remind me of a very ancient power we lost generations ago, the power of control." Jion said to himself, "I knew the father would recognize his real son's difference, but I didn't expect him to notice even while he's dying." He thought to himself that this king had no right to pretend to have fatherly feelings now, because when Jion was born and the king found him weak, he expelled him, imprisoned him in the exile palace, and left him vulnerable to assassination attempts without protecting him. Then Jion asked the king about the reason for his illness and said he heard that his disease was so strange that wizards couldn't cure it. The king was surprised by the question and said, "I didn't expect you to care about my health. I thought you'd wish for my death like the rest of my sons, but you're different. You have power and ambitions, but your goals differ from everyone else's. I'll tell you the story from the beginning." He said, 4 centuries ago, when Emperor Agnes founded this kingdom, we were the only great power in the world. No one competed with us. Then a strange gate appeared west of the continent, and from it emerged the demon continent. No one knew why the demon continent merged with our continent, or how the demons suddenly appeared, but we had no choice but to fight them after their first attack on us. Since then, the Agnes family has waged a long war against the demons, aiming to erase their existence so they wouldn't become a threat later. The war continued for many years, and heroes appeared one after another to fight them, but the demons' numbers never decreased. Then one day, the demons suddenly stopped attacking and retreated to their continent and disappeared from existence. Humanity didn't know the reason for their withdrawal then, but no one cared as long as the war was over. Jion said that humans were wrong when they embraced peace after the demons' withdrawal, because the demons were setting a trap to lower their guard and then strike again. The king confirmed his words, saying, "That's exactly what happened." After the war ended, demons began infiltrating the kingdom disguised among humans, waiting for the right time to attack again. Unfortunately, after the death of the first Emperor Agnes, demons spread everywhere and even reached this royal palace. They managed to slip demonic poison into my body. There's no cure for it. The king added that he hid this matter, and no one knows about it except those close to him, and he couldn't expose the demons inside the palace to avoid igniting a civil war that would destroy the entire kingdom. Jion asked him, "Is this why you haven't appointed an heir to the throne yet?" The king answered, "Correct. The demons managed to penetrate the palace with help from one or more of my sons, which is why I sent them away from the main palace. I'm sure that among my sons some serve the demons." Then the king asked Jion, "What do you intend to do? I know you're not my original son, so what's your goal in competing for the throne?" Jion released part of his power and smiled, saying, "My goal is simple. I will devour the royal palace, the capital, the demons, and the entire kingdom, and no one who stands in my way or opposes me will survive." The king began laughing loudly and said, "If you're going to devour the kingdom with your power, that's much better than having the demons destroy it. I thought about this plan before and failed at it." Then he said to Jion, "You need to find the shadows. It's the secret power we inherited from previous kings. I cut my ties with them after being poisoned, fearing they'd be exposed to the demons, but I think you'll be fine dealing with them." Jion knew the king meant the Eternal Shadows Organization, a secret intelligence organization that only obeys the emperor or crown prince directly, and no one knows about them except them. Jion realized he couldn't rely only on his knowledge of the novel and the past, but truly needed to gather all information now. The king said, "Well, I'll accept your advice, search for them, and make them serve my goal." The king laughed, saying, "I won't have much time left in power. The battle for control of the country will be tough. That's why I'm leaving it to you." Jion left the king, thinking about the 2 advantages gained by whoever succeeds in the succession ceremonies. First, meeting the king, and second, the dream of stars. Jian cut himself in front of a secret door in the palace, and it opened quickly. He said while contemplating, "The dream of stars is a secret room full of treasures that only the king's direct children can enter, and only once." As soon as he entered, a strange girl appeared before him, welcoming him and saying, "I'm Fila, guardian of the dream of stars. Are you Prince Jian?" He told her, yes. She congratulated him on succeeding in the succession ceremonies, and told him this place was his reward, and he had the right to take what he needed from it, as it contained unparalleled treasures. She asked him to examine the place carefully, and he could take only one item. Jian asked her if these were all the items, so she laughed and said, "Of course not. Here are magical tools and items beyond human imagination, powerful enough that previous kings and heroes used them. But the problem is that all weapons here have their own will. They choose their owner, and if someone tries to control a weapon against its will, it will kill him." She asked him if he was sure about entering the secret treasury. Jian said after smiling confidently, "You're worried about me, because none of the 3 previous kings chose any legendary weapon here before." He asked her to let him enter the room, so she was surprised and said, "All right, but you have to take responsibility. I warned you." The two entered the secret room, and Fila began laughing and asking his opinion. "Here are weapons capable of erasing entire kingdoms from the map." Jian began examining the place and said, "I recognize some weapons here from my previous life." Suddenly a golden sword caught his attention and he said, "This is the heavenly sword Rafata, one of the 3 strongest swords in the world even in my past life." But before he could approach it, another sword began glowing in front of him, so Jian was shocked and said, This is Alexia's sword. How is my personal sword that I used in my previous life here?" Fila asked him to ignore this sword, and told him it was an extremely powerful cursed sword that belonged to the first emperor who founded the kingdom, and no king or person after him could ever possess it. Jian grabbed Alexia's sword and said smiling, as if he and the sword had old memories, "It's been a long time since I used you, my friend." Suddenly, fierce dark energy came out of the sword trying to attack Jian. Fila screamed in terror, "Watch out, be careful, you'll be killed instantly." At the same time, we shift to the third prince's assistant, Knight Regan, who was on his way back to the palace, remembering his conversation with Prince Enoch when he handed him the succession ceremony report and events. Enoch was amazed, saying, "I don't understand how Jian succeeded in the test at all, and also eliminated all the supervisors. How is this possible? What about the rest of the knights and assassins?" Regan answered, "They disappeared. We're still searching for them." We return to the present, where Regan notices the royal army soldiers heading quickly toward the gates, so he asks in surprise about the emergency. The driver replies, "I heard the guards talking about someone trying to break into the royal area." Regan asked, "How many people are attacking?" He said, "Just one person, a girl around 20, but her power is amazing." Regan asked him, "Anything distinctive about her?" He said, "It's said she uses blood in her attacks." Regan was shocked. "That's blood magic. She must be the blood witch we're looking for. Why is she attacking the royal area after destroying our assassins? Maybe she's trying to hide herself." "I have to see her myself." He asked the driver to hurry to the outer gate. We return to Jian, talking about Alexia's sword. In the past, when humans lost sunlight due to a long-lasting eclipse, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. Humans tried all their energy on that meteorite, but it wasn't affected by anything, and it was always surrounded by a terrifyingly dark aura. In the end, only one sword was forged from this meteorite, Alexia, or the light-dropping sword. Jian returned to his reality, and was finally able to control Alexia, saying, "This sword rejects all energy sources except pure dark energy. That's why it recognized me as soon as it sensed my energy. But it's strange that Alexia in this world is broken in half. I never heard that anyone managed to shatter it at all. It seems there are secrets yet to be revealed in this world." Then he said to Fila, "My decision. I'll choose Alexia's sword." Fila was surprised and asked him, "Do you prefer it over all other weapons?" He said confidently, "Yes." She told him, "All right, you can take it." He left her saying, "I'll visit you again when I become king." Meanwhile, Oshina was attacking the guard soldiers at the royal gate. The soldiers shouted, "We must stop her at any cost, or eliminate her. She's an unbearable danger." Oshina replied coldly, "Get out of my way, or my master will punish me." The guard captain ordered his soldiers to all attack her at once. They actually attacked her, but she used blood magic and slapped them all away, mocking, "Fools, you'll never be able to stop me." The captain stood stunned. How can one girl defeat the royal guard like this? Who are you, and why are you trying to enter the palace? Oshina, trying not to kill them following her master's orders, said, "You're so annoying. All I want is to meet my master. I don't want to hurt anyone, and you're putting me through this? All because of his instructions not to kill you." Suddenly she noticed magic in the ground beneath her and jumped to avoid an earth attack. She said with a smile, "Finally, a strong magician. I was really starting to get bored." the earth magic transformed into a huge golem that tried to hit her, smashing the ground around her. Oshina laughed. "Do you think a golem like this will hurt me?" The golem attacked her, and Knight Regan appeared using earth magic himself. The soldiers said, "Who is this using earth magic?" They were surprised by a man saying, "Everyone fall back, I'll handle her myself." The guard captain objected, "But we want to help you, we need to capture her." Oshina emerged from under the huge golem, destroying it completely while laughing mockingly, then directed her words to Regan, saying, "You're really strong, and now you're making me angry. I can no longer control myself to keep my promise to my master. Get ready to die right now." She summoned her magic, releasing a huge number of magical thorns and attacking Regan with them non-stop. Regan asked her, "Are you a follower of the Blood Magic Tower? And why are you attacking us?" She screamed at him sharply. "Shut up!" She continued attacking him with thorns, forcing Regan to use earth magic to block her attacks quickly, then said, "Does the Blood Tower know you're here?" She answered coldly, "Blood Tower? What are you talking about? I only serve my master and have nothing to do with anything else." Regan wondered, "Are you the one who attacked our killer soldiers?" Oshina said with a cold smile. "I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't attack anyone unless they attack me." Regan said, "Then I'll have to cut off your hands first, and then ask you again, and then you'll definitely confess." He summoned a powerful beast of his to fight Oshina, threatening, "Your death won't be easy after everything you've done." Oshina laughed carelessly. "It's stupid to think that a trivial beast like this could even touch me." Then she also summoned one of her beasts, saying, "I'll end this right now, then apologize to my master later." But before the battle between the two beasts could ignite, Jian suddenly appeared and stopped the attacks, ordering them to stop immediately, saying to Regan, "The battle is over now." Regan stood shocked, saying, "Impossible. Is this Prince Jian that I know? He was called the Exiled Prince because of his weakness, but anyone seeing him now would think he's the king of the country. Maybe this is why all assassination attempts against him failed. Has his power finally awakened?" Oshina called out to Jun joyfully and asked him, "Why were you late? I told these fools that I just wanted to meet my master, and they prevented me. You should have mentioned your name or explained your status as a prince to them. This was your mistake." Regan watched what was happening in amazement. "What's going on? How is this terrifying girl calling Jian her master? So he's the one who ordered her to get rid of the killers?" Regan and the guards quickly gathered and bowed respectfully to Jian, who said to them, "I'll take Oshina with me to the palace." The guard captain protested. "This girl tried to break into the royal palace and killed a large number of guards. This is a crime," Jian explained to him calmly. "She didn't try to break into the palace. She entered here on my direct orders. I already informed the guards about her coming today, but you didn't pay attention. This is negligence on your part. Watch your soldiers yourself. They're all alive. And Oshina didn't kill anyone." Oshina shouted, "Indeed, I tried my hardest not to kill anyone." Jian said to them, "Since things are over, I'll head to my palace now." They all bowed to him and made way, but Jian was surprised to find Regan standing in his way. Jian asked him, "What are you doing? Are you trying to stop me?" Regan trembled and said, "No, never. Welcome to the palace." Jian entered with Oshina, warning Regan, "Be careful not to repeat that with her, as I don't tolerate disrespect. Next time, I'll finish you immediately without question." Jian walked with Oshina to his palace, and she said to him proudly, "I carried out all your requests. I got rid of the killers who bothered you, and I didn't kill any of the guards as you ordered me." Jian smiled and answered, "I know that. You accomplished all the instructions, and I'm proud of you." Then he thought, "I ordered Oshina to leave traces of blood magic while attacking the third prince's killers. I also ordered her to use her blood magic and beasts if a battle happened at the gate, so everyone could see her power in front of the guards and allies of the other princes. The goal is to plant fear and terror in the hearts of those who think they can face us again. The princes thought I was weak, and now they'll recalculate." He continued, confident in his plan. "I was also very lucky when the third prince's assistant suddenly appeared to face Oshina and see her power himself. He'll tell Prince Enoch what happened, and his fear of me will increase. I made sure from reliable sources that Enoch and his assistant were managing the assassination attempts against me. Enoch will be my first target, because I know he'll prepare many plans to get rid of me after he learns that I ordered Oshina to eliminate his killers. I'll be ready for him." Jian returned to the main palace with Oshina, and the guards and Fredo were there to greet him politely. Oshina laughed mockingly and said, "I thought you were a prince, and your palace is this small. You should take better care of yourself so the other princes don't mock you." Priscilla came out at this moment and welcomed Jaeon, saying, "Finally you arrived. I waited for you a long time to congratulate you on your success, but "Who is this girl? You shouldn't have brought any other girl besides your fiancé. I was going to talk to you about the engagement now, but I want to know first who she is and why she's with you." Oshina said to Priscilla with clear mockery, "Your question is ridiculous. I'm with Gion because I'm his servant and I have to stay with him all the time and serve him." Priscilla was shocked to hear that and asked Gion if he was cheating on her, while Gion seemed puzzled by her attitude and asked Fredo, "Is Priscilla still here at the palace? I thought she went back to her house." Fredo answered, "Whenever I ask her why she's staying, she says she's here to discuss the procedures for breaking off the engagement with you." Gion laughed and said, "That's an obvious lie." Then he left her and walked away, ordering Fredo to kick her out of the palace immediately, considering her presence here pointless and that she was just an annoying person. Priscilla felt shocked and ran after Gion, trying to stop him to talk to him, but she couldn't. She said to herself, "Why do I want to talk to him? I asked to break off the engagement, and he agreed and announced its cancellation. So, why can't I leave him alone? He hasn't left my mind since I met him and carried out the decision to break off the engagement. He's changed a lot, and I've become very interested in knowing the reason for this big change. I don't feel any love toward Joan, but I'm really interested in him. Especially the day he saved me from the demon in the palace. He gave me a feeling of safety I never knew with anyone before. What's happening to me? Why can't I get him out of my thoughts?" The scene shifted to Jaeon, who was talking with Fredo and Oshina, saying, "I'll contact the Shadow Group soon to ask for their help." Fredo was surprised and asked him, "Who are the Shadow Group?" "I don't know anything about them," Oshina said. "Since their name is Shadows, they must be an intelligence or assassination organization. Isn't that right, Master?" Gion answered with a smile. "Exactly. I intend to contact the Eternal Shadow Organization, which is a secret organization that follows only the Emperor and executes only his orders. Their secret headquarters is in the main palace." Fredo said, "Since their secret headquarters is there, we need to find them first." Jaeon commented, "Certainly, I already have an idea of where they are." To himself he added, "I knew their location from the novel's events, but I won't tell them that." Oshina laughed proudly and said, "Of course their master knows where they are. He's the strongest and best." Fredo asked, "Will you contact them now?" Jaeon said, "No, I'll wait until they introduce themselves to me." The next day, Jaeon went to the main royal palace, and all the princes and royal children were gathered there. Felin wondered about the reason their father summoned them, and said to herself, "We never gathered like this except in case of war. Why did father call this emergency meeting now? Especially since the first prince isn't with us. This is very strange. No one in this family considers the other family at all. We're worse than enemies." At that moment, the fifth Princess Diana spoke to the third Prince Enoch, saying, "It's been a long time since I saw you. You still look like a rotting corpse." Enoch laughed and said, "I was smelling a bad odor here, and now I know its source. Is it the mixed blood princess? Your mother is dirty. Are all of you from Wolf like this? Maybe when I become king, I'll invade the Wolf Kingdom to make sure they all smell dirty." Diana laughed and replied, "Filth is the only thing you'll smell when I kick you out of the kingdom and send you back to the filth swamp where you belong. By the way, I heard you're used to bullying the weak and trying to assassinate them. That's a crime." Enoch replied angrily, "Shut up. Even if I tried to assassinate John, I should have finished him off a long time ago. He doesn't deserve to live. He's a disgrace to our family and we should all unite against him." The fourth Prince YouTube intervened, laughing, and said, "Shon seems to have actually passed the succession ceremony. He has the right to be among us even if he doesn't become king, because only I will become the king." Diana mocked, "YouTube, you're still as stupid as I knew you. Scum doesn't become jewels. Jun won't be king even if his true power awakened. I think some people pressured him to prevent him from participating in the succession ceremony out of fear for him, but he insisted and participated and succeeded, even though those same ceremonies were manipulated in an attempt to assassinate him." Enoch got angry and said, "This girl knows more than she should. Where does she get her information from? She's very dangerous," YouTube said to Diana. "Even if Jaeon survived the succession ceremony, that doesn't mean he'll succeed at the White Star Palace. He'll suffer here with us and won't last. He'll discover the difference in power between us and then withdraw quickly." Felin replied firmly, "You're wrong. Jeon has changed a lot, and is no longer that weakling. I was worried about him at the beginning of the succession ceremony, but now he doesn't need anyone's protection." Enoch laughed and said to Felin, "You're the only one who loves him and defends him. I have a suggestion. Let's make a bet about Jeon, and see how long he'll last here at the palace. I bet you he won't stay even 1 week. What do you think? Do you accept the challenge?" At that moment, Jeon interrupted them by entering the hall and said in a clear voice, "Your theory about the bet is interesting. Actually, I'd also like to know the outcome and participate in this bet. Tell me, you and my brothers, do you think I'll survive here? Who will leave the palace first or be eliminated? Then Jeon entered and began watching the princes one by one, thinking to himself that this was the first time he had gathered with all of Jeon's siblings, and that the only one who actually visited him was Evelyn. Enoch laughed, saying, "The White Star Palace has truly lost its value. I can't believe someone as weak as you would enter the palace himself." YouTube intervened to stop Enoch and said, "Don't treat our brother harshly. He earned the right to be here after passing the succession ceremonies, and he's strong and deserves respect." Diana said, "Yes, and it's clear that the only fool here is Enoch, who can't judge people or their strength properly, and that's why he'll never be king." Then Diana watched John and thought to herself, Evelyn's words were right. My brother has changed a lot and is no longer that worthless coward. I pulled my spies off him a while ago because he wasn't worth my attention, but it seems a strange and terrifying energy is radiating from him now. There are only a few types of energies that can frighten an alpha, but I'm confident his power is less than the rest, so he shouldn't pose a threat. Maybe I'm wrong. Evelyn approached John and asked him worriedly, "Why were you so late? I was worried about you." John replied with a smile, "I was busy with some matters that needed to be finished before coming." He noticed that the Emperor hadn't arrived at the meeting yet, and remembered his conversation with the Emperor when he told him that controlling the eternal shadows was difficult while he was still a prince, so he would help him subdue them. Joan wondered to himself about what kind of help the Emperor would provide, and whether this meeting was related to it. At that moment, Oshina whispered to Jaeon, "I have a question. Are everyone here our enemies?" He said, "Pretty much." She said, "Since they're all gathered, why don't we attack them all and finish them off? It would be a perfect opportunity for you to become king without rivals." Jaeon laughed, answering, "Those in this hall are so strong that they found no one to compete with them in the kingdom. Didn't you sense their power? Your bloodlust has escalated, hasn't it?" Oshina started laughing and said, "What if I got rid of them right now without your help?" Jun said sarcastically, "It seems I made a mistake bringing you. You might ruin my plan or create problems." At this moment, YouTube interrupted the conversation, saying, "It seems our father will be late, and the situation here is very boring. What do you think about having a simple duel for entertainment? I want to test Jaeon's strength. We've heard a lot about his weakness, but he passed the succession ceremonies brilliantly. I want to test his strength with a duel in front of us." Diana said, "Excellent idea. I really want to see John's true power. And of course he won't fight us directly, as the gap between us is huge, but we'll have him duel one of our students or followers." Raj commented, "This is the first smart idea you've had since you were born. I'll allow my assistant to duel him. What do you think, Jaeon?" Evelyn whispered fearfully to Enoch that this was a bad idea, as the assistant was very strong compared to John. John addressed them, "Agreed. If you want a show of strength, I'll give you a show worthy of you, but I don't like wasting my time on trivial duels. I'll only agree if there are no restrictions or limits on power." Evelyn was shocked and asked him worriedly about his decision, and Oshina replied confidently, "Don't worry, my master is very strong." YouTube laughed, saying, "I like your enthusiasm. Everyone enter the hall, and let's start the duel." Evelyn tried to dissuade John from his decision, addressing him, "Enoch's assistant is an extremely powerful sorcerer. You can't defeat him." Oshina said to Jaeon, "If you don't want to kill him, let me eat him instead. I'm hungry." Evelyn repeated her request again. "Are you sure? I can protect you." She was surprised to see Jeon release his dark energy, then rush toward the assistant at incredible speed, and cut off his head in less than a second, before the assistant could move from his place. Jeon threw the head toward Enoch, saying, "The battle is over. He was too weak." Enoch was stunned and said, "What just happened? He didn't even use any magic or supernatural abilities. He just moved his hand at tremendous speed that my assistant couldn't even match." Jeon laughed and added, "That was your strongest student, Enoch. You shouldn't have sacrificed him so easily. I told you from the beginning it was a real match, didn't I?" Enoch flared up in anger and attacked Jeon, shouting, "I'll punish you for what you did." Suddenly, the Emperor entered the hall, surrounded by guards, and said in a firm voice, "I warned you before. No fighting between brothers is allowed in my palace." Then he ordered Enoch to retreat immediately and stay away from Joan. Everyone was surprised and stood at attention, bowed to the Emperor and greeted him, except for Jaeon and Oshina. The king asked Enoch in a cold tone, "Why is one of your followers headless in the royal chamber?" Enoch was confused and tried to justify the matter, but the king stopped him. "I don't care about your explanation now. After the meeting ends, clean the room yourself." The king sat on the throne and expressed his appreciation for everyone's attendance on such short notice. Evelyn asked about his health, and the king answered sarcastically, "Do you think I'm fine? Even a blind person realizes I'm dying. I don't blame you, as you're forbidden from meeting me, and therefore know nothing about my health. Anyway, I'm not free to talk long, so I'll get straight to the point. The king continued, I called you today to announce that I've decided to choose an heir. There will be a new king for the country. Joan was surprised and asked himself, is this the help the king said he would provide me? At that moment, the king said clearly in front of everyone, the next king of our kingdom is Jaeon. From this moment I declare him heir to the throne. Joan realized the king's plan and thought, this way I can easily control the eternal shadows, and I'll have greater authority than the princes to face the demons. But I'm sure the princes won't accept this decision, but it doesn't matter. I won't allow any opponent to remain. Enoch exploded in anger and asked his father, what are you talking about? This despicable person cannot be king. YouTube shouted, impossible. No one like this despicable person can be king over us. And Diana said, Father, you know what embarrassment Jaeon's presence causes us, and you were the one who exiled him to the exile palace because of his weakness. So why are you appointing him king now? YouTube intervened, I always trusted your decisions, but I can't understand this decision. Evelyn asked her father about the reason for choosing Jaeon, and the king answered simply, my decision is final, and I see that Jaeon is the most suitable among them all to become king after me. Enoch got angry and shouted, I will not accept this decision and will never recognize Jaeon as king. Diana watched the atmosphere and thought to herself, since father made the decision, there's no going back. I'll look for a solution. Then she said to the king, I agree with you, father, and declare my loyalty to Jaeon. Enoch was shocked and asked her about her motives, so she said, I have one condition first. Everyone knows that Jaeon is famous as the exile and the shame of the Agnes family, and all the rumors about him are bad. Maybe he's changed, but his reputation will follow him even if he becomes king. Ministers, nobles, and even common people will oppose him, and this is dangerous for the rule. But we can change that and make everyone recognize him, even us, if he challenges the 7 known disasters in the kingdom. If he can overcome them before ascending the throne, he'll gain everyone's recognition. Jaeon realized this was what everyone expected, so he smiled, while Enoch and YouTube agreed to the idea and praised Diana's intelligence and decision. Jean said, I was planning to face the disasters after taking power. It makes no difference to me to start with them now. I'll deal with them immediately to prove myself. But I'm not the only one who will have to prove himself. You all have to prove your worth too at the next meeting. I don't deal with those who rely only on their royal blood without real value. Some time passed, and Jaeon began training in his palace using the Black Star ability in preparation for the upcoming battles. Joan said, I trained for a full week using my power and Alexia's sword, and I noticed that the sword is in a weak state and isn't suitable for battles currently. The breaking of its blade weakens its power greatly. To restore the sword to its previous state, I need to find its other half. I can temporarily form the missing part from my black energy, but that consumes a huge amount of magic, and I won't be able to maintain the sword for long with my current power. But more important than the sword's power are its unique characteristics. The sword has amazing storage and enhancement properties, and thanks to it, I can raise the Black Star's power to enormous limits, and this gives me greater possibilities than just the blade's power. I must also train to activate its most prominent features, and I realize that activating the solar eclipse ability specific to Alexia is currently out of reach. But I can activate the lunar eclipse ability, although it consumes enormous energy, and I didn't use it much in my previous life, but I desperately need it today. It's time now to focus my energy in the sword and start activating the ability. I haven't used this feature for a long time, so I have to be extremely careful. Indeed, Jaeon managed to activate the Eclipse ability in Alexia at that moment, and the sword completely transformed into an amazing powerful shadow sword. But he stopped the ability quickly and said to himself, this is enough. This ability put a lot of pressure on my body, and I don't want to risk my current power level. I just wanted to make sure I could activate it, and there's no need to take risks now. When he finished his training, he decided it was time to deal with the Shadow Organization. He needed information and services from them now. He decided to go meet them immediately. At the same time, Princess Diana was in her room thinking about Jaeon, saying to herself, Jaeon has changed in an unnatural way. I've examined his power and found it's not stronger or more dangerous than my brother's, but I'm confident he's a serious threat that needs attention. Then she asked her assistant to monitor all her spies to follow Jaeon closely and find out everything about him, especially since that major change happened to him. He replied, Your order, my lady. Diana asked him, Is there anything new about the Eternal Shadows organization? The assistant said, We found some evidence, but we haven't been able to locate them yet. Diana said, Well, you need to create a major incident that forces the organization to appear. If that happens, they'll either have to investigate publicly or hide, and we'll finally know their location. The scene shifted to Jaeon, who went to the royal museum in the palace and began contemplating the place. Noticing the large number of sons and grandsons of the ruling family and the number of kings who followed his rule, he saw the statue of the first Emperor Agnus, the founder who united the continent under his rule and defeated the demons. He said to himself while observing the statue's details, "They drew every detail as it was in my old world. He looks a lot like me." Now, I'm sure that this novel world is directly connected to my original world, not after 100 years like I thought, but after a much longer period. That's why I found Elixia's sword here. All my weapons were inherited by my children, but why did my weapon break here? I need to find whoever wrote this novel and talk to them when I return to my world. There's a lot I need to understand. This isn't a normal novel world. Suddenly, a girl came to him and said, "Actually, this isn't the real image of First Emperor Agnus. King Agnus didn't leave any pictures or enough information about himself, and everything related to him disappeared through the later ages. This is the only image closest to the truth." Then she introduced herself. "My name is Tara Lunis. I'm the director of the Royal Museum. I wasn't expecting the Crown Prince to be interested in the Agnus family history to this degree, as most princes and royal family members don't visit the museum at all anymore." Jaeon answered her, "The museum actually doesn't contain anything of value. Real achievements aren't in museums." She said, "True, the museum isn't for preserving achievements, but for displaying the biographies of previous kings to their children who will succeed them in ruling." Jaeon said directly, "Since you care about people's lives, I want to ask you about the Eternal Shadows. You must know about them." She was surprised and said, "You mean the secret organization that follows only the Emperor and deals only with him? I don't know much about them." Jeon replied, "I don't have time to play the naive role. I prefer we talk clearly, better than beating around the bush. I know you're the leader of the Eternal Shadows organization, the kingdom's best intelligence organization, known as the Kingdom's Eye." Tara's eyes widened in surprise. Then she said to him, "You're right. Follow me. We can't talk in public." She led him to a hidden passage in the museum toward a secret place. She said, "The king informed us that you're the crown prince, and we must obey you, and I expected you'd visit us soon. The whole kingdom is suspicious of you. You were missing then appeared in less than a month going from exile to crown prince. This is controversial." Then she asked him, "Do you know the rules of the Eternal Shadows organization? We execute the king's orders first, but we have the right to refuse orders if we see danger to the kingdom in them. We've been watching you for a long time, and we all noticed the huge change in you, so we need to test you first. You must prove to us that you deserve our trust and that you're really Prince Joan, not an evil entity that took over his body." She led him to a secret battle arena and explained, "We want one answer. Are you Prince Jaeon as we know him, or a demonic creature threatening the kingdom?" Suddenly, a group of flying swords appeared around Jaeon, attacking him, trying to hit him. He moved quickly to dodge them while laughing. "I was sure you'd throw me a welcome party, but not this way." As he jumped away from danger, a group of armored knights appeared in front of him, standing ready. Jaeon began observing the knights in front of him, muttering, "These aren't ordinary knights, they're not even human at all. I don't see any independent soul or mana in them." He noticed the knights approaching him, ready to attack, and continued thinking, "These are golems made with earth magic to use in battles. They're really strong, but I don't understand why the Eternal Shadows organization uses such golems when the real members are much stronger than that." As the golems rushed to attack, Jaeon said with a calm smile, "Anyway, I'll finish them off first, then interrogate Tara about the reason." One of the golem knights launched toward him with a violent attack, so Jaeon skillfully dodged, saying, "They use swords with professionalism, stronger than ordinary golems. It's clear the Eternal Shadows group modified them specifically for wars." Jaeon used his special shadow eye to examine the golem's mana and energy. These are indeed stronger than natural knights, but their weakness, like all golems, is their magic circles. He quickly moved to the nearest knight, saying, "I'll get rid of you first. No matter how strong your magic circles are, my shadow magic is much stronger than that." Jaeon used his black magic to reveal the knight's magic circles, noticing their amazing strength, which confirmed his suspicion of their manufacture by the Eternal Shadows. Then he began merging his black magic with those circles, wondering if he could destroy them without needing to use great power, and indeed succeeded in completely destroying the golem's circles and easily defeating the knight. Jaeon laughed, saying, "My experiment really worked." The Eternal Shadows members were watching him from behind a magic barrier and appeared stunned, whispering among themselves, "He's really as strong as we heard." Tara arrived at that moment and asked about the test results. Is everything ready in case he turns out to be a demon? Her assistant replied, watch for yourself. He's not a demon, but he's also not completely human. Tara was surprised and asked them what they meant, then began watching Joan as he defeated all the golem knights with his shadow power at a level she couldn't believe, wondering, what is he doing? How does he defeat them so easily? His movements and magic are unnatural. These golems are stronger than the royal knights, made specifically to face the strongest people, yet they can't even touch him. When Jian finished defeating the golems, he began looking around the hall. There's an annoying feeling in this place. I know it well. Tara felt great anxiety. Why is he watching me like this? I feel like he can see us despite the magic barrier. John laughed and said loudly, I've finally found you. Time to deal with you. No one in the world can hide from my shadow eye. All the effort you put in here and your magic was in vain. Tara was shocked and asked in amazement, how did he see us? And what kind of power did he release? It's definitely not the celestial sea star belonging to the royal family. Jaeon released his power, and the magic barriers completely collapsed as he destroyed them, advancing toward them. I expected your real power to be much greater than this, Tara said in shock. This is definitely not the power of the celestial sea star, but a strange power I've never seen before. Jeon entered the broken barrier and addressed Tara in a sharp tone. You disappointed me. You asked me to prove myself, but you're the ones who disappointed me, Tara asked him confused. What do you mean? How did you hide all this power from the kingdom? Her assistant asked anxiously. What do we do now? This isn't Prince Joan as we know him. Suddenly Joan moved using his shadow at lightning speed and stood in front of the assistant, saying to Tara, I proved myself, and it's your turn to prove you deserve my trust. I see you're extremely weak now. The assistant was terrified and asked frantically, what are you doing? I don't understand you. But Jeon attacked her with his hand like a blade and stabbed her, saying, Since when did I allow lowly creatures like you to speak in my presence? You should have run the moment I arrived. The assistant began writhing in pain and released terrible demonic energy, saying threateningly, How dare you? You'll regret this. I'll destroy you. Jeon said while watching. According to the novel, the Eternal Shadows group is supposed to be dissolved before the war begins, due to discovering a large number of demons among their ranks, causing the royal family to lose trust in them. Tara was shocked and asked Joan, What's happening? And why is this demonic energy coming from my assistant? This is impossible. I trusted her. She can't be a demon. The demonic assistant had completely transformed to her true form and screamed angrily, How dare you hurt me? I'll destroy you now. Jeon drew his sword and said in a deadly tone, This is the second time you've spoken without my permission and I won't allow it. You'll die immediately. Tara said in amazement, I know this sword. It's Elixia's sword. The demoness laughed and said, I'm not as weak as you think. Even if you're strong, you can't stop me if I decide to escape from here. But Jeon pounced on her with his sword at tremendous speed, delivering a fatal blow and destroying her mana center. You're just arrogant like most demons. The demoness began laughing mockingly and said to Joan, All your effort is useless. Even if you finish me off now, my comrades are everywhere, and our plan will succeed no matter what you do. The demon's body shattered at that moment and disappeared before Jaeon, due to his special black fire ability. Jaeon muttered, Elixia's power, the black fire, as usual presses on my body with force, and I must be careful when using it. Then he addressed Tara and her group. Have I proven myself to you now? They immediately bowed before him, declaring loyalty, and said, We're now certain that you're not a strange demonic entity, but you are the crown prince, Prince Jaeon himself, and will only obey your orders from now on. Jeon continued thinking, Now that the Eternal Shadows organization has declared its obedience to me, they've recognized me as the true emperor, and won't serve anyone else. They've served many kings since the time of first Prince Agnes, but their loyalty was always to the first emperor only, and they were always waiting for someone with the old emperor's power to rule them again. Jeon sat with Tara and the shadow members asking them, Why did you declare loyalty to me before I officially ascended the throne? Isn't that dangerous for you? Tara answered him, We're not naive. We know you're the heir of First Emperor Agnes, that you carry the same shadow powers and also the same sword. Emperor Agnes alone could truly use Elixia, and no emperor after him could move the sword or understand its hidden properties. But you managed to do so, which means you're the only legitimate heir. Jeon said to himself, I wasn't expecting their analysis to reach this level of intelligence this quickly. Anyway, they saved me the trouble of explaining, and now they'll serve me with their full power, which is what I wanted. Then he said to Tara, I'll give you a list of names of people I want you to deal with. You know the demoness I got rid of isn't the only one in the royal palace. After getting rid of the demons on this list, I'll later give you another list containing demons disguised in the castle. I want you to watch them and provide me with accurate reports about them, while I'll handle dealing with them personally. Tara said. Your order, will execute what you ask. Joan asked about the organization's current situation. I noticed your organization is very weak currently. What's the reason? Tara began explaining the situation clearly. All weaknesses can be addressed later, but there's one problem currently. Princess Diana discovered one of our secret branches and started sending spies and assassins to hunt it down. Usually we would evacuate the branch immediately and erase all traces, but we're now suffering from a severe shortage of members and personnel, and can't afford to lose any discovered individual, or our efficiency will deteriorate greatly. That's why we used Golem Knights against you in the test, as our manpower has decreased a lot, and we need time to reorganize things and change the identities of those who've been exposed. Tara continued, according to our latest information, Princess Diana is preparing forces for a comprehensive attack on the branch, and it would be a disaster if she succeeds in this. John said, what you're saying is that you need someone to buy you time and protect you from Diana now. I understand what you mean, and I'll handle the problem myself. I'll send my assistant to get rid of anyone who stands in your way immediately. Night came and Oshina was watching Princess Diana's forces from afar while laughing. Their numbers are large. This time our master has prepared a huge feast for me. I'm extremely happy. Some time passed while Jion was meeting with Fredo and Tara, discussing future plans with them, and at that moment Oshina arrived happily. My lord, I've finally returned from my mission. Did you feel bored in my absence? She was surprised by Tara's presence and asked Jion, did you get another slave instead of me? She's strong, but she won't serve you like I do. As for Tara, she was amazed and asked, is this Jion's secret monster I heard about? Jion asked Oshina about the mission news, and she said, I eliminated all of Diana's forces here completely, and left some fake evidence as you requested, but do you think Diana will fall for such an obvious trap? She's much smarter, and the trap is trivial for her. Joan answered her, Diana isn't like the other princes. She doubts everything around her even if the truth is in front of her, and seeks after 1% of hidden secrets while ignoring the obvious. That's why it's easy to direct her toward new conflicts. Tara found this thinking strange and asked, do you mean the evidence you left was to frame the third prince Enoch? Jean answered her, exactly. Diana's relationship with the third prince is very bad, and it's in his interest to stand as an obstacle in her way, so I arranged things for her to clash with him first. In fact, I decided to get rid of the third prince, but I need some time first to use Diana. At that moment, Jaeon took a sip of coffee and was surprised by its bad taste. So he asked Fredo, who made this coffee? Fredo said with concern, a new maid who came from the main palace. Do you suspect the coffee is poisoned? Cheon replied, no, but it just tastes terrible. Fredo said, I won't let her make you coffee again, and I'll rely on the old staff. Jeon contemplated the coffee's taste, saying, this drink didn't exist in my original world, and that's why I carefully memorized its taste here. He wondered, who is this maid? Maybe she was a spy sent by one of my brothers, or she has a much more dangerous goal. Tara understood what was going through his mind and said, I'll send members from the shadows to watch all your servants and make sure of their loyalty, and monitor their constant movements so no one gets deceived. Jeon said to Tara in a steady tone, it's fine. In fact, I don't care who these people are, or exactly which side they belong to, because everyone who stands in my way will be eliminated without mercy. The scene shifts to a mysterious person talking with the new maid who was appointed in Prince Joan's palace. While the maid was laughing and saying, since we've known you, your appearance has never changed. I always feel like I'm talking to a dead person. That person answered her coldly. Do you think you're important enough for me to show any emotions in front of you or treat you kindly? You're just a servant to us. The maid laughed and said, indeed, then why did you call me today? Our regular meeting time hasn't come yet, he told her. There's a problem. We've lost contact with Zakrin, a member of the Eternal Shadows, and I think she was eliminated. The maid was surprised. Zakrin is very strong. No one should be able to discover her true identity. What's happening? He replied, I don't know. There's a big problem. We're also starting to lose contact with many members of our group. The maid continued laughing while asking, is someone hunting our members? He must be an extremely strong person to discover them and eliminate them so easily. Who do you think could have done this? He told her. All evidence points to Prince Joan being the one hunting our members. All our colleagues who were killed were performing missions near him, and Zakrin herself was watching him with the Shadow Organization. The maid laughed and said, I didn't think the exiled prince alone would stand in our way. Then it's time for me to watch him myself. He might be an interesting person. The person replied, Fine, I'll leave this matter to you. When you discover anything, inform us immediately, and don't risk yourself until we assess his strength well. She answered him, I'll watch him carefully, and if the opportunity allows me, I'll eliminate him since I see he poses a danger to us. The scene shifts to Princess Diana, whose assistant informed her that their 6th special squad had all been eliminated. Diana screamed in disbelief, this is impossible. Are you sure? The Agarsha squad is the strongest combat unit in the kingdom, and they're the best elemental mages, and you tell me they were eliminated without even any casualties? This isn't normal. Then she inquired about what happened to the button branch that was discovered. Surely a big battle broke out there and the branch and its members were completely destroyed too, right? Her assistant replied, no, according to the evidence, our combat squad couldn't even reach the branch location before they were eliminated. Diana was stunned and asked, how did this happen? He answered her, their squad was eliminated in a back area where they were preparing to attack from, Diana said. Then it was a trap. There were forces lying in wait for them from the beginning and waiting for their move. But I'm the smartest princess. How could I fall into a simple trap like this? The assistant answered her, we found traces of blood magic at the scene, and according to information, the only sorceress in the capital who uses this magic is that girl who's been accompanying Joan for a week. She asked, you mean that strange girl who came with Joan to the meeting? He said, yes, she's a very powerful sorceress among his followers, and all evidence points to the attackers being Jaeon and his servant. Diana said angrily, no, this evidence is too obvious, and it seems they're trying to drag me into a clash with Jaeon. I'm sure Jaeon couldn't care about eliminating the Agarsha squad or protecting the Shadow Organization. Then she asked, were there any other evidence at the location, even if minor? He answered her, we found a minor trace of summoning magic. Diana thought, I understand everything now. The real attacker is the one who uses summoning magic and is trying to frame John in this matter. Who in the capital has summoning magic strong enough to eliminate the Agarzia squad? The assistant said, there are several people, but the strongest is Knight Regan who serves the 3rd prince. Diana screamed angrily, I knew it! That scoundrel Enoch hates me and he's responsible for all this. I won't spare him anymore. The scene shifts to Joan, bidding farewell to Fredo and Terra. I'll go now to deal with the first disaster and return later. They assured him they would execute all his orders until he returned. And Oshina said, I didn't think we'd leave the capital this quickly. I got used to the luxurious life here. Jaeon answered her, we'll return quickly as soon as we finish confronting the disasters threatening the kingdom. Jaeon arrived with Oshina at the outer area of the capital, and people were wondering, did only Prince Jaeon and his servant leave the royal palace to deal with the disasters? Surely there's a trick, or maybe they want to get rid of Prince John. There's something mysterious, Oshina says. Humans are very annoying. Should I get rid of them all now? Jaeon said, no, leave them alone. At that moment, Regan appeared and said to Joan, leave the capital immediately to face the disasters. I wished your forces were bigger to face these disasters, but I know I'm strong enough, and I'll be able to eliminate them alone. At this moment, Jaeon recalled Terra's words, telling him that Regan was sent by the 3rd prince's order to watch him and test his strength. He said to himself, so Terra's words were true. Regan came himself to watch me and assess my strength. Then he smiled and released part of his power, saying, since you're here to watch my strength, I'll give you a show worthy of you. He addressed Regan, saying, I wish you luck with your plan. You'll need all the luck you can find. Regan trembled as soon as he felt Jaeon's energy and said, what kind of strange stars are these? I've never seen anything like them in my life. Jaeon left him and went with Oshina, asking her to hurry. We must reach the disaster site quickly. Oshina answered him, yes, my lord. As for Regan, he remained shocked, thinking about how terrifying Jaeon was. Meanwhile, Evelyn was watching Jaeon leave the city and ordered her assistant to summon the Grey Lion squad and follow Jaeon precisely, emphasizing that they must protect him with their lives. As for Enoch, he was talking with Regan, asking him, are you sure Jaeon uses dark magic? Regan answered, yes, I'm completely sure. I saw it with my own eyes. Enoch said, what percentage would you estimate your certainty? He said, 90%. We all know that Jaeon changed all at once. He was weak and worthless, so how did he suddenly become this strong? When I watched him, I discovered his body was covered with dark energy, and even his personality became terrifying. Even if he was using primitive dark magic, he couldn't change this much unless he made a deal with demons. I felt clear demonic energy when I provoked him last time. Enoch said, this is a serious accusation. If it's true that he's contracted with a demon, then he becomes an enemy of humanity and a traitor to his kingdom. But if we start investigating this matter, it would be a huge scandal for the royal family, and it would never be erased. But if we could prove his involvement, we could get rid of him and end the disgrace. Enoch asked, have you prepared a plan to deal with him? Regan said, absolutely. I've prepared everything and already sent a squad of assassins after him, so we won't have to accuse him openly. Later, Jaeon arrived with Oshina at the Moon Eye branch, and Oshina asked him, "Are you hungry? We ate at the palace before coming here, so why did you decide to come here? Is it because of the restaurant?" Jion answered, "This isn't a restaurant. I'm here to ask them for something that will help us in the coming days." When the waiter saw Jion, he hurried to welcome him and said, "The manager was waiting for your arrival. Please come with me right away." Jion asked him, "Are you planning to attack me again like you did last time? I'll finish all of you this time." The waiter said quickly, "No, we've come to trust you completely now." Oshina was surprised and said to herself, "He's talking to the waiter, so he really did come to eat. I'll wait for you and eat with you since I'm hungry too." Joan went down to the basement with Oshina, where the manager welcomed him saying, "We're honored by the presence of the kingdom's crown prince, Prince Joan." Joan said with a smile, "It's smart that you discovered my identity, despite my disguise, just like last time." Aaron said, "Of course, if we didn't know your identity, we wouldn't deserve to be called an intelligence organization. Why did you come to us?" Shion said, "I thought you'd have a prior idea about the reason." Aaron replied, "I heard you started hunting disasters, and that the first disaster you'll face is the Ghost Squad. Unfortunately, we don't have information or their location." Jion said, "No need. I know where and when they'll appear. According to the story, they'll appear in a village whose location I know, and the Hero Squad was supposed to deal with them in the future. But I can't miss the Ghost Squad's reward. It's very important for my plans." Then Jaeon presented a list of names and said, "I want you to verify the identities of these people and gather all available information about them. I want everything ready by the time I return from my trip." Aaron examined the names and said in amazement, "These are all members of the White Star Council, the most influential figures in the kingdom after the Emperor. Are you planning an assassination list?" John said, "I don't know yet. I'll gather information first, then decide how to act." She said, "Understood. We'll carry out what you requested." John asked her, "Is the spy you sent to watch me still around?" Aaron was surprised and asked, "Nari? Yes, she's still watching you." He said, "Good, send her to watch me all the time. I might need her on the trip." She said, "Understood. She'll be by your side immediately." Before he left, Aaron asked Joan, "I want to ask you about your adventure in the Black Forest. There are rumors that it was completely purified, and that the only two people who survived it were Prince Joan and Countess Rain." Joan explained to Aaron that he was able to get rid of the Black Forest monsters quickly. When Oshina told him she was full, she asked when they would leave. Aaron noticed the strange girl with John, so she seemed amazed and asked, "Who is this girl? I heard she's been with him since he left the Black Forest." Then she was shocked and said, "This is impossible. No doubt this is the Blood Witch, the world's declared enemy. I was sure she didn't die. Tell me, what is she doing here? She's really terrifying." Joan realized what was going through Aaron's mind and told her in a serious tone, "Keep your thoughts to yourself. Some types of knowledge can harm their owner. You're now an ally, so keep this secret." The scene shifts to a farmer in a village north of the capital, recalling memories of his past when he used to fight monsters alongside his squad. He remembered how he lost one of his comrades, and in his final moments, his friend asked him to take care of himself and not continue sacrificing for the kingdom, but to live for himself after all the hardship. The knight felt deep sadness after his comrade's death and told himself that he had intended to dedicate his life to the demon fighting team, but decided afterward to retire from fighting to live in peace. The scene returned to the present, where this knight had become a farmer in a small village. A boy came to him insisting that he teach him sword skills, but the knight answered that he wasn't a swordsman and asked him to leave and not bother him again. The boy insisted, saying he would pay for the lessons because he desperately needed to learn the sword. He replied harshly, asking him to leave, so the boy left angrily, muttering that he should have at least taught him the basic principles of swordsmanship, describing him as an extremely harsh person, but determined to become strong as quickly as possible to protect his family. The boy spoke about his suffering, saying his village was very small and weak, with no protection from the kingdom, so gangs constantly attacked them. He remembered how the restaurant was destroyed last time, and he couldn't protect his mother, and he had hated his weakness ever since that day, having failed to protect her throughout his life. He assured himself that he would become strong, and take his family, and leave this village no matter what. Suddenly he saw John and Oshina entering the village, and he seemed amazed and wondered, "Who are these two strangers? They're not from the village or the neighborhood. I wonder what they're planning. Is there a secret behind their presence here?" The narration returned to Liam, who was busy working on the farm, thinking about the stubborn boy who came begging him, saying he resembled his mother greatly. In fact, all his traits resembled hers, until he wondered, maybe the rumors were true, and she's his real mother, while he thought all along he was just an adopted child. He wondered if he could meet her someday, expressing his deep longing for her, but affirmed not to interfere in their lives again, as they had suffered enough. and he feared causing them problems again. At that moment, Jaeon and Oshina arrived to meet Liam, and Jaeon asked if he was free to talk. Liam was surprised by their visit and didn't recognize them, assuming they were from outside the province, and that the young man with distinctive hair might belong to the royal family. Jaeon spoke with Liam saying, "I am Prince Jaeon, Crown Prince of the Kingdom. I came to speak with you about an important matter." Liam was shocked by this introduction and thought, could this really be the exiled prince, known as the imprisoned prince, and the shame of the Agnes family? Then the rumors about him aren't true. He's not weak but hiding his strength from everyone. Liam asked Jaeon about the reason for his visit. "What do you want from me? I'm a weak farmer." Jaeon replied directly, "I'll get straight to the point so we don't waste time. I want you to join my force and serve me as a strong knight. I know everything about your past, and I know you're trustworthy, and I can help you." Liam was surprised by this conversation and answered, "I'm just a farmer, not a knight anymore. I won't accept your offer," Jaeon said. "If you don't accept my offer, your village will be destroyed today." Liam wondered, "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean." Jaeon answered, "A big attack will happen on your village tonight. If you agree to join me, I guarantee safety for you and the village people, but if you refuse, their fate is in danger." Liam was stunned by the impact of these words and said, "I don't understand what you mean, and my life in knighthood ended long ago, but if I see the village in danger, I'll intervene immediately to protect everyone, and I won't allow them to be harmed. As for returning to my past, that's impossible for me," Jaeon said in a calm voice. "All right, I understand your decision." Then he left the place with Oshina. Oshina asked in surprise, "Why didn't you force Barash to join us by force? I expected you to be a strong person who always imposes his will. Why did you give up so easily? I could have eliminated him easily." Jaeon smiled and said to Oshina, "As long as we don't need him now." Then he turned to her and asked, "Do you think heroes are born or made?" Oshina wondered in amazement. "What are you talking about? I didn't understand anything." Jaeon answered her in a deep tone. "Unfortunately, heroes are born. At the moment of their birth, their destiny is determined even if they don't want it. In the end, they'll return to their true role." Then he added, "Liam was born a hero, and he won't be able to escape his fate for long. He'll return to the path he was created for soon." While they were walking around the area, Jaeon was examining his strength and said to Oshina, "Soon you'll understand what I mean, but now we need to deal with a group of scoundrels first." Suddenly he attacked a person hiding in the shadows and eliminated him, then said to Oshina, "Get ready. I've prepared a huge dinner feast for you." Oshina laughed with enthusiasm. "I was waiting for you to say this. I'm very hungry, and there are many meals here." At that moment, a group of assassins appeared and surrounded Jaeon. They attacked him, threatening him with his end. So the assassin leader ordered the witch with them to attack with her magic to distract him, and she began preparing ice spears and attacking Jaeon with them. Jaeon used dark magic, easily destroying her ice and asking them mockingly, "Are you so confident that you're even capable of touching me?" He disappeared before them, then said mockingly, "You should have protected the witch first. She's the main weak point." In the blink of an eye, he moved to the witch and eliminated her. "You're idiots. You didn't know how to protect the most important element among you. The quality of assassins in the kingdom has declined greatly." The assassins became furious and rushed to attack him savagely, while he easily avoided their strikes, then activated his special dark eye and stopped time for a moment, avoided the attacks, then seized one of their swords and destroyed it with his energy. Another tried to attack from behind while mocking, "You should never turn your back on an assassin." But Jaeon used shadow energy to disappear from in front of him, then took him down with one strike. Jaeon addressed them saying, "The problem with people like you is that you never ask about the strength of who hired you." One of the assassins was watching the situation in amazement. "Who is this person? I heard that Jaeon is the weakest in the Agnes family, but why is he so strong? Well, I must escape and warn the others." This assassin tried to use a teleportation stone to escape, but Jaeon disabled the stone with his magic and moved to him, destroying the stone, and said coldly, "Who allowed you to escape from in front of me?" The assassin was amazed and asked him, "What's happening? How did you stop the teleportation? This is impossible." Jaeon answered him while eliminating him. The dead shouldn't know answers. After he eliminated them while monitoring the situation, he said to himself, "These assassins are a different type from usual. One of my brothers definitely sent them. Could it be Enoch as usual, or one of my other brothers?" At this moment, Nari appeared and warned Jaeon, "The assassins you faced are just part of a huge force that arrived at the village. There are movements to attack the village." Jaeon asked her about their location, and she answered, "They're at the village entrance and ready to attack whenever you appear." While the boy who was watching Jaeon heard everything, he fled quickly. "I must warn everyone. According to what the prince and his group said, there's a big assassin attack. I'll warn my family first and find Liam and inform everyone in the village so they can flee. The scene returned to Nari as she informed Jion. I managed to locate the targets you requested in the village. But is it true that you also need the locations of the surrounding mountains? Jion smiled. You'll understand soon. Execute the plan now, Oshina asked him. Should we secure the village residents first? He answered her. Execute the plan as it is. Liam is the one who will protect them for now. At a hill near the village, some demons gathered to watch the area. Their leader Canis said in a sarcastic tone, I didn't expect that the former commander of human forces, Liam known as the Ghost Sword, had retired and lives here as a farmer. Humans are stupid. They abandoned their strongest warrior and made him worthless. His companion said to him, I heard he chose to retire himself, but it doesn't matter. Now we can get rid of him easily. Canis replied, the word easily doesn't apply to him. We're 5 of the strongest demon army members, but we're hopeless against him. Luckily, we have a secret weapon, a summoning tool for the Ghost Squad to help us. This way we'll eliminate him, his allies, and the whole village easily. Sayer interrupted, saying, I heard that Prince Joan came here to prove himself to the other princes for the throne by facing the Ghost Squad. Kane said, that's good for us. The weak prince can't touch us. The other young woman added, his own family wants to get rid of him, and he came here with only 1 follower. He's crazy and it's impossible for him to succeed. Kane said in surprise, how did John know when the ghosts would appear here? There's something strange. I also learned that all the kingdom's demons are watching him closely. All the demons in the kingdom were warning about Jion. One of the demons was surprised and asked Canis, why all this caution about him? Canes answered, because they suspect he's responsible for the disappearance of a large number of demons, and they think he's eliminating them one by one. Then Canis asked Sayer to go down to the village to watch Jaeon closely, as he felt there was something suspicious that needed to be discovered. But Jaeon didn't give them time, as he surprised them with his presence and said, you won't need to look for me. I came myself to meet you. In a flash, he attacked the 5th demon with them and eliminated him directly, then looked at them questioningly. I thought I got rid of all the demons who know my secrets in the kingdom. How did you know I was here? At the same time, the boy who returned to the village to warn everyone about the killers was shocked that the killers had actually attacked and started destroying the village. He was terrified and said in collapse, no, not again. I can't lose everything again. He decided he had to stop them no matter what it cost, and rushed to face the killers himself. Leave the villagers alone. I won't let you do this. But one of the killers grabbed him easily and mocked him. Who's this fool? Attacking a whole gang by yourself? The angry look in your eyes reminds me of everyone we killed before. I love stupid people like you, but first I have to smash your eye because the pre-death stare annoys me. While the killer was thinking of destroying him, the boy felt despair. What do? I couldn't protect my family or my village or myself. I'll lose everything again. Here Liam suddenly appeared and ordered the boy to close his eyes. Close your eyes, you won't like what you're about to see. Then Liam attacked the killer and hit him hard, throwing him away, and asked the boy to hide well. I'll take care of these bastards myself. I'll protect you and all the villagers personally. Inside, Liam remembered his old promise to his friend, who asked him not to sacrifice his life anymore for the kingdom and to live a normal life. So he was filled with anger and apologized to his friend in his mind. I tried to fulfill your promise, but it seems impossible. I won't stand idle. I have to protect them myself. Then he challenged the killers. Get ready. You'll get what you deserve for what you did here, and I won't stop until I eliminate all of you. Meanwhile, the scene returned to Jion facing the demons. One of them, Leah, asked him in amazement, "Who are you?" Keynes answered her, "This is Prince Joan." Sayer was shocked. How did he know our location and came himself? And what's this terrifying power he has? Jion isn't weak, or a disgrace to the Agnes family like the rumors. Canis started using his power, and ordered everyone to prepare for attack and kill John to finish their plan. Joan was watching them and thinking, these are demon leaders. Their power exceeds everyone I've faced so far. I can't face more than 2 at the same time with my current strength. I have to find a way. But the demons all attacked him together. Joan decided he was forced to use his hidden power even though he wanted to save it for emergencies. So he drew the Alexia sword and activated the Eclipse ability to enhance his power to the maximum, and said, "Time to test the Dark World ability again. I don't know how long it will last, but it's my chance now." Joan attacked the demons using Shadow Flash, so they were terrified and quickly retreated from the attack's impact and wondered, what is this? How did this power appear? Impossible. Jaeon said confidently, "You're strong, but against my Dark World you have no chance." He used the Dark Teleportation ability and moved directly to Leah and said, I'll get rid of you first." Canis screamed, ordering her to retreat, but Leah, terrified, tried to repel him with her demonic magic, but Jaeon attacked her with the Shadow Sword and dealt her a fatal blow, and said, "There's no point in running, my world will swallow you all." He used the Black Hole ability and completely destroyed her body, so Canis and Sayer immediately attacked him, but Jaeon easily avoided their attacks with another dark teleportation, and appeared behind them and said, "I have to finish this quickly. The Dark World and Eclipse abilities will only last 10 minutes. After that I need a long rest period. I have to conserve my energy for fighting against the Ghost Squad." Joan teleported in front of Canes and said, "Any power I waste now will hurt my next battle, so let's end this." Kane said, "I discovered your previous trick. You won't fool me again. Now you won't survive my destructive attack." He released the Great Demon Energy to eliminate Jaeon, so Sayer intervened to help him and enlarged his hand with demon energy, and threw a huge punch at Jaeon, shattering the ground around him, then said while laughing, "This is your end. He's finally dead. We can rest now." Sayer, after his powerful strike, is surprised that his hand can no longer move. Sean pushes him away easily with the power of darkness, and says with contempt, "Is this your maximum power? You're too weak and wasting my time." Jaeon disappears behind Sayer in the blink of an eye, and prepares to attack. Sayer, shocked, asks himself, how did he counter our attack? He shouldn't have been able to move at all. Jaeon attacks him with lightning speed, and hits his body directly with the sword, and asks him, "Show all your power, you're very boring." Sayer, not believing what happened, prepares his power and insists on attacking again, but before he can move he discovers that Jaeon has disappeared from in front of him. In the next moment, Jaeon appears in front of Canes, and attacks him with a sweeping strike, cutting off his arm and dealing him a strong blow, and says to him, "It's time for your death. I'm not free to play with you more than this." Sayer tries to intervene. "Get away from Canes!" He gathers demon energy stars and attacks Jaeon, but Jaeon smiles. "Stupid, my dark energy and sword eliminate any energy that touches me. There's no hope." He uses the River of Darkness ability on Sayer's energy, and absorbs all the demonic energy he attacked him with, then attacks Canes again and eliminates him permanently, and says, "Now there's only one left." Sayer is stunned. This is impossible. The sword absorbs everything, even light energy, and worse, the darkness around him protects him from any attack. The Royal Sea Star ability isn't this ability. His power is much more dangerous. In fear, Sayer remembers that Jaeon reminds him of Emperor Agnes, who terrified and crushed the demons, and for a moment thinks that the Emperor's spirit possessed Jaeon. "This is the strongest human I've met, and the most terrifying. This is it. It's like Emperor Agnes incarnated in him." So he decides to flee to warn the entire kingdom, but Jaeon's dark energy wraps around him, cutting off all his limbs. Jaeon whispers coldly, "I told you before, I hate anyone who runs from my face." Sayer, terrified, realizes his end is near, so he activates the Ghost Squad summoning tool and summons them to the village, and laughs madly. "I knew you wanted this tool to summon them yourself. Unfortunately, I won't fulfill your wish." But Jaeon interrupts him while also laughing. "I was waiting for you to do this. If I wanted to kill you from the beginning, you would have ended long ago, but I wanted to see what you would choose." Then Jaeon attacks him and ends his life. At the same time, Liam fights the killers in the village with amazing power, and the boy watches in amazement. "I heard about him, but I never imagined his power like this." The killer's leader Yuan is shocked. "Who is this? I haven't heard of such power existing here." His assistant, "I think this is the ghost sword Liam." Yuan is surprised. "Impossible. Liam left the kingdom after the demon war and disappeared. Everyone was looking for him and no one found any trace." When the confrontation escalated, Yuan decided he was forced to fight Liam himself and said, "Good that you're here. Even if you're dangerous, there's no escape. We have to fight and rely on luck." Maybe his power decreased after the war. He attacked Liam with his spear energy, but Liam simply countered it with his hand and asked him, "Do you really compare your power to the demon leaders I faced?" "Fool!" Liam used his special destruction ability, completely destroyed Yuan's body, and ended the battle in an instant. Then the boy approached and asked Liam, "If you're this strong, why don't you teach me swordsmanship and protect the village?" Liam answered, "I told you before, I left the sword for a long time. There's nothing I'll sacrifice for anymore." But Jaeon's words and the image of his warning kept spinning in his mind. Jaeon couldn't have been warning me just about a group of killers. There's definitely a much bigger danger coming. At that moment, William felt the ground beneath him shake violently. His eyes widened in amazement and he said, "What's happening?" The boy next to him asked if what was happening was the work of the killers, confirming that these killers must have some wizards with them. William answered him saying, No, they won't be able to do that, because what's happening now exceeds the ability of any human wizard, he added, while watching the place with anticipation. There's a huge magical barrier that has started surrounding the entire village, and this magic is extremely powerful, so much that I've never seen a human who could use it. What's going on? And why is someone besieging the village like this? And why is everyone attacking our village now? William kept watching the place silently until he was surprised by the appearance of strange forces in front of them, so he was shocked and said, "Impossible. I know these people. They are the ghost squad that represents one of the 7 disasters." Then he continued explaining, addressing those around him. These ghost squad are a group of knights who were cursed by the ruler Kronos, and because of that curse they are no longer able to live or die, and their goal is always destruction and devastation only. Their powers are extremely great, especially their leader, and it's impossible for me to face them without my sword, as I need my heavenly sword or else we'll all die here. Then William wondered in panic, was Prince Joan referring to this ghost squad when he talked about the coming destruction? He must have known about their appearance, but how? While the villagers were trembling with fear, one of them said, "But where will we flee to? The whole village is surrounded by the magical barrier and the ghost forces." Then William asked the boy to stay in his place, confirming that he would handle the ghosts alone. Then he headed towards them and began releasing his power, saying, "I must eliminate them and protect this boy and the village people, as they have tasted enough suffering." At that moment, Oshina appeared and stopped him, saying, "Don't commit foolishness." William was surprised and asked her, "What do you mean?" She answered him, saying, "The ghost squad is not your share, as I hate for anyone to steal my meal, and I will never allow you to do that. I have waited long for this moment, and finally it's my turn to participate, as I was extremely hungry." Then she advanced to face the ghosts and ordered them to prepare for battle. William was amazed and said, "What are you doing? Even if you are strong, you won't be able to fight the ghost squad alone. This is impossible." Oshina answered him, "I can eliminate them easily, and who told you that I will fight them alone? This is a shared meal between me and my followers." Then she used blood magic and wounded herself, and summoned the blood monsters that she controls, and ordered those monsters to serve her, saying, "The time has come to eliminate my enemies." She summoned a complete army of monsters to face the ghost squad, and confirmed that the powers have now become more balanced. William remained amazed at what he saw and said, "What in heaven's name is happening?" And he contemplated the amazing blood powers. He added, "This is the first time I've seen a blood wizard capable of summoning this huge number of monsters all at once." Oshina kept laughing while ordering her monsters to attack the ghost squad and eliminate them, confirming to them that they must finish this battle quickly. Indeed, the blood monsters launched to face the ghost squad in a great battle where both sides destroyed each other. Meanwhile, Joan suddenly entered after breaking the barrier surrounding the village and said, "I was sensing great power since I was at a distant distance, and no doubt this power belongs to the ghost squad. Truly their power justifies their classification as one of the 7 destructive disaster squads," he added while watching what was happening. According to what was mentioned in the novel, the hero was supposed to defeat them with his friends barely, but I can't wait any longer than that. Then he looked towards Oshina as she eliminated the ghosts with her monsters, saying, "My most important weapon in this battle is Oshina herself, as her great power will give me a chance to deal with the ghost leader without needing to pay attention to his followers." Joan kept watching the place, wondering, where exactly is the leader? I must attack him quickly and end this battle, as I need to return to the capital for the ceremonies that will start soon. Joan used his ability to examine obstacles and managed to determine the location of the ghost leader and said, "Finally I found him." A huge amount of energy emanates from him that exceeds what comes from all his followers combined. He contemplated the leader a little and continued saying, "That is the cursed king that Kronos cursed herself." Then he congratulated himself, saying, "There you are, and you will finally rest from your torment at my hands. I came here specifically to end your torment and suffering." At the same time, Oshina continued attacking all the monsters, and laughed, saying, "I haven't enjoyed like this for a long time. They are truly strong." Then she addressed Joan, saying, "I am happy that you are my master, and if it weren't for your presence, I would never have enjoyed like this. I only love facing the strongest monsters." She asked him about his next opponent after these monsters, so he answered her, "Our mission is not over yet. We must first deal with the leader of the Ghost Knights, as he is the most dangerous among them, and we must eliminate him." Oshina reassured him, saying, "Don't worry, I will make you a path through which you can reach the Ghost Leader quickly and get rid of him." She used blood magic to form a huge blood aura and said, "I will make the path for you right away." She attacked the knights in front of her and eliminated them, and confirmed to Jeon that the path was ready to reach the leader. Then she used blood magic to make a bloody horse and said to him, "Use it, John." Jeon actually rode the horse heading towards the leader of the Ghost Knights, and said, "There is only one reason that made me allow the demons to use their tool and summon the Ghost Squad, and that is Krona's tool that I can obtain after defeating them." Then he added, "There are conditions for possessing Krona's tool. First, that I be present during the absorption of the Ghost Squad. Second, that I share them in battle. Third, that I possess Krona's coordinates and can defeat the Ghost Leader and liberate them." At that moment, John attacked the ghost forces that were in front of him and managed to get rid of them quickly, using the Dark Eye, which enabled him to deflect the arrows that the Ghost Squad fired at him. He was talking to himself, saying, "The number of arrows is large, but I will use dark magic to counter only those that might hit me, and I will ignore the rest to save my strength for the fateful battle with the leader, as he is the strongest among them, and will definitely consume all my energy." Indeed, Jian used dark magic and managed to eliminate the arrows that were about to hit him, adding, "Despite Oshina's help for me, the enemies are strong, and their numbers are large." Then he asked his horse to advance quickly, saying, "I must reach the leader, as long as Oshina is occupying the rest of the followers, and I must finish him quickly." Suddenly, a knight appeared, trying to hit Jeon with his sword, and said, "I will get rid of you." But Jeon used dark magic at that moment, saying, "I was supposed to save my strength for the leader, but no matter." He attacked the knight's sword with the dark point ability, which spread through the knight's body, and eliminated him completely. Jeon continued his way, and asked Oshina to deal with the rest of the enemies quickly. Then, the Ghost Knights attacked Jaeon with a group of rocks, trying to prevent him from reaching their leader, but Jaeon used the shadow cover ability that covered his entire body, so he caught the rocks easily, and said to them, "This silly trick won't work with me, it's better for you to withdraw." After that, he used the Shadow Fist ability and returned the rocks to them to eliminate them. At that moment, another number of knights appeared in front of John, trying to hit him with their swords, but he used the teleportation ability to move directly to their location and said, "I warned you, there's no use fighting me, you are too weak." Then he used the Black Flash ability and eliminated them all. After that, he asked their leader if he would hide behind the knights for a long time. As soon as more knights appeared trying to attack Joan, Oshina's monsters appeared and attacked them, preventing them from reaching Joan. Joan said to himself, "This situation is annoying. The knights are trying to drain my strength before I reach the leader, and this cannot continue." Then he began gathering his dark energy and said, "I will eliminate all the monsters here in just one strike, in order to save my energy." While the group of knights surrounded their leader, Jian ignored them and jumped quickly to reach the leader, and said, "I will get rid of everyone with one strike." Then he activated the destruction ability of the Alexia sword, and attacked the knight's leader with all his strength. The knight's leader quickly countered Jaeon's attack, and soon dark energy spread throughout the entire place, destroying the rest of the knights who tried to prevent Jaeon from reaching their leader. After the dark energy disappeared, the leader was surprised that Jaeon's attack broke his sword, so Jaeon retreated to prepare for the next attack on the ghost leader, saying, "I expected this. An attack like this won't be enough." But he was surprised that the ghost leader was the one who moved to his position quickly to attack him, and used his sword's aura to repair his sword, saying, "Did you think that a trivial attack like this would defeat me?" Jaeon answered, "No," and began pumping dark energy into the Alexia sword to release its full power. He activated all the sword's characteristics, and used the Shadow Flash ability to disappear from in front of the ghost leader, who attacked Jaeon's location uselessly. The leader's anger intensified to ask, "How long will you run from me? Didn't you come here to defeat me?" John replied, "I'm not stupid to allow you to activate your special abilities against me given my current physical weakness." Then he used the flash ability and disappeared again, adding, "Battle doesn't depend only on tremendous power, but on intelligence too." The ghost leader got angry and said, "Do you think I'm a beginner knight? I was the battle leader, and the strongest king." Thanks to his experience, he tracked Jeon's energy and said, "Your surprise attacks won't work against me." At that moment, Jeon appeared behind him trying to attack, but the leader quickly countered him and said, "Your silly tricks have no value here." John retreated very quickly, using the flash ability to move to the leader's location trying to attack him, saying, "I will tire you out first before I use my strongest attacks." The ghost leader said, "You're not an ordinary child, and you seem to be an expert in battles, but this doesn't concern me. I was the strongest military leader in history." He avoided John's attack using his own magic trying to hit him, saying, "This is your end." But John quickly changed his style trying to attack with his sword, so the leader easily countered the sword with his hand, saying, "Your dark energy only affects the living, and unfortunately we are not considered among the living." Jeon tried to retreat quickly away from him and said, "He's really strong, he can predict my movements, but he was surprised by the ghost leader moving to his location using his magic, and said to him, "If you get hit by cursed magic, you will die." Jeon was confused and said, "His attack is dangerous. It's better that I avoid it." Indeed, he avoided the leader's attack and tried to flee far away, but the leader moved to his location again, saying, "You cannot escape from me. As long as you entered here, you must die." The leader attacked Jeon with tremendous force and threw him far away. Jeon retreated and said, "He's very strong. My battle with him won't be easy." The leader returned to move to his location again and said, "When I saw you here for the first time, I felt great happiness, and I wished you would fight me. I was hoping you would defeat me and rid me of this eternal torment. But you, unfortunately, disappointed me. Why are you weak to this degree? I have fought those who are much stronger than you, and they didn't defeat me. So how did you come here thinking you could defeat me?" Jeon was surprised by his words and became angry, saying, "Really, the gap between our fighting skills is too great. Even when I boost my physical strength using the Black Star ability, I couldn't affect him with my attacks." He wondered, maybe if I had 3 stars in the Black Star ability, I would have affected him. He's very strong, even stronger than I expected. Even Oshina herself would struggle against him if she joined the battle. Then he continued, "But it's okay. I came here to get rid of him, and I was prepared for the worst." At that moment, he released his dark energy, summoned Alexia's sword, and activated his full power, saying, "I'll use Alexia's power now to defeat him." A massive explosion of dark energy occurred in the place, surprising the ghost leader who asked Jeon what he was doing. At the same moment, the narrative shifts to the Grey Lion squad that arrived at the village to protect Jeon following Princess Evelyn's orders. The squad's deputy commander, Bleo, asked the commander about the nature of what was happening and why Jeon came to this specific village. Commander Ram was angry and said they came here following Princess Evelyn's orders, but he never expected to have to protect the exiled prince, considering it a waste of their time. Bleo replied that they had to follow orders anyway, and that leaving the capital was mentally relaxing for them, and they should enjoy this situation a little. Ram rejected his words and confirmed that what they were in wasn't a vacation, ordering him to focus on the mission. Ron and Blay were quickly surprised by the presence of a massive magical barrier surrounding the entire village. Ron asked what was happening and ordered his squad to approach the barrier and try to break it quickly, confirming that Jeon was definitely facing danger. The scene returns to Jeon's battle with the ghost leader, where the leader expressed his surprise and asked Jeon about the nature of the strange energy he had released, but Jeon didn't answer him. The leader became angry and said he would now move decisively to eliminate him, and that no matter how great his power was, it was worthless against him, confirming that Jeon would just be another individual joining the list of those who failed to free him from the curse. Before the leader reached Jeon, he was surprised that his hand was cut by the sword before it could touch his opponent. The leader stood shocked, wondering what had happened. Jeon challenged him, "You described me as a failure and called yourself strong, but you have no right to be arrogant before me and expect me to forgive you." Then Jeon unleashed his Eclipse ability, saying he would reveal his full power to him now, confirming that he had intended to relieve him of his torment. But after this arrogance, he would eliminate him without mercy. We learn here that the Eclipse ability allows Jeon to merge the black dark stars within his body and detonate them instantly to temporarily increase his strength, which is one of the power enhancement techniques specific to his race from a previous life. At that moment, Jeon moved behind the ghost leader to prepare for attack, asking him if he was capable of blocking his strike this time. The leader realized Jeon's presence and immediately moved to a defensive position to try to block his attack, accusing him of stupidity and arrogance. Jeon attacked with Alexia's sword, but the leader succeeded in blocking the attack. However, he was surprised that Jeon's dark aura began to gradually devour his sword's aura. The leader screamed in amazement, "This is impossible!" Jeon asked him, "Who's the weaker one now? Which one of us called the other a failure?" The Knight Commander tried to attack again, but Jeon shattered his sword's aura and attacked his body directly with the dark aura, continuing his challenge by asking, "Who's the failure now?" The scene shifts again to outside the village, where Ron's forces continue trying to break the magical barrier to no avail. Ron said this situation was extremely difficult, and that they had exhausted all their strength without being able to break it, adding that facing giants had been easier than this. He explained that the barrier was a magical prison type, meaning it was much stronger from the inside than from the outside, designed to trap whoever was inside. He wondered if this was a trap someone had set specifically for Prince Jeon, explaining that it would be a disaster if the prince was injured or killed, as Princess Evelyn would be angry with them and wouldn't forgive their failure to protect him. The commander asked what they were doing now. Ron ordered them to move away from the barrier, and that he would handle it alone, considering it their only solution. Ron prepared his power and his sword's aura, saying, "Since Princess Evelyn assigned us this mission, we We must carry it out, even if it costs us our lives. Ron used his lightning aura to attack the barrier and concentrated his power in one small point, explaining that they needed just one entrance, even if it was small. As soon as he attacked the barrier, a violent lightning aura erupted, and great chaos arose in the place. Everyone was amazed that their leader had unleashed his full power. At the point Ron directed his attack, the barrier began to crack. He quickly approached and asked everyone to join him and strike the barrier at the same location before it regained its balance, confirming that they had to breach it quickly. Indeed, everyone cooperated in the attack and worked to break the barrier until they succeeded. Ron rushed with his squad into the village, warning them that the situation inside was unknown. The team members were surprised by the scene of Oshina's monsters attacking the Ghost Knights in a massive battle taking place. Ron asked about the situation and who these monsters were and why there were strange knights in the place, expressing confusion that it was the first time he had seen knights emitting cursed energy of this strength. But he was amazed when he saw Jian attacking the ghost leader with massive dark energy emanating from him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and said in amazement, "What's happening here?" Jian continued his attack on the leader, persistently asking him why he wouldn't answer his question and if he was really weaker than him. The ghost leader replied angrily, asking him to be quiet, and confirmed that he was much stronger than him. He tried to summon his aura to attack, saying he had allowed him to attack more than necessary and that he would end the battle now. But he was surprised that Jian was using shadow movements to attack him with them. The leader defended using his aura and pushed Jian away from him, but Jian attacked him with a powerful strike that threw him far away. The leader regained his balance and said angrily, "Since when have you released this much power? I don't understand. This is the first time a human has dared to face me this way." But Jian disappeared before him and appeared behind him, using the shadow aura, trying to attack him from behind and asking him again, "Who's the weaker one of us now?" The leader's nervousness increased and he said he could easily block his attacks, trying in turn to attack Jian. But Jian dodged the attack using flash and said that despite the power difference, his opponent had become too arrogant and tried again to attack him with the shadow sword. But the ghost leader quickly dodged the attack, declaring, "You're not the only one capable of using magical teleportation." Luger pounced on Jian with his kick, saying he expected him to dodge the attack, and added mockingly, "I told you from the beginning that you're the stupidest one here." Then he grabbed his head and delivered a powerful blow with his leg, saying his body had become much weaker than it used to be, and that if he had his old strength, he would have finished him with just one physical blow. Then Jian drew his sword, saying, "Only 1 minute remains until the eclipse ability ends. If it ends, all the increase I gained in my power will disappear, and I'll return to how I was. I have no choice. I must end this battle quickly." He pounced with the sword on the ghost leader, who quickly confronted him, wondering in amazement how Jian had managed throughout the battle to amplify his power to this extent, until he surpassed him. Jian continued his attack while wrapping his sword with the shadow aura, trying to hit the leader who kept retreating, saying to himself that Jian had a mysterious, unfamiliar power that wasn't from Earth or from the demon world, wondering deep down, could this boy be the one who will finally free me from my torment? At that moment, the leader used his lightning aura and attacked Jian, saying, "Really, I underestimated you." But Jian quickly countered the attack while retreating, as the leader laughed and said to him, "I thought you were weak at first because you used a blood witch against my army, but now my opinion has changed. You're very strong. Tell me, are you really the hero who came with the power of ruler Kronos and will free us all from our eternal torment? We've waited for you for so long. Now the time has come to fulfill destiny, and you should achieve our freedom." The leader interrupted his speech with passion, declaring himself the cursed king, and confirming to Jian that he would use his strongest attacks out of respect for him, saying, "If you can block my attack, we'll all gain salvation." At that moment, he unleashed a massive aura sword that enveloped the entire place, declaring that his attack could erase entire armies, and that he trusted the hero would be able to withstand it. Ron and his squad were watching the scene in complete amazement, commenting that this person was definitely insane. As for Jian, he was staring at the giant aura sword and said, "Only 5 seconds remain until the eclipse ability ends. I have no other choice. I must shatter this aura and regain control of the battle." Then the ghost leader attacked Jian directly with his sword's aura, asking him to show his power as a hero, and that this was the time that would determine his fate. Jian gathered his shadow aura and attacked the giant lightning aura, declaring that he would end the battle immediately. The two auras' powers clashed, and the place exploded with tremendous magic. The leader seemed affected as he said, "I've lived an age where I can neither die nor live. My curse was an infinite desire for fighting and destruction only. I waited for the hero who would appear one day to free me and my followers. Finally, this day has come." At the same moment, Jian activated the black hole ability and began absorbing all the ghost leader's aura, draining all his power, and said to him, "You were wrong. I'm not the hero, but I will also free you from your torment." Jian actually managed to absorb all the leader's power, saying, "This is how your matter ends. You can rest in peace now." The leader's body began to crumble gradually. The leader noticed what happened and asked Jian about the type of power he used against him and how he managed to nullify his aura so easily. Jian answered, "This is one of my special powers, infinite darkness power that absorbs everything. The strongest auras and the mightiest magic are useless against the darkness hole I possess." The leader laughed, saying that the names of his powers were suitable for his strength, and thanked him for finally freeing him from his curse, confirming that he could now die and be freed from their world. Then he revealed his face and said, "You are the last human who will see the true form of the cursed king before his disappearance." Then he vanished before Jian and disappeared. Jian breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "And thus I finally completed my mission." As soon as he said that, a magical portal appeared before him. He commented, "It's time for rewards." He entered the portal, saying he would receive his reward and then return to the capital, where a lot of work awaited him that he had to accomplish. When Jian moved to the new place, he found himself in a completely different world and began examining the place carefully, wondering, "This isn't from our world." At the same moment, a person appeared before him and said, "Finally, the ghost squad has been eliminated. Everyone has waited for the hero to free them from their torment all these years." But he was surprised by Jian's reaction and asked him if he wasn't surprised by what happened and why he didn't ask them who they were. Jian answered, "You're undoubtedly the treasure room guardian. I read about you in the novel, but unfortunately there weren't many details about you." Then he asked him directly about the fifth questions tool, indicating that he was very busy and wanted to get out of here quickly. The guardian laughed, saying he didn't expect Jian to know about his rewards too, but he pointed out that this was normal for the hero and confirmed he wouldn't waste his time. At that moment, the guardian began examining Jian, only to be shocked, saying, "I take back my words. Who are you? You're not the hero. This is impossible. The hero was supposed to defeat the ghost army and their leader, then come here to receive his reward that he would fight demons with. This is his destiny. But your destiny is extremely strange." Joan asked the guard in amazement whether his fate and future were frightening enough to make him deny being the hero. The guard replied, "I thought it would be an easy task. The hero takes the prize and it's over, but you've changed everything we knew until now." When Jian asked what he meant by that, the guard smiled and said, "Since you've reached this place, you at least deserve answers to your questions." The guard added, "Fate is a record of humanity's past, present, and future. Every step you take changes your destiny, but it doesn't change your predetermined fate. If you're destined to be a hero, you can't change your fate no matter how hard you try. Do you understand what I'm saying? The person who was supposed to come here and eliminate the ghosts hasn't arrived yet. The true hero was expected to appear at least 5 years from now, when he matured, grew stronger, and assembled his team. You came too early." After that, others began arriving at that place, and the guard said that fate shouldn't change, and that the hero was the one who should have defeated the ghost squad and received the rewards that would help him face the demon army. He wondered how this boy was able to change the hero's fate and claim it for himself. Sean was amazed and asked the guard, "Are you talking about the future written in the novel that I wasn't supposed to interfere with?" The guard replied, confirming that no one can interfere with fate, and that since Jeon had changed fate, he must have received help from a powerful ruler, and everything about him indicated he wasn't an ordinary person. Joan's confusion increased and he said, "What ruler? I don't understand." He wondered if this had to do with his transfer to this world. The guard continued examining Jeon and said, "You're so strange that I think you're not even human. I can't read your destiny or fate, and the only explanation for that is that you're not from this world in the first place." Jeon said to the guard, "You told me I'm busy, so will you give me my reward that I'm supposed to receive or not?" The guard replied, confirming that since he entered that place, he had already been recognized and deserved his reward, and that he deserved the 5 questions tool. The guard brought out the tool and handed it to Jeon, who examined it and was very happy to see that it was mentioned in the novel, where Kronos gifted it to humanity. This tool contains 5 gems. Each gem relates to a question, and each question carries special power. He told himself that the tool was extremely powerful, but unfortunately, it could only be used 5 times. Once the 5 gems were destroyed, the tool would lose its power. The guard told Jeon that the tool's questions hadn't revealed themselves yet, and would appear when he input the coordinates for the questions, and that the first coordinate he used was the location of the ghost squad, thus gaining his first question. Jaeon said, "All right," and used shadow energy, saying he would leave now. The guard wondered about Jaeon's identity before he left, so Jaeon replied that unfortunately even he didn't know who he was and couldn't answer him. The guard was amazed and said it was the first time he'd met such a frightening human, and that he would need to monitor him for a while. The scene returned to the battlefield, where Ron was watching the destruction caused by Jaeon's forces, not believing what he saw. He said he never imagined that the ghost squad would appear here, and that Jaeon would eliminate them along with their leader in one strike, confirming he couldn't comprehend what happened. He kept searching the area, wondering where Jaeon had disappeared after the battle, and how he entered a strange portal and vanished. Oshina suddenly appeared before Ron and asked if he came to attack Jaeon, warning that the fate of anyone who opposed her master was death, and that she would eliminate them all before her master returned. Lee became worried and told her to calm down, explaining they came on Princess Evelyn's orders to protect Jaeon from any attack. She told them she would wait until her master returned to get orders from him. Ron was surprised at that moment by Liam's appearance and said, "Impossible, what are you doing here? You've been missing since your retirement letter." Liam replied that he had indeed retired and lived in this village, and that he never imagined they would face such an attack, and that Jaeon and his assistant managed to eliminate the ghost army easily by themselves. Ron said he was happy that Liam was okay, and asked him to explain the situation and how the ghosts appeared. Liam answered that he didn't know how they appeared, but Jaeon and his assistant eliminated them easily. Ron asked about the fate of the ghost knights, who were eliminated, and why their bodies disappeared. He asked Oshina if she knew anything about them, and she said she didn't know, and was only looking for her master. Jaeon appeared from the magic portal and apologized for being late. Oshina was happy, and said he finally returned and she was worried about him. Jaeon replied that he needed to leave, and return to the capital to rest. Joan bid farewell to the village residents, and promised to send troops to protect them soon. Liam stopped him, saying he would join him. Joan asked why he changed his mind about joining, even though he had saved the village. Liam said he wished to stay here, but he would fulfill his promise. But Jaeon told him, "No, stay in the village. My goal was to prove myself and get the 5 questions bracelet, and your presence was an additional prize for me. I don't want to bother you now. I'll only need you in the great war against the demons." He asked him to stay in the village and protect it until he summoned him. Liam said he expected to see through Jaeon's desires again, thanked him for his understanding, and bid farewell to him and the villagers, confirming he would declare his loyalty and wait for his summons. Loger said he would return to the capital now, as he had left a group of snakes there growing, and it was time to eliminate some of them. He then went to the Moon Eye organization and informed his assistant Aaron about what happened, explaining that the ghost squad had completely disappeared. She asked him how they disappeared, so he gave her a report and explained that Naru was the report's author. Aaron read that when Prince Joan arrived at the village, he summoned a large magical shield that surrounded the village. Then the ghost squad attacked everyone present, and that Joan, after a huge battle against the ghost squad, managed to eliminate them with the help of the Blood Witch and the former Human Forces commander, the Ghost Sword Liam. Aaron asked her assistant if this news had spread anywhere else besides them, and he said no, and that they were very careful about spreading any details about Jaeon. Aaron said that if this information spread in the kingdom, the entire kingdom would shake, and everything they knew about Jaeon would change. She asked the assistant about Jaeon's current location, and he told her he was returning again to the royal capital to participate in his ceremonies. Aaron expressed her surprise and wondered if Jaeon expected them to spread this information in the city, and even in the royal palace, to be a trusted source, so no one would doubt Jaeon's matter, confirming this was a very smart plan. Aaron wondered if she should visit Jaeon soon at his palace, confirming to herself that she needed to understand his plan so she wouldn't accidentally obstruct his path. At this moment, one of her assistants arrived to inform her that someone had been spotted, and they believed he was the chosen hero. Aaron was surprised by the information and demanded he clarify all details, immediately sending a surveillance group to investigate the potential hero. The scene shifted to Joan in his palace, where he was performing intensive training and trying hard to form the 3rd star of the Black Star ability. He tried to concentrate all his energy on forming the 3rd star, but his energy finally ran out and he failed. He expressed his anger, saying that obtaining the 3rd star currently seemed difficult, and he thought he had gathered enough power for that, but was wrong. However, he wouldn't give up and would strive with all his might to achieve it, noting that the whole problem was his weak body. Despite increasing his strength through the ghoul's heart, his basic condition was poor from the beginning, and his strength hadn't increased much, so he needed to develop himself to be able to handle the full Black Star energy. Priscilla arrived at John's palace at that moment, still present there, and congratulated him on his victory over the Ghost Squad, which was considered one of the worst disasters they faced. Priscilla walked around the place a bit and praised the new training palace, considering it much better than his old royal palace, as it was extremely advanced. Jian asked her why she came, and she told him she wanted to ask his permission to participate in his effort and plan, and that she wanted to support him with all her strength. Jeon asked her what kind of support she intended. Priscilla showed surprise at his question, but Jeon clarified he meant how she planned to support him when she was weak in magic, to the point where she couldn't face weak murderers, so facing demons would be nearly impossible for her. He offered her the possibility of helping him by gathering information or by controlling her family's magic tower and putting it under his command, but he was sure she couldn't achieve any of those conditions. He assured her he didn't mind her presence at his palace, but anyone who wanted to participate had to prove themselves first. Priscilla understood his words well and left after acknowledging she would work on proving herself to him. Jeon watched her and said to himself that he would be honest with her, and if she didn't want to become the princess of bad luck, as in the novel, she had to work hard and become stronger, and only then would he stand by her side. Terra and Naru appeared, having been waiting for Priscilla to finish her conversation with Jaeon. Naru expressed her embarrassment about the situation, and they thought their presence at this timing wasn't appropriate. Terra immediately informed Joan that the secret information about the nobles and investigation requests he asked for were already prepared, and that the succession ceremony would officially take place soon for the entire kingdom to recognize him as heir to the throne. But she told him about a problem they faced, so Jaeon asked for details. Terra said that while preparing for the ceremony, they noticed suspicious movements from the third Prince Enoch, his allies, and Knight Regan, and that they were planning something. Jaeon laughed, saying they finally moved as he was starting to feel bored, and reassured Terra not to worry, as he would deal with them and had already expected their movements. Terra asked if he could handle the matter alone, and whether he would need their help. He confirmed he was fine and everything he requested was already ready. Terra asked Jaeon if he was confident his plan would succeed this easily. Here Oshina intervened to say not to doubt her master, as he had never planned anything before, and failed at it. Oshina asked John if she would go with him to the inauguration ceremony, expressing her desire to stay by his side, but he refused, explaining that he wanted to avoid problems now, and that the time for the battle she was thinking about hadn't come yet. She became sad, but Jaeon promised her he had prepared an urgent mission for her to carry out, and left them asking them to wait a little, and promising they would all move soon. The next day, Jaeon went to his succession ceremony, and all the nobles gathered to celebrate the prospective heir. Regan was present and talked a lot with the nobles, establishing relationships, while Prince Enoch explained to his allies and notables that his plan was ready, and that he had met with the nobles and controlled them, and all their allies were ready to move at the start of the ceremony. During the celebration, the nobles began questioning the news about Prince Joan's ability to defeat the Ghost Squad single-handedly, as it was surprising, and they considered that the king himself was aware of the greatness of Jaeon's punishment, which is why he chose him as crown prince. Some expressed doubts that Jaeon wasn't alone, but had help from General Liam and the Grey Lion Squad. Others considered that the whole matter might be a plan by Princess Evelyn to support Jaeon due to her strong relationship with him. The guard asked the nobles to prepare because Prince Jaeon had arrived. Jaeon entered the place with obvious nervousness and didn't interact with any of those present. He sat directly on the throne, demanding the ceremony begin. His sister Diana sat beside him and expressed her amazement, saying she hadn't seen him since the last time they met at the royal palace, and spoke about his growing reputation after taking down the Ghost Squad. Diana pointed out that he should respect the nobles more so they wouldn't fear him, but Jaeon replied that he didn't need them and didn't care about their recognition, and that he only attracts those he sees serving his interests and will exclude anyone who opposes him. Diana asked why he came if he didn't care about the nobles or their recognition, so he said he had no purpose in this ceremony, but came to frustrate others' goals. Diana was surprised and asked him what goals he would crush and which enemy he intended to eliminate on this occasion, but he didn't answer as the royal court leader interrupted them, announcing the beginning of Prince Joan's heir ceremony, and requested he ascend the platform with the rest of the attendees, who began noticing how much power and charisma Jaeon possessed. The royal court leader began the heir ceremony at that moment and asked Jaeon to swear to protect the kingdom, but Regan immediately interrupted and stopped the ceremony, telling everyone present that he must congratulate Prince Jaeon on becoming heir, as well as on his victory over the Ghost Squad, emphasizing that he was very strong and had gained recognition from everyone in the kingdom. The court leader was puzzled by Regan's behavior and asked him to wait until the ceremony ended, then he could congratulate the prince afterward. But Regan insisted on continuing his speech, saying that Prince John had been known as a disgrace to their family for a long time, and no one ever imagined he would touch one of the disasters, let alone destroy it, and that he had changed dramatically. Then he addressed the attendees, saying he had dealt with John before, and that he was completely different just 1 month ago, transforming from a disgrace to the Agnes family to its pride, until today, he became heir. He added that certainly this great change must raise suspicion among everyone, because it's impossible for any person to become this powerful in just 1 month. He pointed out that even if his family's star power awakened, it would be impossible for his strength and personality to change this dramatically in 1 month, meaning he used other methods to increase his power. Here, Prince Yenok pretended to be surprised and asked Regan if he meant that Prince Joan was using corrupt power like demon power. Regan confirmed this and said in front of everyone that he accused Prince Jaeon of making a contract with a demon to gain dark power, and that this was the only explanation for his new strength. All attendees felt shocked by Regan's words, and some began asking him about the truth of his words. One of them asked if he was sure of what he was saying, as this was a very serious matter. Regan answered that demonic energy had been detected twice in the kingdom in the last month, and both times were around Prince Jaeon, whether in his palace or during the succession ceremony. He added that it's impossible for an ordinary person to ever meet a demon in their life, so how did he meet 2 demons in 1 month? He also told them that the only explanation for Joan's personality change during this period was that demonic power had begun to control him, and that he himself had studied demonic energy and knew its symptoms. Everyone's astonishment increased, and they began wondering whether Regan's words were true or not. He added that using demon energy and making deals with them was an extremely serious accusation, and that they don't accuse anyone of it unless it's the kingdom's heir, and that they must be sure first before taking any action. Everyone wondered about the method of verification, so Regan answered that the matter was very simple, and that he brought the means through which they could verify. If Prince John's innocence became clear, they would continue the heir ceremony normally. At that moment, a strange group of people entered the hall. Everyone was amazed and began wondering who these people were and how they entered here. Regan said these were the priests of the strongest light temple in the kingdom, and that they came here to verify whether Jian made a contract with a demon or not, and that the wizards belonging to the third prince were spread everywhere in the hall to ensure everyone's safety, so that none of them would be harmed. Regan kept laughing and confirming that he had prepared the stage for Jian, and that this was his end, and that they would get rid of him now. The wizards began surrounding Jian, demanding his cooperation, or they would attack him. At the same time, Regan used a restraint spell on Jian to stop his movement, and continued laughing, saying that restraining a prince's movement in the kingdom and treating him this way publicly was a crime punishable by death, but they would forgive him if it was proven that Prince Jian was using demon energy in front of everyone. The Light Temple priests surrounded Jian, and began using light magic and holy magic on him to reveal the demonic magic in his body, while Jian said to himself that he had never dealt with holy magic before, but he was strong and would use all his power. At this moment, the priests used the holy evil banishment spell against Jaeon, and ordered him not to move from his place so he wouldn't get hurt. Regan continued watching him while laughing, saying he had summoned the strongest priest to use the evil banishment spell at maximum power, and thus they would extract the demonic contract from Jaeon's body, or the demon helping him would be forced to appear. The place became shrouded in darkness, and the light disappeared completely, and the effect of the holy magic stopped. Regan continued laughing, demanding the demon who made the deal with John to appear now, confirming this was his end. The royal court leader was terrified and asked them what they were doing, saying he couldn't see Prince Jaeon amid the thick rising smoke. Prince Yenok kept watching John while laughing, saying this was his end, and that he would die now and he would take over as heir in his place. Diana was amazed by what was happening and wondered to herself about the truth of what was occurring, and whether Jaeon really made a contract with a demon or not. At that moment, Regan asked his guard forces to prepare, indicating that Jaeon might get out of control if the demon or demonic contract took over him, and that they must be ready to fight him if necessary. Regan kept laughing and asked Jaeon to show his true nature, saying the time had come to expose the royal family's disgrace in front of everyone, confirming that Jaeon was just a deceitful scoundrel. Suddenly, a huge magical explosion occurred in the place, and Jaeon emerged from the middle of the explosion. Regan asked his guards to arrest him and the demon with him immediately, but he was stunned when he saw that Jaeon was alone, not accompanied by any demon or any trace of a demonic contract. Jaeon kept laughing and asked everyone if they had finally finished their play, while Regan and all his guards were in shock, wondering what happened and why no demon appeared with Jaeon, or any sign of a demonic contract on him, and he didn't even lose control of himself. The priests were also stunned and told Regan that they were unable to detect any demonic energy emanating from Jeon, and that something was wrong. Jeon continued laughing and told Regan that his plan was extremely stupid, and that he had failed in front of the entire kingdom, and he should expect the punishment for what he committed. Regan, his assistants, and the priests began retreating in great fear from Jeon, while Regan kept repeating, "Impossible! This boy deceived us from the beginning. Let us execute our plan so he could destroy us in front of the entire kingdom." Jeon kept laughing, then asked the royal guard to arrest Regan and all his followers from wizards and priests immediately, and warned them not to move, or he would deal with them firmly. Indeed, the royal guard managed to arrest Regan and all his followers and remove them from the hall. Then Jeon ordered their imprisonment until he decided their fate later. All the nobles were in a state of shock, wondering about the reason that drove Regan to betray the heir in this way. Diana kept laughing and said that Jeon had set a trap for them from their own original trap, and she was watching him admiringly, saying he was very smart and even managed to deceive Yenok and his strongest assistant Regan very easily, and embarrass them in front of the entire kingdom, proving his strength and popularity with tremendous force. But she also confirmed in her heart that this wasn't the Jeon she knew before, and she could understand Regan's suspicion, as anyone who knew the real Jeon would notice his radical change, whether in power or personality, and she kept wondering about the reason that made him change so dramatically. Jeon turned at that moment to the royal court leader and asked him whether he would complete the heir ceremony, reminding him that he was busy. The court leader was surprised but answered positively, and completed the ceremony, announcing, based on the king's orders, that Jeon was the kingdom's heir and its future king if the king handed him the rule in their next meeting. Diana kept watching Yenok, who seemed extremely angry after what happened, but he couldn't say a single word. Diana continued laughing and said to herself that he was a big fool, and his arrogance was what caused his downfall against the worst enemy he could meet in his life. Jeon left the hall, leaving the nobles behind him, and didn't greet or speak with any of them, but asked them to end the celebration as quickly as possible and return to their work. Jeon returned to his palace where Oshina was waiting for him. She asked about what happened and told him she had waited all day and was feeling extremely bored. Jeon told her she arrived at the right time and that he had a special mission for her, and handed her a map asking her to study it well. Oshina asked him about what the map was, so he explained to her that it was a map of blood magic tower locations spread across the continent, adding that these locations were usually extremely secret, especially the main tower where the wizards gathered. But thanks to Terra's help and the Shadow Organization, he managed to obtain them. Jeon told Oshina that her new mission was to head to these magic towers. Oshina showed amazement and asked him about the reason for going to those towers, explaining that she didn't understand. Jeon laughed and explained that he needed her to control all the blood magic towers, and especially the main tower, and to become the leader of blood wizards in the entire continent. The scene then shifted to the kingdom's prison, where Knight Regan was imprisoned, waiting for what the justice system would decide about him. Regan was talking to himself angrily, saying that Prince Jeon had completely exposed him and proved his betrayal in front of everyone, and he didn't understand how Jeon discovered his plan and how he deceived him in front of everyone, and he was sure of his relationship with demons, so how did he manage to deceive them and not show any demonic trace when using holy magic on him? He said that all of this no longer mattered now, as he would be punished for treason and insulting the prince in front of the public, and his fate was death. He began wondering if the third prince Yenok would intervene to save him, as if he really intervened. Perhaps he could defend himself and survive execution. At that moment, Yenok appeared in front of Regan and told him that his appearance truly aroused pity. Regan was surprised and asked if he had come for him and requested that he help him and get him out of prison. Yenok got angry and ordered him to be quiet, saying he knew that Regan would insult Prince Jeon and try to attack him, and for this reason he was the first to disown him. Regan was stunned and asked him what he meant, pointing out that he had informed him of the plan from the beginning and he had agreed to it, but Yenok replied that he didn't know what Regan was talking about and that he hadn't agreed to any plan, but did everything without his knowledge, and left him and departed the place, saying he decided to remove him from his assistant position the moment he betrayed Jeon and planned treason and accused him of those horrible charges, and that if his name came up in the investigations, he would eliminate his entire family. Regan remained stunned by Yenok's response and told him he did everything he did only for him, but Yenok asked him again to be quiet, accused him of treason, and left the prison saying he was the stupidest assistant he had ever seen in his life. Regan couldn't believe what had happened and kept repeating that he had risked everything for Yenok. But in the end, Yenok abandoned him and left him alone. He was extremely angry and wished he could get another chance to take revenge on him for what he had done to him. The scene then shifts to the secret dungeon located beneath the third prince's palace, where Yenok was torturing his guards there and taking revenge on them because of what had happened to him, asking them how Joan dared to treat him that way, and that he had to vent his anger on them. Yenok was extremely angry and told them that he had been put in a bad position because of these bastards, and that Jaeon's popularity and strength had increased tremendously while he was humiliated because of what happened. He said that he had underestimated John at the beginning of his struggle for the throne, but he wouldn't do that again, confirming that John would be the first person he would crush. Then he left the place saying he needed help to eliminate that damn guy, and that he would visit someone who might be able to support him against him. At that moment, the prisoners begged him and pleaded for mercy, and demanded that he get them out of the dungeon, but he ordered them to be silent and confirmed that they would continue to suffer until the end of their lives. The scene shifts to two members of the Demon Guild who were watching Jaeon's royal palace. The demon told his colleague that the signal from the Kenis group had disappeared and that they had been eliminated. She replied that it was Jaeon himself who did that, confirming that he posed a great danger to them. She asked her colleague about the reason for Jaeon's ability to expose them easily, even though guild members only know each other's identities through secret communication channels, so how could he identify them and eliminate them so easily? He answered that he didn't know how he did it, and confirmed that even the strongest intelligence organizations in the kingdom were unable to determine their locations or identities, so how could Jaeon do that simply as if he knew all their plans? She asked him if he thought Jaeon had the ability to see the future, and he answered that even if he had this ability, it would be impossible for it to be this powerful. She continued asking, then how can he expose them and eliminate them like this? He replied that they had a lot of information about Jaeon, but he thought most of it was wrong, and he now considered him their biggest threat at the moment. Then he asked her to contact the other existing leaders, and that they needed to make a plan to deal with him as soon as possible before completing the rest of their plans. She laughed and said they had previously gathered just to draw up a plan to deal with the hero, but now the situation was different, and they would have to divide their forces. Then she added that she heard Jaeon would visit the Magic Education Tower soon, so he said he would indeed do that, but he didn't know the reason for the visit, and that he was definitely planning something. She told him that their colleague Haidu would be there, and that he was very important to their plan, and asked him if he thought Jaeon was capable of exposing Haidu or arresting him. He answered that he didn't think so, and that Haidu was very strong, and asked her to warn him about the visit so he wouldn't do anything to arouse Jaeon's suspicions. The next day, Jaeon actually arrived to visit the Magic Education Tower. One of the professors named Paul was the one who received him, welcomed him, and introduced himself, saying he taught ice magic at the academy, and that everyone felt proud of this visit, and confirmed that he would be his guide throughout his stay in the tower. Meanwhile, we moved to Bresla, who was also in the tower. She was angry and frustrated because she felt that Jaeon had asked her to become stronger, but she couldn't find skills or abilities that would enable her to do so in a short time, and wondered what she could do, and that she couldn't return to Jaeon in this state, or else he would expel her again if she didn't prove her usefulness to him. Then she heard a group of students gathering in the courtyard and talking about a prince from the royal family visiting them, and that this was a rare occurrence, which aroused her curiosity, so she went to watch the coming prince to find out his identity, then was surprised that the visitor was none other than Jaeon himself. Bresla was amazed and asked herself, what is Jaeon doing here? Wasn't he very busy during this period? Paul was talking to Joan and told him that he heard he came to meet the academy director, but unfortunately he was on a mission outside and hadn't returned yet, and asked him to go with him to the guest room and wait for the director until he returned from his trip, so Jaeon agreed and said that the director was close to returning. But Jaeon surprised Paul when he refused to wait, and confirmed that he wanted to tour the academy and discover its classrooms himself. Paul was surprised by Jaeon's insistence, but he agreed and told him he would be his guide until the director returned. During his tour, Jaeon said to himself that he remembered a dangerous incident that would happen soon in this academy, and would concern one of the hero team members, and would affect him greatly in the future. Jaeon explained to himself that this incident wouldn't be as massive as those he was used to dealing with so far, but it would still leave a big impact on the hero group's path, so he had to prevent it. He said he first had to find the student who would be the future hero team member to help him avoid the incident and get rid of the demon present here. When he completed that, his mission here would be finished. After touring a bit, Jaeon felt the power of the student in question, so he told Paul that he wanted to attend one of the classes with the students and observe what they were learning. Paul was amazed by his request and asked if he was sure, and said that Jaeon wanted to observe advanced magic lessons and didn't think he would benefit from them. Jaeon asked him if he minded, so Paul was somewhat terrified and replied that of course he didn't mind, and that he could attend any class in the academy whenever he wanted. At that moment, John entered the lecture hall and began observing the students in it as they began wondering what was happening and looking at him with bewilderment. Jion laughed to himself and said he had found his target, then added, "That boy is Rain Valdin, and in the future he will become Henry Whisper, one of the hero team's strongest enemies, and he will be the only wizard in history to break traditions and boundaries and reach 9 stars in magic. Among all the hero team members, he was the only one who came close to the truth about the demon's existence and goals, and his role in the war was extremely important." John confirmed that Rain currently wasn't very powerful, but he was stronger than all his classmates, and after this incident ended, he would increase in power tremendously. But he was very lazy now, because he was a human who had moved from another world to this world and carried memories of his old life, and what he knew about him was derived from the novel he had read. Jaeon explained that if he let the incident happen as it was in the novel, Rain might be able to join the hero too, but the problem was that his joining in the novel came late, after the start of the war against demons, and that was a disaster for the hero team. He pointed out that before his joining too, he caused many problems within the kingdom, and was a reason why the hero couldn't eliminate the Demon King. So Jaeon said to himself that he couldn't allow this to happen, but Rain had to join the hero team quickly before the war began. He also said that if he aimed to change the novel's ending and save his kingdom, he had to change its beginning completely, and he intended to do that. The professor began the lecture and told the audience that wizards and scientists in their world hadn't been able to establish a complete theory for gravity, magic, and time control yet, and asked them for their opinions on the subject, but none of the students answered. The professor added that in the next lecture he would hold a debate with a gravity-specialized wizard to try to explain the relationship between gravity, magic, and time control, so everyone would understand the idea he was talking about. A student named Isem intervened and asked the professor if only students were meant to answer his question about gravity, so the professor answered no, and that anyone could participate in answering. Isem asked if he knew anyone who could explain the theory of gravity and time. Then he turned to Jeon, saying he was interested in knowing the prince's own opinion, since he was attending the lecture with them, and noted that he heard the royal family employed the best teachers and professors for princes from childhood to make them geniuses, so he assumed a question like this would be trivial for him, and indicated that he also heard Jeon used a distinctive type of magic, and therefore must be able to explain gravity and its relationship to time. Jeon didn't respond to Asem, so the student continued, saying they wanted to rely on his experience and intelligence, and that he should solve the equation written on the board easily by virtue of being a distinguished prince. He told Jeon not to worry or fear making mistakes, as the theory hadn't been proven yet, and was still just an experimental theory, and even if he made a mistake, no one could prove his error, and this was his chance to prove his intelligence and strength. Isem added to himself that he intended to take revenge on this bastard, who came to the academy with such audacity after his engagement to Bresla, and he was sure he would either run away now, or try to solve it and make mistakes in front of everyone, becoming a laughingstock for them. The professor intervened, and explained to Isem that no one had been able to solve the theory or equation so far, and they wouldn't waste the prince's time on a matter they themselves had failed to solve, and that they would continue the lecture. But Jeon interrupted him and laughed, saying that since Asem wanted to see him solve the theory, he would do that, because he liked to please all the people around him. John stepped forward to the board and began solving the equation using his magic and hand together, and told everyone it was a simple equation. All those present were stunned with amazement, and wondered how he was doing that, while Isem said to himself, how can he solve this theory when he's never seen it before? John continued solving the equation, and said that the relationship between gravity, magic, and time had always been a great mystery, and no scientist or wizard had been able to understand it. But according to what was mentioned in the novel, before the war against demons broke out, they managed to reach the final equation for gravity and time, and used it against demons in the war. He also commented that any other person who read the novel wouldn't have been able to understand the equation, or even memorize it, but he was different from all of them. Jeon said he wouldn't have cared about Isem's words anyway, but he now needed to prove his theory in front of Rain, because he was interested in the power of people of his type, and because he was capable of killing the boredom he felt, and encouraging him to develop before the war broke out. He also explained that the person who created the original equation was Rain himself, and that his future magical knowledge was unparalleled, and he had temporarily borrowed this theory from him, but he wouldn't change much in the theories or their methods to give Rain the opportunity to discover them himself, as he didn't want to change his future too drastically. Jaeon continued writing the rest of the theory, and said to himself that a powerful equation like this would surely save Rain from his boring life and force him to complete it after him, and thus he would develop early before joining the hero team. The professor kept watching John with extreme amazement, and said he had never seen a theory like this in his life, and had a great desire to write it down, but he was hesitant about his students. But he finally overcame his hesitation, and asked them to take out their notebooks and start recording the theory immediately, because they needed it. So all the students immediately began writing the theory behind Jaeon. As for Bresla, she was watching Jaeon amazed, and said to herself that she was sure. Bresla was watching Jaeon with amazement, thinking to herself that Jaeon wasn't just strong, but also had unlimited potential, which made her feel sad as she realized that the gap between them was extremely large. She began wondering how she could stand beside him now when she was in this state. As for Joan, after he finished solving the theorem, he went to Isom and asked him for his opinion on the theory. Isom was completely shocked and said that he had always heard that Jaeon was a failed prince who knew nothing about magic, so how could he solve the most complex equation with such ease? Jaeon smiled and told Isom that he hated having anyone in this world test him, and that only he had the right to test others, and asked him to be more careful in dealing with him, or else he might eliminate him next time. Isom panicked and said obediently, "Yes, sir." Jaeon then left them and exited the hall, asking them to continue their work, while Paul was asking him to wait and that he would join him immediately. As for Rain, he kept watching him with amazement and saying to himself that he never imagined the rumors about him could be so wrong, as it became clear to him that he was an extremely distinguished person. Jeon then headed to the director's room and felt frustrated by what he saw of the Academy's condition, and the huge gap between their strength and knowledge compared to previous eras, and wondered when the director would arrive, as his main goal after meeting Rain was to speak with the director. At that moment the director arrived, and his name was Ozlema, so he welcomed Jaeon and apologized to him for being late. Jaeon said to himself that this was the Academy director and leader of the Magic Tower in the kingdom, and Ozlema was always searching for truth, and he was also a close friend of the current emperor and was known by the title White Fire Emperor. He also added that he was considered one of the strongest people on the continent, and that the novel he had read mentioned him frequently. Ozlema explained that he had been reading the magical theory that Jaeon wrote for the students, and was very amazed by it, which is why he was late in meeting him, and praised his great talent, and admitted that he himself was not able to solve this theory. John asked him about his whereabouts, and Ozlema answered that he had a small family problem, and finished solving it. Joan said to himself that Ozlema came from a powerful noble family, and was considered one of the 5 strongest families in the kingdom, but his family's loyalty was completely to the third prince Yanok. He also pointed out that in the novel, Ozlema was usually in constant conflict with his family because he refused to exploit his power to serve their goals or the interests of the third prince, but rather hated anyone who exploited his power. And for this reason, he cut his relationship with his family 20 years ago and joined the academy as an ordinary person until he became its director through his efforts alone, and he was sure that Ozlema's visit to his family this time was to stop their attempts to pressure him to return to them. Jian told Ozlema that he didn't intend to waste his time and that they could get straight to the point. Ozlema replied that he intended to do that too, but he had a question first and asked him if he knew anything about a person's soul. Jian showed surprise and answered in the negative, so Ozlema told him that the soul exists in every person in a different way, and that during his journey of research into the secrets of this world, he once managed to find part of another person's soul, and that he met him in the past when he was young, and that unlike his other brothers, he remembered the shape of his soul because it was pure and completely different from the rest of the brothers. He added that everything about a person might change except one thing only, which is the soul. So if the soul changed, the person himself would change, and asked him who he was, and said to him, "You are not Prince John that I know. Your soul has completely changed." John replied that this question was not important, and that what mattered now was that the person in front of him was known to everyone as Prince John, who participated in the succession ceremony and became crown prince. Ozlema seemed surprised and wondered if Jaeon's soul had changed due to his enmity with his brothers and his strong desire to survive, but he confirmed that it was the first time he had seen something like this. He added that he wondered what kind of terror Jaeon had lived through in his life. Ozlema apologized to Jaeon, saying that he did not intend at all to ask him about his identity. Then he asked him, "Why did you come to my place? You can ask me any request." Jaeon answered him, saying that he actually had 3 requests. Jion said that his first request was to know the location of the strange doctor and a way to communicate with him, while the second request was his desire to help Ozlima develop a magical circle, and the third was for him to help him with an important matter in the future. Jion explained that the strange doctor was considered one of the 3 best doctors in the world, but because of his strange behavior and free spirit, he was called by this name, and unfortunately he was always hiding in an isolated place, and the only way to reach him was through his friends like Ozlima. Ozlima told Jion that he could connect him to the strange doctor, but first he wanted to know what he needed from him. As for the other 2 requests, he couldn't help him, as he had dedicated his life to the academy and sworn not to help anyone from the royal family and to remain neutral, and couldn't break this promise. Jion explained that his request was not related to the royal family or the kingdom, but he needed his help within the academy itself. Ozlima seemed surprised and asked about his intention and what the matter had to do with the academy, so Jion answered that he intended to help him save the academy, and then he would also help him develop the magic that he had always struggled to develop. Meanwhile, Rain was on his way to meet Professor Paul, wondering why he was summoned, saying to himself, "Since when does Paul care about me this much?" He confirmed that he didn't want to waste his time and wanted to study Jaeon's theory and develop it. He said that when he met Jaeon for the first time, he thought he knew nothing about magic, but he discovered that he was wrong and that he was truly talented. But as soon as Rain entered the room he was summoned to, he was surprised by a large number of student corpses, so he began examining them quickly, while in a state of shock, wondering what was happening and why there was such strong demonic energy in this place. Paul entered at that moment and asked Rain what he had done and how he could commit this heinous crime. He seemed shocked, and everyone was confused when the rest of the teachers and instructors entered the room, so they were amazed and asked Rain what happened, but he explained to them that he knew nothing and that he had arrived minutes ago and therefore didn't understand anything that was happening. One of the teachers was sensing the demonic energy that Rain had just begun to examine and was shocked and asked Rain if he was the demon who killed the students. Rain was surprised when he saw that the demonic energy stuck to his body and said, "It was a trap from the beginning. Someone is trying to frame me. What do I do now? I'm in real trouble. Even if I tried to explain the matter, no one would believe me, and they would immediately accuse me of being the culprit. I must find the real perpetrator quickly." He began examining the energy of everyone in the place and said to himself, "I'm sure Paul is the culprit and he's trying to frame me, but I have no evidence against him now. Should I escape and prove my innocence later? Maybe this is the only way out." The teachers surrounded him at that moment, demanding that he surrender immediately, and if he didn't, they would have to hurt him, while Paul kept laughing and saying, "This fool fell into the trap easily. How stupid he is. This way my plan to get rid of him finally succeeded." We go back in time a little, where Paul gathered some of his students inside the room and thanked them for coming at the specified time. Isam was surprised and asked the reason for the summons, especially since they were all busy with their lessons. Paul answered him that not everything here was related to grades and studying, but he gathered them for a much greater purpose. Isam asked him about that goal, so Paul suddenly surprised him with an attack with a demonic sword and inflicted a fatal injury on him, declaring that he chose them to achieve their destined role and that they would die today for the sake of his goal. Isam was shocked and asked him what he was doing, but Paul ordered him to shut up and die, and added that there were others who must be eliminated. The rest of the students tried to escape, but Paul attacked them quickly and eliminated them all, saying, "No one will escape their fate. You are the perfect trap for Rain. The fortune teller told us that Rain is a candidate to be in the heroes team, so it's better that we get rid of him and others like him from the beginning, before they become a threat." We return to the present where the teachers continued to surround Rain, demanding that he surrender, or else they would attack him by force. Paul kept laughing, thankful that his trap took time and great effort, pointing out that the original plan was for him to get rid of him himself. But the higher demon leadership refused, and this didn't matter because his plan succeeded in the end. Suddenly John arrived and said to everyone, "It seems that there's something impressive happening in this place, and you should have summoned me from the beginning." Paul was amazed and asked himself, "What is he doing here?" and remembered his colleague's advice to be careful of Joan because he hunted demons mercilessly. But he muttered that maybe he could use John and convince him that Rain was a demon and would help him eliminate him for their benefit. Paul stepped forward to stop Rain, saying that he didn't know the demon here and that they should take care of the culprit themselves, while Jion said, "Really, I came to deal with the culprit in my own way." Paul began laughing, thinking that his plan had succeeded and that Prince Jaeon would now eliminate Rain without the need for trial or even investigation. But without preamble, Jian attacked Paul directly and cut off his neck, and everyone in the room was shocked and began wondering what Jian had done and why he attacked Paul. John summoned his sword Alexia at that moment and asked everyone to step back. Everyone began wondering what was happening and why the prince attacked Paul, while Jaeon began using dark energy with Alexia and approached Paul's body trying to absorb it with the sword, and asked him in a calm voice how long he would keep pretending and that he would die if the sword continued in his body. As for the teachers, they kept asking John what he was doing while he was a prince.